Hello and welcome to Indies Uncovered. We are Rock Paper Shotgun. I am Colin Mahern.
I am Matthew Castle.
And we're about to play some indie games, Matthew. 3 of them.
We are.
Over the next hour. And all of these demos you can go and play for yourself now on Steam. But watch us first. Watch us play them and then go download them and replay them.
That's the basic setup.
Matthew, you're going to start us off.
Yes, with The Legend of Tian Ding from CG. Let's kick things off. We are in Japanese colonial Taiwan, in the city of Taipei, I believe, and we are playing as a Taiwanese folk hero who is described as the kind of sort of Robin Hood of the time. Sort of presented as this kind of a quite nice comic book style. It's like a living comic book.
I was going to say, I'm getting big Cast Your Mind Back, big Comic Zone vibes here. And I am all about that. Well, I suppose we'll see in just a moment. But this is great. I really like this. Now, please forgive my ignorance, but I am not that familiar with the legend of D&D.
Well, neither am I, which I believe that's the playing this game, we will learn about it.
Oh, the speech bubbles and everything. Oh, this is good. I like this.
Yeah. If you're into your comic book style, it feels like it's like aiming for a particular style. I don't know what it is. But it feels so sort of pointed that I don't know if it's going for like a comic that sort of Tony's comic or something. It's Then we meet a big bad. Yeah, it's really.
This guy is a baddie. This guy is a baddie.
He's attacking peasants with his stick. Oh no!
Ooh, he is cross.
We go through the dialogue quite fast, so we always do, just so we can pay rent. Oh.
Yes. Yeah. We're gonna, as you said, go through the dialogue relatively quickly to kind of get to the action.
Because it's fun. I was enjoying playing this one before we hopped on the stream. So hopefully I won't embarrass myself too much. It's quite a nice little kind of platformer brawler with some nice little ideas.
So please, if you like what you see, go download the demo and take in all of the story beats. Oh, look who it is.
Here he is, the legend himself.
Piggy Wang, excellent. Oh, he's not too impressed with that.
No, well, I wouldn't. I would be very upset if someone called me Piggy Castle in the street. But then again, I also wouldn't go around harassing beggars for their amulets. That isn't my style.
Yeah,
it isn't my vibe.
You're many things, Matthew, but you're not going to be going around stealing amulets.
No.
You going to beat up the copper?
Yeah.
Oh, this is good.
There we go.
Because the characters themselves don't look... Well,
no, they're like little sort of 3D models. They're not done in as illustrated a style. But like all his hits and things have quite like drawn kind of like whoosh lines, or whatever we call those.
I think a whoosh
trails,
But I like it, the kind of the contrast between the characters and the backgrounds.
This is a little tutorial to introduce the basics. Ooh, I thought we'd start from the beginning just so we could have a bit of context for what we were doing.
Ooh.
Bit of that. Bit of spider wire.
Yeah, this seems up my street. I like it.
Yeah. And then we can steal their weapons.
Oh. Because I was going to ask, like, from what you've played of the demo, what would you say is the the hook of this game. I mean, obviously, yes, the art style, I suppose, is the obvious.
Yeah, the
one.
combat's got quite a nice flow to it. There's like a combo meter. Oh, Jesus. There's like a combo meter. You know, it's about stringing together lots of moves. You'll see later, as we kind of venture into the sewers, you begin to learn. Oh, jeez. You begin to learn.
Can deflect bullets. I like that.
Yeah,
That's good.
hit bullets back. And you get moves that you kind of string together into kind of combos, almost a little bit like that guacamole.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You can kind of like path people into the air and start doing kind of wild combos. Maybe not as athletic as that, but it's kind of got a bit of that energy.
Well, one thing I really loved about the original
Talk to people
Guacamelee.
and buy some. Oh no! There we go. Sorry, I activated the tutorial a second time.
But yeah, one thing I really enjoyed about Guacamelee was the marriage of combat and movement mechanics. How you would use like the uppercut to reach higher platforms or whatever.
This has got a lot of platforming where like the double jump won't do the work for you, so you have to do like flying kicks and uppercuts to kind of
like
push
that,
yourself around. Very like that, yeah. I like the kind of 2D textures on these like 3D models though. It's very nicely done.
Mm-hmm.
Like in static shots it looks drawn, but then when it's moving you can see it's all 3D and nicely done. Just trying to break into Piggy Wang's hideout. Of course. Which is a formidable building.
It isn't it, yeah. Saw the Piggy Wang as a big slight against this character, didn't he?
Yeah. Getting bad vibes. Yeah, it's kind of like it feels like the kind of like the story sort of being told, you know, the legend sort of being told as you play it. Yeah, it's nicely done. Like it just really kind of commits to the style. You know, it'd be very easy just to use it as like a framing device at the start, like it looks a bit like a comic book, but it seems to be kind of like surfacing that stuff throughout. It's nice.
Yeah, no, this is impressing me.
You're impressed?
I am
and you're
impressed.
a hard man to impress. Gonna break into his house.
Oh, the other half lives. God, it's a
Yeah.
nice gaff, and in the centre of town as well.
Yeah.
Paid a pretty penny for that one.
Oh, definitely.
It's that's not a Carol Smiley house. That's a Phil Spencer and Kirsty.
Yeah. That's not Xbox
also
Phil Spencer for our international audience.
Yeah. Although I would like to see him on Grand Designs. It would be I think he'd fit in. Oh, who's this guy?
He's the guy who stole the key to the sewer.
Son of a nasty person.
See what I mean? He kind of like sort of semi 3D kind of as you take to the rooftops. It's not.
Oh, look at this.
He's got all the moves. He's got the moves we want.
Oh, he's our master.
Yeah.
Oh. Even, I mean, very little touch, but like the little sound effects when the speech bubbles come up, the little scribbles and whatever else.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. We've got to go into the sewer to learn more martial arts.
Why did he just throw the keys? Why didn't he throw the keys down? I suppose he's trying to teach him
I believe he's trying to teach us how to
jump.
How to do a flying, rising kick.
I mean, you know, nice, I suppose.
Yeah.
But at the same time, just give me the keys, please. You know?
Kind of a learn by doing type. And now hopefully I'm not going to embarrass myself too much in the sewer. By dying a lot.
We will see.
Is anyone who has watched any of our Indies Uncovered. these don't always go to plan. Yeah, he's dropping coins. Oh. Just didn't see it.
I'm a big fan of this disarm. Oh, and you flung him into the green.
And then I jumped into it myself, losing any cred.
But yeah, I'm a big fan of the disarming mechanic. That's cool. And disarming them and taking their weapon off them.
Yeah.
To use against them.
Yes, nice.
Hoisted by their own pet toad. More green goop.
More green goop. So you can sort of paff them into the air and then get going. Or we can just chop them up with their own swords.
Oh, deflect that bullet. Oh, Matthew. Quality.
Oh, except I then got punched in the face by a man with a gun. Oh, my word.
Use your button.
Oh, no, humiliating. I just forgot what the buttons were for a second. There we go.
Got away with it.
I did.
The culture of Taiwan received.
And I get to eat a delicious steamed bun. Yeah, you sort of seem to learn these scrolls which improve what happens when you get the enemy's weapons.
Okay.
So, like, there's a scroll which, like, from now on, every gun you pick up will have, like, 2 more bullets in it and stuff, so...
Okay.
There's some, like, light... Oh, no! Some light upgrading stuff going on. Oh, I did it again.
Just run.
I just live in the... I live in the poison now. And he ends up in the poison as well, where he belongs.
Ooh. The secret area.
Straight in the lava. I don't think I can get across there yet. So I'm not even going to try it.
Yeah, stay safe.
Yeah. Just want to get some other mysterious scrolls. So I can impress people with my...
Oh, what's this? Okay.
See what I mean? You start getting into the realms of...
Oh, that's good.
Oh, nuts. I did not show that off well.
I got the general idea though, yes.
Kicked him so hard a bun came out. Oh, I mistimed it. Oh, I mistimed it again. Like a fool. Now I'm gonna get his gun and shoot everyone.
Not quite as measured as the other man. Really lining up the shot. Just bang, 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 bang.
Oh, come on. Oh, nuts. Oh, humiliation. Yes.
Oh, pulled it out of the bag. Top bins.
There we go.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, you like that?
I like that, yeah. I'll have that.
Yeah, listen.
Sorry, nobody noticed.
No one noticed. See that? Coins dropped from pickpocketing.
Do you
oh no! Oh no, I instantly regret this. No, I didn't. Yes! Crazy skills, and I'm gonna eat some steam buns.
Do you have a skill tree, or...
Yeah.
Or...
You're sort of learning these fighting arts.
Right.
Some pretty, like... Wikipedia entries on the history of Taiwan. For those that want. Here we go. Right. Yeah, give him a good old cosh. Oh god, I'm so sorry. Oh god.
It's alright, again, nobody noticed. But
Just... You know, that's fine.
it's alright, look,
I'm
let's
still getting my head around the movement of it.
focus on how much you're really beating up, just showing up those guards.
Yeah. Again,
So
I'm sure the infamously forgiving internet won't mind.
So when you disarm them with the Y button, with the Y button, sometimes I spotted Y will show up again. What is that?
Oh, I don't know.
You can't.
That might just me. I haven't.
Or maybe it just means you haven't disarmed them. But I thought I saw it on that last guard. If you press Y on him, yes, he says Y again.
Oh, I think it's just like a stun.
Okay.
I want his gun. I want his gun.
I wonder if the real Tien Ding used guns all that much.
I don't know. Or indeed his scarf to fling people around. Okay,
that's
that
a
was a
big
really
boy.
bad time to eat some health.
That's a big boy.
Yeah, but he'll
Oh yeah.
biff him up. Yeah. We'll get the big magic crate. I don't know if this is going to be like a game where you can return to areas to like explore them and collect collectibles later. Kind of has a bit of that energy to it with the sort of the open map screen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank God. And I've refreshed all my steam buns.
Oh. Handy.
Yeah. Give me a good old bash with the stick. See if we can get a few more of these powers.
How were you meant to avoid that?
Yeah. Tricky. Yeah, we'll bash it up. But you can see a version of this where it's played by someone a bit more competent, where it all looks super slashy and it's all strung together. Oh!
Oh. Can you deflect them, I wonder?
Ooh.
As it is, though, you know, I think it looks good.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, I picked up a... That's the only problem. Some of the enemies have got weapons you don't particularly want, like this rock guy.
okay.
Well, actually, that's okay. Maybe I spoke too soon on the rock lobbing.
My favourite B-52 song, Rock Lobber.
It's good.
Thank you.
So, references people like. I'd be very annoyed if I had my special pointy stick and then a man came
And just
took it off me with a scarf
It would be. Oh yeah,
and then
Soul
used it on
Destroy.
me.
Yeah. Oh, good work.
Oh,
That was tricky.
that was clumsy. That was me being impatient. Oh,
no.
my word. So it worked out. Oh, good. That's it. Mess him up with his own axe that he spent all his money on.
Back to Maplins for you.
Oh,
If Maplins still axe, I feel
I
like an axe. You get an axe in a Maplins. But anyway, yes, this is the Legend of Tien Ding.
Yep.
It looks good, Matthew.
It's great. It's nice. Honestly, it's. I'm just feeling the pressure of the camera, which is why my combat skills are a little wonky. But it's. I like that it's got the platforming element to it. I like that the powers are.
Oh, see, now you're getting into it just as it's ending.
Yeah. It's there's a lot going on, like right from the off, which I like. I like the style. You know, I'm kind of intrigued by a setting we don't see very often, so I'm kind of, definitely intrigued to see more. I'm just sorry we didn't get to Piggy Yang.
But yeah, if you want to get to Piggy Yang, go download the demo. But yeah, The Legend of Tian Ding. It's good. Welcome back to Indies Uncovered. I'm still Colin Mahern.
I'm still Matthew Castle.
Correct, yeah.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure.
Present and correct.
We are Rock Paper Shotgun. This is Indies Uncovered. We are playing some independent video games. And the next one I want to show you is Tower Princess, which is made by only a 3-person team.
Is it Tower Princess or Tower Princess I've Come For You?
I don't know.
Well, either way, I've said them both out loud, so I feel like we're covered on that.
Yeah. Look, let's get into it. And I'll kind of give you a bit of a gist of what the game is. So this is Tower Princess. You are neither a tower nor a princess. You're this knight with a gun. And they're not afraid to shoot it either. So this is your little hub area.
Yeah.
That you can have a little look around. You can kind of mess up the place if you like. Now there are benefits to doing that as well, because you might get a health potion out of something. Because the hook with this is it is a 3D action platformer roguelite.
Okay.
So you need to go in and save a princess and kind of get as far into the castle as you possibly can.
Oh, is that why it says next above the door? It's like the next competitor.
Yes. I don't know if you can... People at home... There you go, you can see it there. And when you... So after doing the tutorial, there's a princess over here. You talk to her. She's like, yeah, I've come to rescue you. And then... You get her
so now you've got her as like your companion, and you can use her powers to help.
Exactly, yeah. Because
Okay.
she does indeed have powers. Now, when I was playing it, I don't know if we'll get this far in this, but I also saved a vampire prince.
Oh, okay.
Who had different powers. So, and also when you save any of these prince or princesses, you get tokens.
Yeah.
Which you can. Sorry for messing up your shop there, pal. You can use with this shopkeeper.
Oh, okay.
So now the only thing I have the only thing available to me at the minute, is a bit more health. So why not? While we're here.
So assuming so if you die, you're back to the beginning.
Yes.
Jobber, but you've got some permanent upgrades.
If you choose this type of knight.
Okay.
Because there is a swordsman knight as well.
Okay.
I'll kind of show you. So it's procedurally generated. Oh, I don't like this one because it's all traps. It's quite difficult, and I don't get to show off the princess's powers. Oh dear, can't see.
You'll do it. You'll be fine.
This floor is murder because spiky spikes.
Oh, you're doing all right.
Stuff.
Oh, you want her teleportation abilities?
Yeah, that's true.
Watch out.
Oh. So let's use the princess's power. There you go. Just lobs a bomb at him. Kind of stunned one of them. At the very least.
I mean, you're very up close and personal for a long-range character.
I'm trying to get away from them.
I'm not judging. I don't want to be a backseat knight.
Oh.
Well, listen, you had a good run.
Well, look, do you know what? I was
doing Babcock.
I was doing that on purpose because I did want to show you this.
Right.
So yeah, that knight Babcock is gone. Get out of here. And now we can choose our next knight. So this is what I was on about when
surely this other guy's got a lot more health going for him.
He starts with a better base health, yeah. And you can see both are level 0, but if you got far enough with one of them, you would level up. that type of knight. You don't level up your entire.
Oh, I see.
So let's try Sir Vigilus Tempest.
Let's do it.
None of these characters have specials or anything like that at this very early stage. Yeah, same thing, just swipey sword. And when you get far enough, like this opens up I think it's a weapons bench.
Okay.
There's something else over there.
Classic hub work.
Yeah. And there's other things in here as well. But yeah,
you're not going to take the princess with you.
God, yeah, that would be handy.
I mean, she helped you a lot last time.
She did, yeah.
Wow.
Come with.
That's kind of interesting. You know, this kind of structure on a kind of more kind of 3D action platformer. Don't see that as often.
No. And there is... So I haven't seen any of... I don't know, I've played maybe an hour-ish of the demo. And I haven't seen much of the dating aspect, right?
There's a dating aspect.
Well, I mean, apparently there is... you save these princes and princesses.
Yeah.
And you can then take them on the perfect date. Just quoting from the website. Now, I don't know if the perfect date is this. You know,
this is my idea of a perfect date.
And
killing a fire imp.
While
my date chucks balls at it.
Perfection is, killing this dragon that is at the end. But so yeah, I don't know if there is any sort of.
I'd be a bit miffed if I was the princess who gets dragged along because you're trying to save a better princess.
Yeah.
Like, what's that all about?
It feels like hedging your bets, doesn't it? Like, you'll
it's like,
do
come
for
along,
a
where
while.
are we going? I'm trying to find an even better date than you.
But you'll do for the time being. So, calm down.
Yeah.
But I quite like the kind of cartoony, fun art style. It's nice, and yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, I always think these things they make or break a little bit on, like the variety of what they kind of cook up in terms of the procedural parts they can kind of slot together.
Yes. Yeah.
But yeah, like I say, it's kind of interesting to see it done in a sort of 3D action game. There's a lot of this in 2D stuff. So it reminds me a bit of like a sort of 3D Rogue Legacy, a little bit.
Yes, big Rogue Legacy vibes. Yeah.
Particularly the little stumpy cartoon knight.
I mean, that Rogue Legacy obviously adored, but no, I didn't mean to talk to you, Princess. Sorry.
Maybe that's the date.
So reveals the princess room on the mini-map. Oh. Because there are these.
Oh dear. It's like a combat arena, or is it a platforming challenge?
I'm not too sure, but
through that door with a big key lock.
I have a feeling I won't be able to go any further because I don't have a key.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll go back. We'll have a look. But yeah, they are. Like, you will see some of the same rooms popping up because it is procedurally generated rather than just kind of total random. It'd be good to. There's a door over here anyway, but I'd like to maybe save the vampire prince.
Yeah, that'd be good. I'd like to see a vampire prince.
Oh, and there's I don't think you've seen any yet, but I want to show you some large green cubes of jelly.
Oh, yes, please. You know, to show me a good time, that's for sure.
They are good. Okay, so they're going to shoot heads from the wall.
Traps. Got to build some traps.
But yeah, and it lives and dies by the...
Oh, there we are.
Oh, let's get out of the goop.
Oh, Jelly Boy.
Now there are... Like, basically, Jelly Daddy is around as well.
Jelly Daddy?
And when you chop...
What's that?
When you chop... It's just basically a bigger version.
Oh, right.
When you chop him up, he will smaller jellies.
Oh,
will
just
come
like a
out.
real daddy. If you chop a real dad up, you get a lot of smaller dads. Everyone knows that.
Where did I come out of? I came out.
We
of
don't
there,
endorse
didn't I?
daddy chopping on Rock Paper Shotgun. I don't know what the wider PAX Digital East stance is, but we definitely are not for daddy chopping.
No daddy chopping, please. Yeah.
I imagine they're down on it too.
Oh no, he wouldn't get out of the way! Oh, that was going quite well as well. That is a little bit upsetting.
Virgilus Tempest.
Oh, may he rest in peace.
Oh, you were having a better run of it in the demos than I was.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of... A little bit of me is kind of okay with it.
Yeah.
You know, justice.
Justice for Castle.
Yeah.
The long-running campaign. Let's go back to the gunman.
Yeah.
The musketeer, Cleophas Antman. Good name. Good solid name.
Ant-Man. Ant-Man. Ant-Man.
Yep.
In relation to the...
To the Marvel superhero?
Probably not. Says the lawyers. Definitely not.
Or to the partner of Declan Donnelly. Who knows? It could be either. But let's take our princess with us again.
Okay. I love these incredibly international audience unread-friendly references. Do America have the Anton deck?
I think, didn't they present American Idol or something? I think they did something. I don't know.
Oh, that's it.
Anyway, right. Different castle this time.
Does the jelly hurt you or just like slow you down?
Do you know what? I'm actually not too sure.
Looks like he's wearing a little yellow wig.
It slows you down. It does, yeah. Little blonde wig.
It reminds me of something, but I can't put my finger on it.
Patsy Kensit?
Hmm.
Or no, Joanna Lumley, sorry, is what I was thinking of. Oh, you having a laugh?
What a disaster run. Let's have a run.
Oh.
How hard can it be? How hard can it be?
Sir D-Rock.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Yep, that's who it is.
Again, this game's really skirting with a lot of copyright stuff. In a quite cute way. By saying, like, it was randomly selected. We had no control over it. I'm sure it works like that.
So right bumper to talk, and then right bumper again to when rescue comes up.
Alright.
And left bumper to use their powers. Click the right stick in to target.
Okay.
X, swipey, A, jump. And
how hard can it be?
Right trigger, dodge.
Oh, we've had this through before.
So yeah, you come across another, or you come across the same room as before.
Yeah, I can just copy all your tricks here.
But when you get far enough, like as has happened to me previously, I've gotten further in this game. You get far enough and you level up. You level up like cartography. If you just kind of go far enough into it, level up your princess power by using her enough. That's from my experience. That's how you do it. Is just use the abilities, and the game will say, all right, you've used that enough.
Oh, I thought that was the princess. She's
similar vibe, yeah.
Similar look. Right, come on. Oh, interact. Oh yeah, we were in here before. You got a dodge, or?
Yeah, right trigger. So you see that little bag, if you press those two, if you press right bumper, now you can use those. If you press up, it's a life potion. If you press left, it's a pinata, I think. Which will, as a pinata, you whack a couple of times and some items come out.
Oh my word. Oh no. Will-o'-the-wisp. Oh, I've got quite a lot of stuff going on.
Green jelly slugs.
There you go, I've got some wisps. That's me dead. That was a good run. So, Dwayne The Rock Johnson R.I.P.
Rest in peace.
You
Sir
lived a
Dwayne.
good life.
Yeah. But
you didn't save the princess.
no, sadly not. Sadly not. But yeah, no. I mean, I think as like I enjoy the art style of it. I don't think, like this type of roguelite isn't overly common. Like as you mentioned a lot of the time, it's either 2D or it's kind of a lot more fast paced. Like this feels like a bit of a throwback. Yeah, and I think it's pretty good.
Seems neat.
So check out the demo if you're interested. Tower Princess. Welcome back to Indies Uncovered. Still Colin Moore and still Matthew Castle. Yes, we've established all that. The next game, the final game of day 2 of Indies Uncovered, is Crowns and Pawns: Kingdom of Deceit. I know you've played this through.
I've played through this, so I thought it would make more sense for you to play the demo. It's a point-and-click game, sort of in the style of Broken Sword. Expect a big inventory, lots of items, lots of weird item combinations, and I thought rather than pretend that I didn't know what was going on, we'd watch you
actually not know what's going on. Good stuff.
You're from Chicago, but you've basically inherited your sort of grandfather's cottage in Lithuania. So you're going over to Lithuania, and one of the kind of sort of selling points of the game, or one of the things they're talking about quite a lot, is how it's going to kind of explore sort of history or legends of bits of Europe that you don't always see in games, like Lithuania.
Yeah,
I will put my hand up and say I don't know a vast amount about the place. But it's, that broken. I think that kind of Broken Sword connection is very kind of, it's sort of grounded in reality, grounded in like a real life universe, but with sort of pulpy thriller aspects and a historical leaning is what I imagine they're going for. This is your grandfather's house.
All right. Well, look. Let's go into the grandfather's house then. Looking for that sweet inheritance. Strange, the door is unlocked.
Yeah. So it also said at the start that the final game's going to have voice acting.
Yes.
But the demo doesn't.
Okay.
I'll resist doing comedy voices. No electricity.
Alright, okay. Well, I did spot a fuse box.
Nice.
On the way into the house. Oh my god.
I like how you've just gone straight for the door, straight for the fuse box. You weren't tempted by that apple over there?
Oh yeah. Alright, I'm going over to the apple then.
I'm a bit, I don't know, do you play a lot of point-and-click games?
Not loads.
Oh, no. I loved them when I was a kid. Like, growing up on Monkey Island, Broken Sword, all that kind of stuff. I'm a bit of a, strip mine everything for every item I can pick up. Like, get it in my inventory.
So, I have keys that I'd imagine would open the fuse box. Excellent.
Wow.
Happy enough with that. Oh, for God's sake. The negatives must be separated by at least 2 others in between.
Yeah.
The positives have to be separated by at least 3 others in between. Adjacent switches can't be the same. Alright. I might, in the interest of time, have to ask for some help, but let's just try first. So negatives must be separated by at least 2. So 1, 2. Positives have to be separated by at least 3. Alright, well, so negative, neutral, neutral. Hold on.
No, because you can't have 2 neutrals next to each other.
Yep. Mother. The negatives must be separated by at least 2 others in between. Hold on, so it'll be neutral.
You're going to run out. You're going to run out, though. I think if you start with a negative or a plus, and maybe work your way from there.
Okay, well, maybe plus. So, you'd be separated by at least 3. So, 1, 2, 3. Plus. Negative.
Yeah.
Neutral. Plus. Negative. That's it, is it?
Nice.
Oh no, it wasn't.
Oh, no. I thought that was a sound of success.
Negatives must have at least
Plus.
2 others in between. Matthew, if you know...
Go. Try negative plus.
Negative plus.
Neutral. Negative. Neutral.
Negative neutral
Plus. That feels right. The warm hum of success.
Thank you.
What, in what world are fuse boxes ever like that?
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Actually, maybe the world
Do
would
a
be more...
puzzle to
Maybe the
turn
world
the
would be more
electricity.
exciting if it was... like... you know... puzzles embedded everywhere.
It might be more exciting. But, oh, Matthew, what's happened here? Footsteps, thuds.
Oh.
Right, somebody's broken into my grandfather's house.
seeing all the things I want to stick in my pockets.
Okay then. So...
Take a look at that pot.
But there's no hand icon, so I can't grab the pot.
Yeah, though sometimes there are things where if you look at them, you pick up items inside them, so it's not always.
So, a lighter. Alright, handy. What else can we... Cupboard we can interact with. What's in there? Some batteries and a bottle of kerosene, alright.
Okay.
We're gonna
yeah, your inventory's filling up.
We're gonna light this puppy on fire. I like it.
Yeah.
She's an agent of chaos, this woman. Right, we'll deal with the tracks in a second. Let's look at the jar. The jam jar, whatever it is. It's red pepper.
Oh, no. Not Grandad's special red pepper.
Poor Grandad.
Grandad's dead, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
You've inherited his house, so... The state of his pepper is the least of his worries.
Fair, yeah. Books, no fiction, architecture, religion. Grandpa sure enjoyed reading. Anything in the bookcase. Okay.
That's an interesting sink.
It is an interesting
It's got
sink.
like a water tank on the sink.
Wooden thing.
Maybe that's a Lithuanian thing.
Maybe, yeah. Right, I think that looks important.
Stick your hand down that crack.
Oh, fingers don't fit in the crack. Okay.
Can you try the door?
Yeah.
There's a secret. I guarantee the. When I saw that paper under that door, I thought that's going to be the old stick the paper, plonk the key out. I've done that in about 5 million point-and-click games, but that isn't what's going on.
That isn't what it is. Okay. Something's blocking it. Alright, hold on. There's a page up here. There's a page we can get.
Oh, nice. Play them bank pages.
They'll obviously become important in a while, but not currently. Right, let's go outside.
Yeah.
See if there's a back door. There is a window, actually. Oh, and that's where the crash came from. Somebody broke the window, for God's sake.
Probably kids. Terrible kids in the neighbourhood.
But you're dead
Is this
right.
a bad neighbourhood? It looks quite a nice neighbourhood.
It does, yeah. Yeah, but you know, it's probably still youngsters getting up to no good. Right, what's in the torn mattress?
Werewolves.
Werewolves in the mattress?
No, it looks like there was a werewolf transformation. You know, in films where there's a werewolf den, it's always like that.
Another blank page.
I don't think that's the vibe of this game, though.
Blank page in the mattress.
Maybe there's a Lithuanian werewolf legend.
Perhaps. Bottle of invisible ink. I remember exchanging secret messages with my granddad when I was little. Okay. Right. And a piece of string.
Oh, yeah.
That might come in handy.
What's that thing on the floor? Next to your left.
A metal detector?
Yeah. So I shouldn't play act that I don't know what it is. So, I wonder
what's that thing?
Yeah.
Your left foot.
A walkie-talkie.
Oh. I wanted to go around collecting stuff. I'm not ready to talk to somebody yet.
Who is this? What? Who is this?
Oh, listen, don't play dumb with me.
Pretend to be from Interpol.
Yes.
Classic.
Put the fear of God into them. You must be a great investor. I don't think they're buying it.
No.
Brilliant. Then be a good pretend cop. No, he didn't buy it. Track down the things that belong to me. And who are you exactly? What are you searching for? How did you know my name? What are you looking for? Don't act stupid. You were saying you came all the way from the USA.
He knows all about you.
He does. He's fall for that. Maybe it's Grandad. I'd send over my social.
That would be a twist.
Just hand over the documents to him. What documents? The blank pages?
Oh yeah.
But I don't have any documents. I think you are not aware of the gravity of this situation.
Miss
I'm
Miller.
not. Oh yes.
Some sack. Come on.
Screw you. Screw you, creepo. That's all you're getting. Who the hell uses a radio these days? Not going to take too kindly to that, I'd imagine.
That's some classic sass.
Right then. There's a big old chest here. Surely something good in that. Okay, if there is, we'll never know about it. What's this?
Don't turn to dust.
An old book.
It's that old. It'll just disintegrate.
Right, toolboxes normally have some good stuff.
Oh yeah.
Old broken garden shears, a nut, and nothing really interesting otherwise.
Let's take a look at the state of your inventory right now, because
it's probably a lot going on.
Oh yeah. Come on.
There is yeah.
That's like catnip to point and click fans. All of that, you're like, I'm going to stick the invisible ink on the metal detector. I could get those shears and maybe chop a battery in half.
Batteries, yeah. That's good. Okay, well, I'll deal with them in a second.
I like that. I'd say this is, from what I played of it, is like more the sensible end of like item puzzling.
Right.
Which I kind of like. It's not too kind of like, stick the cat hair to the comb to make a fake moustache kind of.
Yeah. Now I spotted the oil lamp. Surely would be yes.
Oh yeah.
Which, to your point, makes sense.
Yeah, kind of practical.
Yeah. And my lighter.
Nice.
No. The paper. Let's just burn Granddad's house to the ground and claim the insurance.
You did see some invisible ink.
Could claim the insurance.
It's a bust. It's
okay.
It's a bust.
There's nothing happening. Oh, 3 of 3. So hang on. Okay, I need some pages. All right. Yeah. But I know what I'm up to.
There's one on the table.
Oh, there is. I didn't see it. So I have. That said 3 of 3, and 2 of my pages were worth nothing.
Yeah.
Which implies to me that there
are 2 more.
Yes. Well, 2 including the one I just collected.
Yeah.
Where would Grandad have put a page? In the post box?
Oh, maybe. Maybe. You're a pro.
Where do blank pages go?
In the post box.
Yes! Get in. Alright, let's go in and see what secret message...
I think if you double click, you fast travel.
Oh, I do. I do. Thank you.
That's what I like. I like it when point and click games do that.
So... Let's try and not burn the house to the ground and reveal the secret message that Grandad's left for us. Right, so there's page 1 of... Right, that's nothing. Oh, okay. I thought it was going to reveal...
Yeah. You got to put all the right ones on, haven't you?
So do I need to do
That's
it?
one of
do it in like in reverse.
Maybe.
Stick. That's page 1. Will you stay off for 2 seconds, please?
Yeah.
What's that? That's
3.
3. So am I going like 3, 2? Okay, not that. Not that.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
It's a message from Grandpa.
Oh, it's quite a long message.
He says that you're the last reigning heir. Here's a little poem. P.S. Search the tree hollow in the garden, and I left something important for you.
Alright, well, what are you wasting my time with poems for then, Grandad? Although,
Oh, no.
unless that'll come in...
Maybe.
Come in handy later, but... what does he want me to do? Search the tree hollow. Alright then. I hope we'll get through all of this demo.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll be easy. I'm sure there's nothing in the way.
Off.
Oh. It's Sosnowski's hogweed.
It's some flowers. However will we walk past them? Alright, well that's where my garden shears come into play. Which are broken, yeah. Yeah, I forgot that.
Uh-oh.
Okay, what's around here? Do you know what I haven't used, Matthew? Do you know what I bloody haven't used? It's my metal detector. What could I use that on?
He's on your garden.
Seems like it's the only... I mean, I suppose I could use it on the snow... It has no batteries. Fair enough. Stick the batteries in.
Oh, now you're talking.
Now... see if we can find... Oh, yes. What have we got?
Mark the spot.
X marks the spot.
You ain't got anything to dig with, though.
Off. Right.
Oh.
Oh, look at this!
Yeah.
Nice one.
Classic.
I didn't spot that a while ago. Alright.
I like how dense it is. It's really like... This is one little area. It's got loads of items and loads of puzzles in it. They're going heavy on the puzzling. I mean, they said in the note at the start that there would be, like... There are other areas. So it's not just you. Sort of, like, doing a lot of, like, inventory juggling. If that's... Cause that's the impression the demo gives. Is it's like this very sort of puzzle first. Kind of just you, no talking.
Right, what have we got?
Just a bolt.
Okay.
Oh,
hold on. Hold off. Hold on a second, Matthew. Hold on a second.
Oh, yeah.
Because I just remembered I have a bit of string and my hands were too big for that. But I'd probably have to put something
on it.
On the string.
Oh, yeah. Now you're thinking like a point and clicker. I saw that crack, I saw that string, and I thought straight away, like fishing hook. Something like that. We're making a fishing line here. But out of what?
But out of what? Yeah. Okay, what else do we have around here? Pot. Can't pick up the ladle. There's nothing in the books.
Ooh.
Oh.
It's quite hidden, that.
Oh, it is quite hidden.
But yeah, I mean, straight away you're like, yes, of course.
Alright.
Magnet on a string.
Classic song. Let's go fishing.
It's a nut.
It's a nut.
Oh, great.
Oh. Okay. So we're going bolt, nut. No, shears.
Oh yeah, now we're talking.
Do
I think you don't. I think that nut's just a red herring.
Oh, okay.
It means nothing at all.
Very good. Right. Okay.
Yes.
I think that's everything then. So
I mean, listen, there'll be a new PAX digitally stream in like 10 minutes. So if you didn't like the state of that, well, come on.
I'm gonna try and.
Oh,
What's in the apple tree?
think how long Grandad spent growing all that lovely Sosnowski's hogweed.
What did I get? Some documents. Alright.
And that.
In a wooden box. In the interest of time, Matthew. I think.
Look at the poem.
Granddad's poem.
Grandad's poem.
I have to go back into the house.
You have to go into the oil thing.
Alright, okay. Let's have another look at Granddad's poem. And hopefully be able to do this. Right.
So, some words jump out. Horseman,
crown, tomb,
sing, and king.
Horseman, crown, tomb,
sing, king. If you open the inventory, you can do it from in here, so you don't have to,
so, horseman, crown, tomb, king,
sing, king.
Or sing, king, is it?
Yeah.
Another blank piece of paper. What's that? A message. I don't know much Latin, but the title says The Curse of the Crown.
Dun dun dun.
Huh? An unknown number?
I really hope they don't get you to do the voice acting for this.
I don't take screw you for an answer, don't you? How the hell did you get my number? Who are you?
Who are you?
Who are you? Oh, how'd you get my number?
Oh, he knows many things.
It's just, I mean, yeah, he's not wrong. Do you have what I asked for? Don't owe you anything. Temper with my patience, Miss Milda, and suddenly it ran out. I'll be, oh dear. Alright, well in that case, I don't want to be, can I help with the window?
Oh, nice.
Right.
Get in your car. Get the hell out of there.
Hold on, I'm very nervous. Can I?
I can hold it in.
I don't know.
I wouldn't be able to. I'd be like, oh no.
Yeah, I honestly don't know if I can.
It's a nice place though that you've inherited.
Oh, I mean, yeah. It's a little bit of a fixer-upper there. You can see in the roof and whatever else, but and obviously the window.
The window, yeah.
But oh yeah, definitely.
Ominous. One ominous note to end this demo on.
Follow her discreetly. Ah, right. I like that.
There we go.
That was good. That was good. What was it? Crowns and pawns.
Kings and pawns? Crowns and pawns.
I believe it's crowns and pawns, yes. From Tag, was it?
Tag of Joy, Crowns and Pawns, Kingdom of Deceit. If you've watched that demo, that is the demo that's available. But I enjoyed that
as an adventure game aficionado.
Oh, well, yeah, I like this kind of stuff. I like the sort of real world setting, the sort of broken sword thing. I mean, like I'll basically play any point and click game that there is. So yeah, I'm up for seeing more. Learning a bit of Lithuanian legend.
Yeah, indeed. So that wraps up day 2 of Indies Uncovered. Thank you very much for watching. We will be back again tomorrow to play another 3 indie games and kind of round out this year's Indies Uncovered.
We will see you then.
Yeah, thank you very much for watching. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
race to other habitable planets in space has broken out among the big corporations. In search of limitless growth, they leave Earth exploited and its environment devastated. The voluntary pioneers and colonists are lured to this adventurous journey by the hope of a better life and a new beginning in an untouched world. Only a development strategy that ensures the quality of life for our colonists and protects the planetary ecosystem can have long-lasting success. Your job as a space colony manager is building sustainable civilizations. Do research for renewable energy sources and develop sustainable production lines to avoid destruction and climate collapse. Let us use the second chance to change our way of life and to transform the production of energy and goods in a sustainable way. Achieving a balance between growth and sustainability is the final challenge for every civilization. Imagine Earth Limited, building a better future in space.
Did you know the term war driving, the practice of searching for Wi-Fi wireless networks from a moving vehicle, has apparently been in use since the 1980s, when it was adapted from war dialing, the practice of calling sequential phone numbers to see which one would hit a server. Nobody told me that stealing internet from my local laundromat had a cool name, and I consider you all responsible. And that's a fact about the internet.
If you don't save the Hopper, no one will.
Did you know? The primary syllabaries or character sets on the internet are kamoji and emoji, where kamoji are used to convey complete sentences or phrases. Emoji are intended to be parsed separately and can be integrated with other writing systems. And that's a fact about the internet.
Attention campers. Today's lunch will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
Did you know? The first portable computer was the Osborne, a 24-pound suitcase-sized device. Much less well regarded was the first portable Wi-Fi router. It was called the Godmother and had to be mounted onto the dorsal plate of a Japanese spider crab. And that's a fact about the internet.
This is Labrat.
Good. You have unlocked a new puzzle. Begin the next puzzle. Good work. Here is your achievement.
Your job is to evaluate a puzzle game that is being crafted by this artificial intelligence.
I will now gauge your interest in multiplayer by simulating a multiplayer experience. I am helping. We are doing this together. We are friends. People bond by doing activity.
Oh. Unfortunately, the AI has gained access to more data than we anticipated, and it seems to be generating new games based on whatever it finds.
The place where you live is dark and full of crimes.
What are we going to do? You have nothing on me.
You can support us by wishlisting Labrat on Steam, or by signing up for the closed beta at labrat.study. Thank you.
Did you know? Sometimes people come on the internet just to tell lies. Could you believe someone would do that? Just go onto the internet and tell lies? Well, they do. And that's a fact about the internet.
I decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm gonna give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping into the deep end.
I realized that making games was like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project. Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know.
Making something that people enjoy.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Test. Are we live? I can't tell. It's not picking up my audio. Oh, okay. All right. It's super delayed.
I can hear it back again.
Yeah.
Oh, I can definitely hear it back again.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get going then.
They hear us.
Yeah. Hi, PAX Online. How's it going? Welcome to Hidden Gems, Discovering the Undiscovered of PAX Online. The first time we've ever done this virtually. This is kind of scary. For those of you, I'll introduce our panelists in a second, but just to go over what the panel is like. If you haven't been to a PAX before, this is our 11th time doing this panel. Hidden Gems is about showcasing kind of smaller, overlooked games, usually on a show floor. This time around, virtually. If you haven't been on the PAX online landing page on Steam, there's a bunch of really cool games there you can check out. Some of them have demos that we will show to you, and we'll kind of go over that in a second. But first, let me introduce our table of panelists. I'm just going to point to them how they are relative to me. So to my right here, Victoria Tran, community director over at Innersloth and Among Us. How are you doing, Victoria?
I'm doing good. I am excited to talk about indies.
Yeah. Below me, I have David Lucio, content creator and the host of the David and Steffi show. How are you doing, David?
Yeah, content creator extraordinaire. I mean,
Yeah.
you cannot like lower my tag.
That's true.
Just
That's
like
true.
because we're like.
I did say that.
Yeah. We're happy to be here and it's a pleasure.
Happy to have you. And last but not least, Felix Kramer, producer at
What's up?
Polytron. I'm pointing in the wrong direction. And doing just a bunch of stuff, Blaseball, bunch of other games. How's it going?
Yeah.
Felix?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good. Doing good. It's a nice Friday afternoon where I am. I don't know where everybody else is. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's all Friday. It's Friday morning for some people, Friday afternoon for others.
Yeah, wake up, Victoria.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, God. Struggles.
So how this would normally work in a physical PAX is that we would recommend games to you. You would go onto the show floor, you would check them out, and be like, hey, these are cool games. I'll keep these in mind when I want to go buy them or wish list them on Steam or whatever. But this time around, it's all virtual. Everything is online, hence the name PAX Online. And we were mostly trying to scope out things that weren't out yet or like had demos that we could check out. We kind of ran into a little bit of trouble with that. I know, Felix, you kind of wanted to talk about, like, even if a game doesn't have a demo, it's still important to check out.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Demos take up a lot of our time as developers. They're very difficult to put out there into the world if they're not ready. They feel like you might do yourself a disservice, and so I want to be sensitive to that. I know some of the games that caught our eye don't have demos, but they can benefit from your wish lists, and we're going to include Steam links. I don't actually know if we're going to, but I encourage you to look them up on Steam because we found them there, and if you're interested in them, throw them on your wish list because that goes a really long way for an indie. Really, really long way.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Well, without any further ado, you wanna get into some games? Want to look at some games?
Let's do it.
All right.
Please do.
Awesome.
Who's first?
So I traditionally go with the first game, so no one else feels stressed out about showcasing something. So this game, Felix, is a game that you actually showcased on your very first Hidden Gems panel. It was like years ago. It was like 2018 or something. That only, I think, relatively recently had a demo put up. Before the PAX Online demos, and it's also in the PAX Online like kind of landing page. But this is Death Trash. Let me go ahead and change the name, so it doesn't say Game 1 here anymore. But yeah, Death Trash is kind of like this very, I mean, it's easy to say Fallout inspired game or like original, like Fallout 1 and 2 inspired game. But kind of, real time, I think is like kind of like one of the big differences here, right? But also it has this very, you can kind of see it here in the bleeding eye giant dude, is that it has a much grimmer kind of world weariness to it. Very biopunk as opposed to like Fallout's retrofuturism. A lot of like kind of like gross body humor where it's like earlier in this video it was showing like the character was like vomiting and then using the barf to like fuel this machine because the machine needs like bio genetic material to do stuff. And yeah, I played it a little while ago and thought it was really good, and I really liked the writing in it. Felix, I don't know if you had any other thoughts to add to that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the RPG stuff ended up progressing. I remember the thing I found really interesting about this one is that there were ways to increase your character skills that weren't just based on like weapons or attack. They were based on emotional aspects as well, and a little bit of interesting character growth in addition to the standard RPG sort of stuff. So I'm not sure. I don't know if that made it in. Played this demo, but I'm super curious to see where he goes with that, because I think this developer has a lot to say about the different nuances to character growth in a game like this that is, like you say, mostly that grotesque. Grotesque is really beautiful. I know a lot of people don't, but I find grotesque things very enticing and can be quite beautiful in their own way. Maybe small doses game, maybe a game you play in shorter bursts, just so that you're not dreaming about this stuff at night, because I can imagine it like sort of seeping into my brain over time. But I am very excited to see sort of the dialogue choices and how they affect different aspects of this game in general. It looks hard as heck.
Yeah, no, yeah, I ran into that. Like the difficulty has that very traditional like CRPG level of difficulty where it's like it's unforgiving. Like you'll take like 3 hits and you're dead, and so quick save, quick load's your friend.
Yeah, a lot of that.
Yeah.
It also reminded me a little to like Grindhouse movies and like Total Recall and all that stuff.
Sure, yeah,
Like, it has a lot of that vibe, and I really like that about it.
Totally.
Yeah,
love that whole genre, and again that has that grotesque, those moments of just like pushing the body horror of it a little bit, and it may not be like the highest tension moment. It's not like someone's gonna die, but it's still like using all those grotesque body horror moments to push something forward. I love that. I think that's, oh boy, gross. Love
it's
it.
also like really campy too, and I love.
Yeah, exactly, in a
Right.
campy way. Yeah, exactly.
Like one of the first characters
mentioned...
you meet. One of the first characters you meet in the game is when you exit like kind of like this initial starting area, tutorial area, is this guy who's just a nudist. He's just and because they're like pixel art, it's like it's not. It's just like, oh, it's just guy's totally flesh tone. And then like the first thing he says to you is like, hey, you want to see this dance I made? And then he just does this very like limited frame animation where he just kind of moves his arms back and forth. So yeah, it's got a lot of levity to counterbalance the grossness it has.
Hey Dylan, in the chat,
I've been seeing the trailer eating like the puke, and I'm like, oh my god.
Well, they say,
hey Dylan, in the chat, they're saying that your volume is a little bit too quiet compared to the rest of us.
Okay, I'll turn myself up a little bit.
That's it.
All right.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. You're good.
No, you're good.
All right, let's move on. All right, David, I think this is a game you chose, Jack Move. Tell us about Jack Move.
I mean, I met this game in last year's PAX. It was one of my pick of the floor. Like, I really enjoyed it. It has this like very anime cyberpunk JRPG inspirations, and it mixes them really well. It also has like the way you actually fight. It's a turn-based, like old school JRPG game, but it's a single player member. It's a single party member, so it's like a different. It's very different the way you have to strategize each fight, and it also has not only has the attack button and all that stuff, but it also has these like buffs you can install on yourself, and each time you level up you get more spaces of RAM, so you can actually add stuff up. It's really interesting, and the way you have like the turns up on the upper corner, it actually works out. It reminds me a lot of like Bravely Default, because you actually have to take in you have to take in mind like everybody's position in the fight. And when you're traveling the map, there's something I really like. I like one of the things I don't really enjoy about like old school JRPGs is the random encounters. And the way this game works with that is that it has like a danger meter on your upper right side corner. What it tells you like how far away or close you are to danger. So you kind of play around that to see if you want or not to go into a battle. And the art style is really cool. It reminded me of like if you could make it like a Kira game, because the pixel art is really dense, like it's not vacant. Like if you can see like what they're playing right now, there's a lot of density in the animations. Like I really like it, and it's really clean too.
Yeah, it looks really good. Anyone else get a chance to try this or have anything else to say about it?
No, I'm gonna try it right away though. This is right up my alley. I love this, and I think the battles are so beautiful too. It's got that. You're right. The animations are so dense in such a beautiful but a still loose way. I think that that was a perfect example right there of how it stays super loose and has its own style. Is able to play with it quite a bit. That's really really cool.
Yeah,
Wow.
The boss fights are super fun.
Yeah, cool.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to play this.
Yeah.
All right, Button City, Victoria.
Yes. So I remember, I think is like I took this before like both Dylan and Felix claim it as their own game to talk about. Button City is basically like just this adorable narrative adventure. There's like I think from the Steam page I saw there were a bunch of mini games. I played this one, which is like a little fun combat game. And it's basically about like creating like this like band of like friends and then going around the town, and you can see it has like an interesting like diorama sort of format with like how you travel around. And I think the thing that really caught my eye about it was that I wasn't sure how it would play out narratively, but like the characters have so much personality to them, and the humor in it is really cute. I don't know, it brought so much joy to my life like playing this demo. And then music, I thought I really liked it.
Yeah.
And it's about like saving an arcade in your town, which I wish North America had like more arcades, honestly.
Yeah. I didn't know Button City was the name of the arcade. I thought Button City was like the town, and then it had the Button City arcade, but Button City is the arcade, the name of the arcade in the game.
Yes.
Which is really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's coming up to all platforms? I didn't actually know that.
Yeah, it's ambitious. Yeah, this team is nice and small and they're really lovely, and I'm so excited that this is finally coming out. And I think a lot of people have seen the art around, or if you've watched Wholesome Games, you probably noticed or recognize it. But what a feat! I want little figurines of each of these characters so bad.
Yes, I just the style of it and like the colors. I'm like,
keep the low poly,
candy.
like keep it nice and it's so good. Yeah, I'm very very excited for it.
Yeah, the 3D artist on this game, Valentina Hawes, she's local to here, to Richmond, Virginia. So I've been seeing a lot of Button City over time. But yeah, it's really cool. Like I mean, like you said, Victoria, like the demo has like this kind of narrative component where you're like building a squad to like play this like multiplayer. It's almost like it's like one of those giant ones, almost like a Killer Queen, where it's like 4v4 with 2 different screens. It's like you have to build a squad to like go against the reigning champs. And like depending on who you pick in the arcade, determines like how well you'll do. And like some people don't want to play with other people, and it's really good.
I also love games that have like a lot of mini games, and these like looks like mini game galore, and I'm all
That's what it is. Yeah, exactly. It's some good stuff.
Yeah. All right. Lost my mouse. Where's my mouse? There it is. Okay. Felix, I believe this is one you chose, right?
Yeah. Okay, so this is one of the ones that doesn't have a demo, sadly, but I still think it's worth checking out. The trailer is beautiful, and the game itself looks like it's going to be a lot of really chill. Okay, so like I love things like Death Trash and things like any of the CRPG difficult games.
And this is just like that,
I'm a big
right?
Bloodborne fan. Also, yeah, it's like that. I also really love a chill time. I love a time that immerses me in something that makes me, at the end of the day, feel like I had a little bit of magic in my life. Maybe I was, it was a little easier on my eyes. I'm not tired after I play. And I think WoW has the quality of both of those things. Like, it looks like it has a little bit of fun challenge and gets my brain going, but also it's going to be absolutely stunning and a little bit of a calmer experience. So, I've seen a lot of games try the very painterly, very sort of hand-drawn background and character combo, and I think this one, from what I've seen, is really marrying the two of those in a way that doesn't make it too stark a difference. Like, a lot of the time you get a very sharp difference between you and the character and where you're moving versus your background, and that's a very normal constraint that a lot of different game engines have, etc. And we're getting to a point now where it's becoming a little more seamless, and this really, to me, makes it look like they've married 3D and 2D in such a natural way. Like, it really is looking stunning. So I'm very excited. I don't know much about it beyond what they've written on their Steam page and what I've been able to look at, but you're definitely experiencing the world through Hoa, and it's puzzle platforming, etc. So I'm not sure. The other part about it that I'm really curious about and excited about is it has a fully orchestrated soundtrack.
Oh, wow.
I'm a sucker for that. That plus this art, I think no matter what, is going to feel like a journey, right? I think it's going to bring a lot of magic to the game. So I think, I'm curious. I'm very, very curious about this one.
Yeah.
We'll see.
It definitely seems like one to keep an eye out for.
It also like on the nose, like Ghibli-esque, like
Yeah,
unapologetically
absolutely.
Ghibli-esque.
And I think
also-
that's, yeah, go ahead.
No. That it reminds me also a little bit to Child of Light, like to the way it just feels calm. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's funny, I remember looking, I remember when Ori came out, and I was like, all right, this is gonna be my game, and then I played it, and within like 20 minutes, I was like, sweating, and like so stressed, and just like, okay, and it's like so precision, and I do love that. Like, I stuck with it and finished it, but I think maybe this is gonna offer me that little bit of, like, I loved Kirby's Epic Yarn. I thought, like, and Yoshi's Woolly World and those games, and I thought that they gave me, like, honestly, if I just wanted to be really sleepy and have, a glass of wine and play a game, there were no consequences to that. I'm not going to mention other substances that are legal in Canada and not elsewhere, but that's sort of where I sit with this kind of game.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about.
Yeah.
I have
don't know anything.
no idea.
So-
Yeah, nothing.
It's
Yeah.
legal in Virginia, but yeah, I'm not going to talk about it.
Well, I'm not going to mention it. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. All right, so this is a game that I found. I'm sorry, I don't know the proper pronunciation. I don't know if it's Hack or Hawk, but it's Haak. Now this game is the devs are based out of China, which is really interesting because when you boot up the game, the language defaults to simplified Chinese, and I had to kind of hold up my phone with Google Translate, like the auto visual translate, to like, all right, which one's the settings option? All right, where's the language setting? But it is a very tonally interesting, impressive kind of Metroidvania style game, which was interesting because while I was playing it, I realized like, I have not actually played a lot of Metroidvanias in my life. Like, I have not played like what people would consider like the echelon, like the high watermarks of the series. Like, never really played a Metroid, never really played a Castlevania. So in a lot of the things in this game that are probably like very standard fare for that genre, I'm just like, oh, this is cool. This is doing something new and interesting. Whereas someone like probably more familiar would be like, I've seen this. I have played Ori. I've played a little bit of Ori. And you can kind of see a little bit of the inspiration there, where it's like these little things that you kind of lasso or grapple hook onto and shoot yourself forward. Ori obviously has locomotion, kind of like that. But what's really interesting is kind of like the both the world and the art style they use to say that to kind of show that world. It's very, neo noir kind of inspired, like a lot of like neon lights, or like dimly lit neon lights, like on the backdrop of like a rainy night. And it's kind of it really sets a mood and a tone that I find, y'all were talking about kind of games that are pleasing because they're very like charming and good, and I find like kind of this mood, this set dressing that sets a certain mood, also very kind of like, oh, okay, like I can see the place they want me to be in, and I find that really interesting, and that combination of the standard kind of exploration and running and jumping and platforming kind of stuff, kind of makes something interesting here. And I also think like they do some really like fascinating art stuff, like even all the UI with its like kind of aliens-esque, like retro futuristic, like phosphorescent glowing screens and stuff. Like I feel like it's totally solidly built. Like they've thought of like how this entire world should look and have kind of put that on display.
And I also love how so many of these games are really hard to like pinpoint style wise, because we're getting to see like so many like points of view from developers from countries like China and stuff.
Yeah.
So like there's even like some nuances to the animation that's really different to like a Guacamole or even Ori. Like the battle animations are amazing, and I've never seen like that type of fluidity on this art style. You know what I mean?
Right.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
All right.
That looks awesome.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Is that one coming out? Is that one's not out yet? Is there a demo for this one?
Yeah, yep. There's a demo. Yeah. I think there's a demo for all the ones so far except for yours, Felix.
Okay, great. Thanks. Perfect.
But yeah.
Okay, so yeah, this is No Place for Bravery. I actually first heard of this game because it's developed by a developer called Glitch in Brazil. So I'm always looking for like small gems from Latin America, and this is amazing. It's like a Sekiro 2D type of game. It's like a Souls-like, but it's way more forgiving. The demo is really good. It has a great length, so if you want to try it out, go ahead. I say it's like Sekiro because it has like all the basics, like the stamina bar, heavy attack, dash, block, all that stuff. But then the counter window is way more forgiving. So it's better for me. Like I hate when the counter window is like so small that it's just frustrating. This game has like a perfect balance on the way you fight. It also has very forgiving checkpoint loops. So you don't have to like go way back to like start a level again. I love the art style. Again, I think that having a point of view from someone from Brazil, and like pixel art is like amazing, because the way the character pops is quite different from some of the pixel art games we tend to see. It also like what I also like about this game is that it has all of the difficulty settings you might need, like every game should. It even has like a story mode where you're just gonna just like go around and have the story, because it tells a story up. It's like it goes into themes like parenthood and legacy, and it has like really cool themes, because it's all based in real stories, like from legends and stuff like that. I don't know, like, and it plays really good. It's really, really, really fucking good. I swear already.
Sorry.
This is a really good trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah. This trailer's
like mesmerized.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an excellent trailer. It also, I love to hear that it's based on legend and lore and tradition, because those kinds of themes always do have a core. They do have something really important to say. They are culturally important. Like, there's a reason that they've been passed down in culture, right? Because they teach us things. And I think that's something that video games sometimes pull from but don't embrace as much. And I love to hear this is embracing it, and obviously pulling from real life stuff. So I think that's I love to see it.
Yeah.
What a beautiful world too. My goodness.
Yeah. I mean, it's and the character design is really cool. Like you start off the game, at least the demo, with his daughter, and then you have like this foster child that's like on his back, and the animations are really, 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 really good. It also had like a morality system where you actually take choices eventually throughout the story. So I don't know if it actually changes the story itself, but I do know it has a morality system that plays really cool too.
Awesome.
That's another mirror to Sekiro as well. Just the idea that you might be changing things. You might be changing yourself, the world around you as well, but like it's sort of your through it. May not change the actual story of the game, but it definitely changes the way you experience it in a meaningful way. So that's pretty cool.
And at least in the controller, it feels really good. Like the way you just tap to switch weapons, it's really fluid and it's really responsive. And then like when you do the counters, when you actually time a real counter, the animation for that is so pleasing. Like it's so satisfactory.
It's a reward. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
And it has this like finishers, like very Mortal Kombat style. When you basically down an enemy, it has like a pointer on top of it where you can go in and you finish it, and it's really satisfying too. It's really gory too.
Oh, is it? I couldn't tell.
I couldn't tell.
What?
Oh yeah, no. All of that's blood.
Oh.
That is juice. That's juice.
Everyone's spilling their juice.
Yeah.
No, it's blood. It's blood.
Don't spill the juice. It's human juice.
Human juice. Oh, that's true.
Human juice.
We are just big juice boxes.
Oh no, I don't like that.
Oh yes, it is. Is it Christ Tales? Chris Tales?
I was gonna ask you.
I don't know.
I say Chris Tales.
I say Chris Tales.
I say Christ Tales, but maybe it's Chris Tales. Like let me tell you, I gasped at how beautiful this game was. Like I was playing it, and like the first thing I thought, I was like, I don't understand how gorgeous like they made everything. Like okay, but as the game said, it's basically I think it describes itself as a JRPG, like with a twist, or like a love letter to classic JRPGs. But basically, it has this turn-based combat system, and there's so many layers to this, and I could talk about it forever. But basically, it's like there's time-based combat, so like you can do like better hits, and like it kind of gives me Persona vibes in terms of like how they do the UI for the attacks and stuff.
Yeah.
It is gorgeous. And also like the way the time-based attacks work also kind of remind me of Paper Mario, and actually kind of the world, like the style reminds me of Paper Mario, like not only the time-based combat, but also like the way that the art layers itself and the 2D nature of it. It's kind of like this beautiful, like, I don't want to say, I think kind of like a cartoon, but like an animation. And the really like interesting thing about it is that you might see in the trailer, but like there's sort of a triangle in the middle of the screen, and it plays on time mechanics quite a bit. So like right in the middle of the triangle is the present, and that's like where you're traveling around. But you have this ability to see like the past, I think, on the left side of the triangle, and the right side of the triangle is the future. And it allows you to interact with the world and like make different decisions that kind of change it, and you can see directly how it changes like on the screen itself as you're like talking to the characters. I think I had like this tree that I grew, and I could see in the future that it had a fruit, and I could pick that up and create this potion. And the problem was, it's like you can only give the potion to like one person, let's say. So it kind of affects like, oh, like I see, like if I gave it to this one person, they are still appear in the future, but someone else doesn't appear in the future, which is really interesting. And the time-based mechanics also play into the battle system, in that like on the left side, like if there's a monster, like there's left, right, forward, and on the left side, like if a monster is like on the place where they're past, they're a little bit weaker because they're younger. But then if they're on the right side, they're tougher because they're aged and they're like battle heavy and they're ready to fight you. I could talk about this game forever. It was so cool playing this demo. Highly recommend.
So something interesting about this game that I found out today, I think Kotaku published an article about how so the devs are Colombian, and a lot of the architecture is actually like Colombian landmarks. That they
from Colombia, like the country I'm from, and I just found out.
Yeah.
So you couldn't tell me this before the panel, so I didn't make a fool out of myself.
Tell you now.
We all have to play it.
Yeah, if the trailer cycles back again, but there is like a picture of like a cathedral
No
or something
way.
that is like a very famous piece of architecture that they just kind of like adapted it.
Now I have,
like
and
these.
I understand it comes out like in a week or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it comes out like in 4 days, I think. Actually, July
Yes.
20th.
I want the frog.
It's so good. Oh yeah, and there's a frog. You have like a little frog companion
He was
that can
so
also jump through time. Oh, the game.
What's the name of the
blew my
developer?
Mind.
Modus, it looks like, or is Dreams Incorporated the one?
I think Modus is the publisher.
I think they're the
Okay.
publisher.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I
Dreams-
think Dreams is the.
Incorporated.
Dreams Uncorporated and Sick, SYCK.
I have to find out about these Colombian devs that I just realized are Colombian.
Look, we're all
very
learning
cool.
something. Yeah, so this
It's so cool.
cathedral here, I believe, is like one of
David.
the Colombian landmarks.
No.
Yeah, I mean, we do have a lot of churches like that, so it doesn't feel far off.
Could be anything.
Like, yep.
Could be any of them. All right, let's move
Yeah.
on. All right, Felix, tell me about this game, Dice Legacy.
All right. So I like dice games. I like dice games. I like games in which you're rolling on screen rather than off screen. I like when systems are surfaced. I like when I get to see the roll. It gives me any sense of control, even if I don't have it. I love that. Thank you for lying to me, video games, and still putting things in the hands of chance. But I also really like the idea of a dice as a resource, right? I really like the idea of building systems and then having, dice slots that you can put, say, I only have 6 dice, but I'm going to dedicate 2 to this and 1 to that. And I'm going to roll to see whether I, win on this thing. There's lots of games out there like that. A lot of them are board games and not digital games, right? They're not video games. This one in particular is a video game, and while I don't know, again, it doesn't have a demo, I'm very sorry. While I don't know much about it, I do know that it takes place for some reason on a ring world, which is it's like marrying 2 things that I love: board games that have dice mechanics and like Larry Niven's Ring World series from the 60s and 70s. And I have no clue why it is important, but I do know that the all the trailers and the text, the copy text and stuff like that definitely hints at there being something more to the world because of this ring world. There being a little bit of a sinister twist, maybe something that happens, something that you're going to be up against eventually. So you're not it's not only building and using resources and cultivating as you're moving around this world.
You aren't
you're
simply
also
creating a civilization. You aren't just
not
like
simply
building
yeah,
a whole
just,
world.
I hate the word just. Yeah, you're
In
not
a ring
only doing
world.
that. You may be doing it also at the end in a culmination to actually battle something or maybe to protect something, right? You may have to defend it at some point. There are also other reasons to fight, but that one in particular, that hook of like, why am I on a ring world in the middle of space? Why am I, cultivating this in particular? Why am I here even? And of course you can see all these skill trees and stuff. That's my jam. I love a menu within a menu within a menu. I'm really hoping for lots of those because I'm very weird and love spreadsheets. So any game that is just about spreadsheets, I am all about. I love that stuff. It's almost like I like to produce as a hobby as well as, I'm sorry, yeah. But it's weird. It's weird that I'm super into it. Yeah, and I think that on top of that, the level of detail that you can get, the fidelity seems to be both quite large. You can bird's eye view it, and you can get quite granular and zoom in. And I think that's also going to be really interesting for me, a person that likes to micromanage in my video games, because I don't like micromanaging people outside of that, because it's not nice to do. But it's very safe to do in a video game. They need you. They need you, and they want you.
They do. Desperately, they need
desperate. Yeah, they're desperate for you to do it.
Desperate for
yeah, So again, I'm sorry there's no demo. This one does look like it's going to be coming out this year as well. But I am very, very curious about it.
It's funny that you mentioned Ring World because I'm not familiar with like that property or anything. So you're like, yeah, it's like a Ring World. I was like, oh, like a Halo, and you're like, yeah, Dylan, like a Halo.
Like a Halo. No, and that's okay. That's a great point of reference for not everyone's going to go and read 1970 science fiction. Like, don't. But that's where because I'm ancient, and that's where I was introduced to this concept. And then when Halo came out, I got really excited about the idea that there was a video game that was also based on the same concept. And I think Halo killed it. I think Halo did a great job of taking a concept that was extremely famous and popular in the 70s, won Nebula Awards and that kind of thing. Very, very, very formative in science fiction, and making it into something so so popularized with a generation that probably would never even touch that media. I love that. Kudos to them for sure.
Cool.
I also love the lighting effects. Like when you move
Right?
up or down in the ring, it's really
Yeah.
good.
And it looks like you're gonna have different perspective according to the curve. So if you're zooming out, the curve changes, right? So that you
Okay.
get that sort of. I think I think that's really beautiful. I'm really curious about
That's
it.
really cool.
Yeah, it comes out not this year, so not very very far.
Cool.
For a second, I was like, oh, I don't know what date form that's in, so I can't tell if it's September 9th or September 9th. But here we are.
Who
Hey, Dylan, was this also a Colombian developer I didn't know about?
Nice.
Everyone is
You know,
a
I
Colombian developer.
admittedly didn't
Colombian,
look to see where they're from. I really should have. I feel bad. I'll take a look, but yeah, it looks beautiful. Really,
Cool.
truly.
Oh, it has water? No way.
It's got whole like oceans in the. It doesn't. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but it
Right.
seems very
World
cool.
is
Like I'm curious how
I love it.
how expansionism works in a game like this, where it's like very
Right.
vertical, linear. Because you can only go like it's all depth. Like
Forward.
there's no breadth. Yeah.
Like maybe it
I'm
gets
super
wider.
curious. And there's
that'd be weird.
seasons. There's seasons too.
seasons.
So yeah, so it's like I noticed in the trailer it said at some point summer begins. So how do seasons work on a ring? I don't know. There's so many questions I have, which is part of the reason that I'm so curious. But
So many questions. Well, here's a question.
look at that. Yeah,
What's our next game, David?
great question.
Tell us about this one.
Tunche. Or Tunchi. I don't know how I'm guessing it's Tunche because it's from a Peruvian developer. I know this one. Yeah, they're from Peru. They're a really small dev, but they're really charismatic. I've seen a couple of interviews of them, and the animation is amazing. It's basically a 2D beat 'em up. It's really charming. Like I love the art style and the fluidity of the animation. The boss fights are really good. I tried it out in PAX last year, and it definitely feels a lot better. Like when I tried it back then, it felt a little clunky, but now it's really, really out there. What else can I say about Tunchi? Okay, yeah, it's all based in the Amazonian jungle. So it also bases a lot of its art style and character design on local folklore and Peruvian legends. So I'm really looking forward to that. It's coming to Switch, I believe. I think it's coming to everything. And you basically can play co-op up to 3 players, so that's really cool. It gets a little frenetic when there's 3 players in the screen, but it actually plays well. And the difficulty adapts to how many players are playing with you. And one of the characters, it's actually from the Hat in Time franchise, the little girl from Hat in Time.
Okay.
I think there's like a collaboration between the two studios or something for their Switch release. But I don't know. I'm just hyped about seeing like a Peruvian themed styled folklore beat 'em up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Look at those frogos.
Yeah.
I love
It has a lot of
frogs.
inspiration.
The
It has a lot of
dolphin.
inspiration from like DMC. So like if you see like the way the combos work, it actually builds up your grade just like DMC, like A, B, C, D or whatever.
Right.
But the cool thing about this one is that if you see on the upper left screen, it actually is building up with your combos and it fills out the letter. So you kind of have like a good idea of what you're doing instead of just getting a grade at the end. So I found that really cool too.
I love that concept. I love it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you can, and I presume it goes like once you fill up a C, it turns into a B, and then you're filling up a B. Yeah, great. Very cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they like?
I do really love. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I love beat 'em up games, and I think like one of the things is like usually you see like beat 'em up games and like themes that are like very futuristic or it's like a modern city. So just seeing it in like based in like I think you said the Amazon, it's so cool. I love like the little designs and like the how they're gonna like draw inspiration from like as you said like the mythologies and also just the area. It'll be really cool.
Amazon is full of terrifying things. So I'm
Yes.
taking this as all fact. This is all fact to me. That dolphin,
Yeah.
real, in my opinion.
It is. I think there is like a pink dolphin in the Amazon that kind of looks terrifying.
Yeah.
Dolphins are a little bit terrifying.
Yeah,
I
on
think.
their
No, the
own,
thing
they're
is
kind of
that,
scary.
Peruvian culture is like so good. Like it's so nice and it's so colorful and it has like I love seeing games coming from Brazil and Peru because there's just points of views that haven't actually been on the gaming industry, and especially something like this that is like just unforgivingly Peruvian. Like it's on the Amazon jungle. We're
I love it.
drawing from folklore. I also like some of not the animation, but like the tone reminds me of Ferngully. Do you remember Ferngully? Like I
Yeah.
love that movie.
Ferngully is amazing. Yeah.
It's like it's a movie of this. I'm guessing
Victoria,
American
I'm
guy.
the most excited I've ever been. Are you telling me
Yeah.
you don't know what Ferngully is? I've
Oh,
never
you're
been more
gonna
excited in
love
my
it.
entire life.
We can't go down this rabbit hole. But we have to move on.
I will move on. But I am so excited. I am so pumped. Yes.
Okay, watch
Great.
party.
Watch party.
All right, Victoria.
Um,
to distract
yes,
from your
okay.
lack of knowledge of Ferngully.
Yes.
Tell us about
I
this
have a
game.
game instead. So Peglin is like the game I played that I wasn't expecting to just love so passionately as I love now. So I love games that do interesting things with like genres and like genre mashing, and this game like hits all of that. It's just like, oh, it's perfect. It's basically a mix between, I guess, Peggle or like I don't know what those is, it Pachinko,
Pachinko,
I guess. Yeah, pachinko, and rogue and like kind of like roguelike combat and stuff. So it's like you go through the tree, but like if you die in one, then you have to like start all over the beginning. And like at the end of it, there's like different power-ups you can get, different like little orbs that do have different effects. There's like criticals, and the R means like it resets the board, and basically every time you hit like a little peg, it counts as an attack towards the monsters, and there can be like multiple monsters on the screen, and you have to kind of time it perfectly so that like you hit the monster in front so it doesn't like kill you and whatever. This so fun. I was playing this demo the most. Like I would play a demo for this panel and then go back to Peglin to play it again because I was getting addicted to it, and it was pretty difficult. Like I think I was playing until like almost midnight last night trying to defeat the boss, and I finally did it. I love this game.
It looks
what
rad.
I'm saying. It is super rad. And there's different power-ups, different like relics. And it is basically like a pachinko roguelike, and I love it so much.
What's that game?
It looks addictive.
No.
Is it 1 million, 10 million, or isn't there a game like that mobile game that was like also like this? It was like a puzzle on one side, and then it was like an infinite runner or something. Am I not? Okay, never mind. It's very reminiscent where like the view is kind of split, where it's like, you know, you have your roguelike at the top and then the puzzle game beneath it.
Yeah, you're right, and I can't remember the name right now, but you're 100% correct.
Yeah.
10,000 something.
I think it's 10 million. It's the
I
guy that
think
made
it's
you
10
must,
million. I
you
think
must
you're
build a boat. It's
I'm gonna say 100,000, and that way we're just.
Okay, we're gonna
talking-
guess. Yeah, it's like Price is Right now.
Yeah, Price is
What
Right
are you in for? Yeah,
$1
a dollar.
I'll go for a mil.
$1.
This looks really addictive.
This looks really good. I'm not allowed playing this.
So, it is
Like I
so
would love to have this
addictive.
like mobile because I think it's like a very good throne game. You know
Oh,
what I
that'd
mean?
be so fun. That'd be so fun. Yeah, and there's just like so many different
That's such a
strategies
polite-
that come from it.
That is such a polite way of saying toilet game. I'm so
I was
impressed.
told not to
Throne
curse.
game-
I was told not to curse.
Throne game.
It's a throne game. It's a really cool throne game.
Yeah,
I
while
love
you're
throne
sitting
games.
on your throne.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
My goodness. Hmm.
I
You
agree
can
with
use
you.
that. You can use it. You
I'm
can
going
use
to. I'm
that
going to steal it. I'm going to steal it. Oh, it's me.
It's you.
Okay. I don't know if anybody played the original of this. Justice Sucks Recharged is what this one is called. And it's from some really fun developers who've done cool things in the past, Samurai Punk. And the premise of this game is that you are a BB Roomba, you're a Whittle Roomba, and you do what you do best, which is sucking up stuff. But there have been, the tutorial is that there are intruders in your home. Your family has come home from holiday and there are intruders found in your home. And so the security system overrides your cleaning cap, basically, like your cleaning duties, and gives you access to everything in the house and says, like, eliminate the intruders. And so you suddenly have at your disposal quite a few tools to get rid of intruders. You can you can see here, you charge up, you can hack into any appliance in the house, including, because it's a futuristic house, so the windows are appliances technically, you know, some things on tables are, the fans, that kind of thing. And so what you want to do is make sure that you are utilizing everything around you to get rid of these intruders. Unfortunately, and I a little bit of a spoiler here. So first and foremost, this game is very free. It is extremely fast. I died very many times. I'm very curious to find out if there'll be difficulty settings in the future because I am not very good at it yet. And to me, it's one of those games that I like panic at first. Like if for the first 20 minutes or so, I'm just panicking, and then I sort of get into the flow of it, and I realize what I have to press, and I sort of get the hang of it. The premise of this game is very strange, and I'm going to spoil it a little bit because you fail essentially. You don't fail, but like you remove the intruders in your house, and then suddenly the manufacturer of your manufacturer, the Roomba, is alerted to your actions, and they send in their like recall team because you have gone a little bit haywire as it turns out, and they've kidnapped the family that is yours. They've kidnapped your family, and they have a very big, very scary, very sexy robot that smashes you, just like drop kicks you and smashes you into a TV. He looks a lot like that right there, except he's gray. And your consciousness gets transplanted into the TV, and suddenly you are met with a future version of yourself who's very sexy, like that, full-bodied, like very muscular. He's a very big boy, and he tells you, like, listen, you gotta become me so you can go back out there and save your family. I'm here. I'm gonna train you up. I'm gonna give you new powers. We're gonna figure it out together, and you're gonna become super strong. And then you're gonna go back into your world. So this is that in the trailer you can see he's sort of like flying through it and figuring it out. And so it's extremely strange. Sexy Mick, what's his name? It's something McSexy. It's Sexy Mick something. I can't remember exactly right now. But it was. I'm not gonna lie. It was extremely sexy. You know how like Roombas with bodies apparently they're just hot. Yeah. They're hot and muscular, and
this is canon.
I'm into it.
Everyone knows this.
Mm-hmm. This is canon. Mm-hmm. This is real life. Yeah. So again, a lot of hiding, a lot frenetic action. I'm very curious. You're sucking up blood and spitting it back out at people. That kind of thing. Very strange stuff, but extremely fun if you can get the hang of it. And I would say the number one thing to do here is just play until you do, because the demo is extremely demanding of you being good at the controls, which is not a bad thing in my opinion. You just have to be okay failing a bunch of times until you get it. I love that it throws you right into it. It does not to sort of ease into it. They're just like, let's go. We're going. It's going to get weird real quick. And I think that's beautiful. So.
All right, I want to be conscious of time. We have about 10 more minutes left.
Okay.
And we got 3 more games, so yeah, just want to be kind of conscious of that as we get these last 3, as we showcase them. All right, David, this is another one of yours. It's called Clang 2. Clang the Second.
I'll be quick. It's a rhythm psychedelic EDM combat game. That's the best way to describe it. It's literally just like a combat fighting rhythm game. But the cool thing about it is that you don't have to only time your button presses, but you also have to point in a specific direction, depending on the type of attack you want to do. At the beginning, it felt weird, but when you get in the groove of it, it's actually really not only demanding, but it's really satisfying. The music is really cool. It reminded me a lot of like if Tron was a rhythm game, at least visually wise. And it's a really small team. I think it's one guy that's developing this from Norway. And I don't know, I just love rhythm games, and this feels like a rhythm, almost bullet hellish type game. So I'm in.
Awesome. Rad.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
All right, Victoria.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So really quickly, Dwarf Romantic is not super hidden technically, but we all kind of agreed that we could put it in here because we all we love it. Love it so much. It is, I think Felix described it as good for your health, and I agree. It is basically a village building game using tiles. And you have to you can kind of see it here, you match up the forest with the forest. You can create railroads, and it's kind of deceptively a little bit difficult because you can build these entire things, and then suddenly it's ruined by because you will have quests, it'll be kind of ruined by, oh no, I didn't build this correctly, or oh no, this doesn't actually match very well with this tile. And it is so calming yet mind-bogglingly good. I can't even describe it that well because I feel like any way I describe it, it just doesn't kind of convey how satisfying it is.
Right. The prerequisites are mostly like you have to have X of many type tiles on the
Mhm.
board and stuff, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've heard nothing
anyone
but good
here
things.
Yeah, there's a win
Car-
condition to Dofromantic.
Yes.
Unlike and it's more like Carcassonne than it is like
Yep,
Townscaper or
Carcassonne.
something like that.
Mm,
Right.
Yeah. Townscaper is
Good way.
freeform and Dofromantic actually has a win condition, which is interesting. Yeah.
I love this comeback of like tile games because like Carto, it's also really good.
Oh,
Like I'm in love with Carto. I'm playing that right now. So I mean I love tile games. I love Carcassonne. So this is like right my alley. Looks really cool.
Rad.
Beautiful.
All right, our last game, Felix, Fire Girl.
Fire Girl.
Mhm.
Yeah, so this is another one, sadly, that doesn't have a demo, but I love the mix that they're doing of this like 3D voxel environment with the 2D character. It really pops. It looks like it's going to be absolutely frenetic nonsense, which I love as well. I think that this kind of thing really appeals to me. I used to love games that had jetpacks. Like I used to play like any game that had a jetpack in it. Back when Jetpack Joyride was like the only iOS game that anybody played,
Right.
and things like Rocket Riot, which has fallen into the vaults of Xbox 360 days. But I just love the movement that you can get with something like this. And this, she uses her hose as a jetpack like Mario does, and I think it's great. Like it's just ridiculous. And yeah, so I think this again, the idea that look at all the hats. You know it's a good game if there's hats on hats on hats on hats. That's my pitch. But I think that it has a lot of potential to be the type of game that allows me the energy of Broforce or like one of the shooty man games without having to be shooty man. I think that's like so important in my life that I'm not always just like blowing the faces off of people, and I am sometimes like getting that frenetic energy and that like fun, high-paced action without it having to be so destructive to my fellow humans. Love my fellow humans. And then this one they cheer for me when I succeed, which is very fun. Look at that.
Yeah.
Love it.
I like that it
It
has
also has
space building
great
in it.
fire
Really
animation
cool.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, great animation. Yeah, look, I mean, it looks like it's. I mean, you're rescuing little characters that look and feel like old point and click characters, and I think that's also going to get someone like me, right? You're gonna find me. Look at that. You can't go wrong with this nonsense.
Yeah. It's really good.
Yeah,
It's
love
really
that. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Well, that is all of the games that we found that we wanted to showcase for PAX Online. So now we're just going to do some brief self-promos here at the very end. Thanks to everyone that's been tuning in to the stream. I hope you go out and you check out some of these games, maybe give them a wish list or something. If they're
Wish list.
Right, if they're available for purchase, maybe pick them up. I don't know. I guess Dwarf was the only one that's currently out. I might be wrong. So ignore that.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
But yeah. So let's talk about our fabulous panelists for a second. Let's give them some attention. David does a great Twitch show, El David E. Estefi show. You interview folks, right? It's a lot of indie game stuff on there. Awesome key art, as you can see right now on the screen. You sent this to me. I was like, this is awesome. Anything else you want to plug?
Thank you. No, you can follow us on Twitch or YouTube. We're basically trying to start doing initiatives to promote and feature indie games in Latin America. So you're welcome to learn more about indie development with us, and thank you guys again for having me.
Of course. And there's this game, Chris Tales. I don't know if you heard of it. They're from Colombia. Might just want to write that down, maybe.
Yeah, I think we're out of time, Dylan. I think we have to leave.
Okay. All right. Next up, Victoria works on this very small game. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. Mungus.
Yeah, I've heard it's like a dead game, so don't even bother.
Mungus.
Okay.
Mungus.
Mungus. Among Us. I'm Victoria. I'm the community director at Inner Sloth. We make a game called Among Us.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about it. And but if you haven't, it's basically a social deception game. You can play it with a lot of friends online. And we have a lot of updates actually coming up for it. So
awesome.
I'm really excited for that.
Yeah, follow her.
I just want to say
like chicken
bad,
nuggets or something.
Oh my
Stuff like
gosh,
that.
yeah, the like whatever $1,000 chicken nugget. Wild.
David, what were you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say that my daughter is in love with Among Us. Like she's playing that every day. She's made a lot of friends, a lot of enemies. She's only 10, so thank you, Victoria.
Wow.
You're so welcome.
You lose them so young.
Yep.
Felix, working on a bunch of games.
Yeah.
Want to talk about them?
Yeah, I'm currently working on a few things, namely Blaseball, which returns on July 19th on Monday, and you can join us on blaseball.com if you're interested. It's an absurdist baseball simulation that makes no sense, and things are going to get very, very hectic. So please sign up for the site and have no idea what's going on. That sounds good. And then Fez, which I produced, and it's now available on Switch. Please actually go check it out, and remember to tip your takeout delivery person, because that was the other thing I wrote. And I also sometimes work with Victoria. Sometimes we work together on Among Us stuff. So that update is also making me sweat, but it's gonna be good.
Awesome.
It's gonna be a good update.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
And if you like this panel, we're recording the audio. Hopefully that'll all shake out properly. Put it up afterwards. So if you want to reference back to it, it'll be on my website on ward-games.com. This, like I said, this is our 11th time doing Hidden Gems, and there's 11 recordings of like different panels of us like showcasing a bunch of stuff. So if you want to go back and see what other stuff we've showcased, it's all right there at Ward Video Games. I'll put out a list of all the stuff we showcased. The hashtag PAX Hidden Gems. You can go to that and find all the stuff we've showcased. But yeah, follow all the people on this panel. Check out their stuff. Check out all the stuff we've showcased. Tell them Hidden Gems sent you. And thanks, everybody. Thanks for checking us out. Bye.
I decided, you know what? I've dabbled in indie games. I'm going to give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping to the deep end.
I realized that making games is like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project. Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know.
Making something that people enjoy.
And since 2003, we've been very, very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Attention campers, we've had the conversation about glitter in the craft barn, about glitter not leaving the craft barn. We will not have this conversation again. That is all.
Did you know? An SQL slammer is both the name of a computer worm that almost turned off the whole internet back in 2003, and an extremely potent tequila drink. Sadly, the drink's recipe was lost forever when the floppy disk containing it fell out of a child's hands into the San Francisco Bay. And that's a fact about the internet.
Acquisitions Incorporated is the leader in interplanar artifact recovery, with exciting new franchise opportunities in your area. Are you eager to liberate the lost treasures of a dragon's hoard? Are you desperate for work and lack better options? With Kingdom Class on-the-job training, our franchisees learn the skills they need to ensure their legacy and their survival. Skills like choosing the right career path, not getting devoured, team building, and decisioning. Welcome to a life of profitable adventure. Welcome to Clank Legacy Acquisitions Incorporated.
Wake up, sleeper. Dreaming again? Every cycle, you take your chances. You roll your dice. You do the work, get paid, survive. You turn up for your friends, or you don't. That's life on the eye.
Wake up, sleeper. Your body is dying. Planned obsolescence. As an ARP's gift for its escaped workers. But we can fight this. You can remake yourself here.
Did you know? Ethernet gets its name from the Latin ether, meaning of the sky, and the Italian netto, meaning after deductions. This is a reference to the internet's power to suck the moon from the sky, should it ever be set free of its cable. And that's a fact about the internet.
Selector.
Did you know? Lobsters are nature's systems engineers. The reasons why should be obvious. And that's a fact about the internet. Turn those old Dungeons & Dragons into dollars and dividends by owning your own adventuring franchise. From its humble beginnings as D&D Live Play, expanding to stage, podcast, and stream, with Acquisitions Incorporated, there's never been a better time to get the money.
Hey, it's Owen Drawn, CEO of Acquisitions Incorporated. Imagine digging a hole, but instead of finding a body, you find real wealth. And a body. One you put there. Buy my book.
We partnered with Wizards of the Coast to bring the official Acquisitions Incorporated experience to your home campaign. Learn how to run your own franchise, how to staff it with new player options for specializations, spells, and equipment, stats for iconic characters and monsters, and put your franchisees to the test with an included campaign for levels 1 to 6. Obviators are standing by. With the official D&D Acquisitions Incorporated book, you can do what you wanna do. Ow! Did you know? Elder millennials and more hip Gen Xers speak fondly about dial-up internet, a system whereby anyone who is interested in using the internet would need to call and remain on the line with Thaumaturd, the uplink, and provide him with thrilling conversation throughout their session. And that's a fact about the internet. Following yesterday's incident, the salad bar will no longer be self-serve. Please report any sightings of missing labels, bacon bits, or dressing containers to your counselor.
A race to other habitable planets in space has broken out among the big corporations. In search of limitless growth, they leave Earth exploited and its environment devastated. The voluntary pioneers and colonists are lured to this adventurous journey by the hope of a better life and a new beginning in an untouched world. Only a development strategy that ensures the quality of life for our colonists and protects the planetary ecosystem can have long-lasting success. Your job as a space colony manager is building sustainable civilizations. Do research for renewable energy sources and develop sustainable production lines to avoid destruction and climate collapse. Let us use the second chance to change our way of life and to transform the production of energy and goods in a sustainable way. Achieving a balance between growth and sustainability is the final challenge for every civilization. Imagine Earth Limited, building a better future in space.
Did you know the term war driving, the practice of searching for Wi-Fi wireless networks from a moving vehicle, has apparently been in use since the 1980s, when it was adapted from war dialing, the practice of calling sequential phone numbers to see which one would hit a server. Nobody told me that stealing internet from my local laundromat had a cool name, and I consider you all responsible. And that's a fact about the internet.
If you don't save the Hopper, no one will.
Did you know? The primary syllabaries or character sets on the internet are kamoji and emoji. Where kamoji are used to convey complete sentences or phrases, emoji are intended to be parsed separately and can be integrated with other writing systems. And that's a fact about the internet.
Attention campers. Today's lunch will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
Did you know? The first portable computer was the Osborne, a 24-pound suitcase-sized device. Much less well regarded was the first portable Wi-Fi router. It was called the Godmother and had to be mounted onto the dorsal plate of a Japanese spider crab. And that's a fact about the internet.
This is Labrat.
Good. You have unlocked a new puzzle. Begin the next puzzle. Good work. Here is your achievement.
Your job is to evaluate a puzzle game that is being crafted by this artificial intelligence.
I will now gauge your interest in multiplayer by simulating a multiplayer experience. I am helping. We are doing this together. We are friends. People bond by doing activity.
Unfortunately, the AI has gained access to more data than we anticipated, and it seems to be generating new games based on whatever it finds.
The place where you live is dark and full of crimes.
What are we going to do? You have nothing on me.
You can support us by wishlisting Labrat on Steam, or by signing up for the closed beta at labrat.study. Thank you.
Did you know? Sometimes people come on the internet just to tell lies. Could you believe someone would do that? Just go onto the internet and tell lies? Well, they do. And that's a fact about the internet.
decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm going to give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping to the deep end.
I realized that making games is like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project. Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know.
Making something that people enjoy.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Attention campers, we've had the conversation about glitter in the craft barn, about glitter not leaving the craft barn. We will not have this conversation again. That is all.
Did you know? An SQL slammer is both the name of a computer worm that almost turned off the whole internet back in 2003, and an extremely potent tequila drink. Sadly, the drink's recipe was lost forever when the floppy disk containing it fell out of a child's hands into the San Francisco Bay. And that's a fact about the internet.
Acquisitions Incorporated is the leader in interplanar artifact recovery, with exciting new franchise opportunities in your area. Are you eager to liberate the lost treasures of a dragon's hoard? Are you desperate for work and lack better options? With Kingdom-class on-the-job training, our franchisees learn the skills they need to ensure their legacy and their survival. Skills like choosing the right career path, not getting devoured, team building, and decisioning. Welcome to a life of profitable adventure. Welcome to Clank Legacy Acquisitions Incorporated.
Wake up, sleeper. Dreaming again? Every cycle, you take your chances. You roll your dice. You do the work, get paid, survive. You turn up for your friends, or you don't. That's life on the eye.
Wake up, sleeper. Your body is dying. Planned obsolescence. As an ARP's gift for its escaped workers. But we can fight this. You can remake yourself here.
Did you know? Ethernet gets its name from the Latin ether, meaning of the sky, and the Italian netto, meaning after deductions. This is a reference to the internet's power to suck the moon from the sky, should it ever be set free of its cable. And that's a fact about the internet.
Selector.
Did you know? Lobsters are nature's systems engineers. The reasons why should be obvious. And that's a fact about the internet. Turn those old Dungeons & Dragons into dollars and dividends by owning your own adventuring franchise. From its humble beginnings as D&D Live Play, expanding to stage, podcast, and stream, with Acquisitions Incorporated, there's never been a better time to get the money.
Hey, it's Owen Dron, CEO of Acquisitions Incorporated. Imagine digging a hole, but instead of finding a body, you find real wealth. And a body, one you put there. Buy my book.
We partnered with Wizards of the Coast to bring the official Acquisitions Incorporated experience to your home campaign. Learn how to run your own franchise, how to staff it with new player options for specializations, spells, and equipment, stats for iconic characters and monsters, and put your franchisees to the test with an included campaign for levels 1 to 6. Obviators are standing by. With the official D&D Acquisitions Incorporated book, you can do what you wanna do. Ow! Did you know? Elder millennials and more hip Gen Xers speak fondly about dial-up internet, a system whereby anyone who is interested in using the internet would need to call and remain on the line with Thaumaturd, the uplink, and provide him with thrilling conversation throughout their session. And that's a fact about the internet. Following yesterday's incident, the salad bar will no longer be self-serve. Please report any sightings of missing labels, bacon bits, or dressing containers to your counselor.
Hi everybody, welcome to Ask Lure here at PAX Online. Sorry, Camp PAX Online 2021. It's summer camp. Welcome. We are Loading Ready Run. That's it says right here. And this is Ask LR. That's us. This is our Q&A panel, which against recommendation of PAX, in their little like fun tips for how to run your panel. Apparently, talking heads doing Q&A get the least engagement. But joke's on them. That's all we ever do at our PAX panels.
I was intending to just paint my entire body as like a talking face and wear a giant hat and then do that.
But the last time I took off my shirt at a PAX, I was told very sternly to never do it again.
Is that a thing they used to do on Camp Caribou?
No, that was the chin thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I thought they also did a torso thing.
Probably.
That
was probably part of Canadian television at some point, I'm sure of it.
Probably.
Yeah.
Could you imagine doing that and just, like, bringing the house down with laughter? Do you know how far humor technology has advanced in the last 50 years?
To be fair, I don't think Camp Caribou was, like, supposed to be on the vanguard of humor.
It wasn't like the Smothers Brothers, no.
You have to be the right age of Canadian
Yeah.
to appreciate Camp Caribou references. Yeah. Before we get into our Q&A, we solicited these questions from all of you fine folks on Twitter. In case it comes up, because it might, this is actually our second recording of this, owing to a technical issue. And now you may think, oh, but you already answered all the questions. We're not getting the same sort of, fresh, off-the-cuff, loading-ready run nonsense that we're used to. Worry not, because I assure you that we have completely forgotten everything that we said. Whenever we do a podcast or a Q&A or a recording, we just fully brain dump everything that happened.
I'm pretty sure we never talked about Camp Caribou last time.
Yeah.
No.
I filed this all in the surprise to me folder. Yep.
Yeah. This is already a divergent timeline. So I think we're safe from that point of view.
Oh man,
people are going to be pissed though, because they're going to be like, no, we want to know what happened last one. Release the Snyder Cut.
No. According to the rules, if this was supposed to happen, it did happen according to the great timeline.
The sacred timeline.
And there are no variants of us anywhere.
That's right.
That you can prove.
Doctor Strange losing his mind, looking at the
true.
time stone.
That was the technical error that happened to the other Q&A.
Exactly. So, also, in case it comes up at some point, we are recording this in the midst of the heat dome.
Talking about a heat wave!
Heat wave! Here in the Pacific Northwest, as much as what you call it in America, which statistically is most of you, we call it the West Coast. It's preposterously warm here today. So if you hear any loud motorcycles or buses, that's because the windows are open. And if you see us looking moist, that's because we are.
It technically reaches all the way to Edmonton.
Yeah.
Really?
Which is
That
over
must
a mountain
suck.
range. Like you got to think about this whole cap is over encompassing the Rockies to go as far as Edmonton. That's over a mountain range.
I just read actually a CBC headline that Lytton, poor Lytton, not the Pokemon, the town, it's spelled differently, just achieved the hottest temperature ever recorded in Canada.
Oh no.
46 degrees Celsius. I'm not translating that for Fahrenheit.
one.
Wow!
They're number one.
Good for
Probably
Lytton.
110, 112?
Probably
around
120.
there?
It's 113 is 45, so it's got to be like 114, 115.
Yeah.
Jesus. Look, there's no winners when it comes to heat like that.
In reference to summer camps, this actually reminds me of one time when I was at a summer camp and we were in like cabins that had heating in them. And you do the thing where you're in the cabins and then you go away for like 2 days on an actual like camping thing and then come back. And before we left, one of the people in the cabin turned the heat all the way up in the cabin.
Oh no.
And so,
on purpose, I assume.
And so when we got back, it was kind of like this. It was basically like a little like sauna inside because it was like a wood cabin, so it smelled quite nice. It's got nice kind of.
Why did they do that? They'd have to suffer too.
Drag some stones in from outside, have a schwitz.
It was not well thought out as a plan.
I'm having a really hard time with this because now I'm thinking like if water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, but that's also 212 degrees Fahrenheit. Am I correct? I believe I'm correct.
Yeah,
I don't
that sounds
know
right.
Fahrenheit.
Then halfway to 150 degrees Celsius should be half of 212, which should be 106 degrees Fahrenheit. But I've had a fever of 103. Oh, damn.
It doesn't work
You're
that
right.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was
because
thinking
their
that
zeros
the
are in the
other-
wrong place too. You're right.
Fahrenheit is a complete mess, and we refuse to use it in Canada except for every time we cook.
for some stupid reason.
Or if we live in a house and we haven't bothered changing the thermostat to something that makes more sense.
Why are we here again?
We had to ask questions, answer questions. Sorry, we had a thermostat in Celsius and it broke, and we could only get a replacement in Fahrenheit, and I'm so annoyed. Anyway, Paul, let's give us the first question. We'll go around. In a clockwise fashion, reading them out. Metalupus asks, "What parts of the tech you've figured out for pandemic remote broadcasting do you think will be most useful as you move forward and eventually go back to in-person filming?" That was an excellent question the first time we read it. It's still a good question. I don't remember the answer.
It's the same
I
as
think
the
I threw it
last
to
one.
Paul, and I'm going to throw it to Paul again.
Yeah.
The squares that you're seeing here are an aspect of the pandemic. So, we've gone through at least half a dozen sort of iterations of the, how everyone connects. We've tried Google Hangouts and Zoom and Discord, and the system we're using now is something called OBS Ninja or Video Ninja. That is a great way that allows us to pull in all the video and stuff. And it's been an iterative process, right? We kind of figure stuff out as we go. And so now that, hopefully things are starting to open up, we've got it really figured out now. But in terms of stuff that
finally,
yes, things that will be useful going even, in regular setup. I think there is aspects of this that we have learned that in some ways the remote setup actually works better for. Jackbox games, for one, not having to put 8 people all in a room, even when there isn't a danger of pandemic. It's just not pleasant to be in a very small room with 8 people in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
Nothing against the 8 people that are playing Jackbox, but that's just how it is.
A lot of CTS stuff that isn't driven by couch co-op.
Yeah.
When that crops up again, we'll probably see that happening again.
I'd still like to. I would prefer to do Mario Party with 4 people in the same room, so that we can. So we don't step on each other when we're swearing at one another, know. But for stuff like Jackbox, especially, because then we want 8 people, then we can involve guests as well. I love how we do Among Us. I love the Among Us streams. I think that they're really unique, and I think that that's awesome. And so if we do any more of that,
I guess Among Us can't really be played with people in the same. If you play, you can't.
No.
Well,
you can see someone moving the controller and pushing the vent button.
But and it is this aspect of being able to bring in remote people is definitely that's super neat. I mean, even for Dice Friends streams, work better in it's nice to have people there in person. But silver lining of our current setup, we've been able to have people join us who it would be very difficult to get them coming in all the time and stuff. We've had Kiss and Andy and Michelle and Anthony Rapp and all these people who we otherwise either wouldn't have been able to, or only if they happened to be in the area, we could maybe get them in on one thing. So that's been super neat. And I anticipate that we will still be doing that on occasion for streams. Where
it's not something that we ever prioritized before, because there's so many of us that it's never been strictly critical to be well, we need someone else. But when we're already in a situation where we're all joining remotely, it's basically no extra work to be wait, what if we get someone from the other side of the continent? Why not?
And I mean it's there is this thing, if you've ever had anybody watching has probably had a Skype or Zoom conversation where you have some people in the room and some people on the screen, and it's just it's just never a good experience for the people on the screen and stuff. Whereas we Desert Bus was sort of like this too. By having everybody remote, even when we're all in Victoria, when everybody is remote, it kind of evens the playing field for people in Victoria versus people in whatever on the east coast of America or in Australia or wherever. So that's kind of a fun aspect of it.
There's been a lot more. Like I brought up Zencaster at one point. I think last time we answered this question too, because the aspect of being able to do a remote podcast or being able to handle a lot of remote recordings, like we have done some remote recordings through Zencaster, or we've done a lot of them actually through Zencaster, and I think there's a value there in being like, this is actually a pretty good way, if you have good audio setups for everybody at home, to be able to allow people to record lines on their own in another location, as long as we can control for background noise and stuff. That's super handy. And I think there was a larger point brought up about the video broadcast or the video production workflow and tool chain. And where that fits in, but
you were going to say.
Well, I was going to say, I never got a chance to say this last time, so the timelines truly have diverged. Jumping on Zencaster, one of the things we started doing during the pandemic was punt counter punt, which is content that is there's loud truck. Why? It's content that is unlike anything we've ever done before. As I designed it specifically to take advantage of being all remote. So it's like only pandemic recording. It's like heavily edited improv.
Yeah, you would not know from listening to it how heavily edited it is.
It's great.
And so you've been like, how are we going to do this in person?
Yeah, maybe we just keep doing it the way we've been doing it. I'm not sure.
And you don't have to go back to doing everything in person. And even the things that we do, like I know I know you're desperately all waiting to be able to play those decks where you can steal each other's magic cards across the table properly and flick them into the microphone. But with Arena, the Arena setups we've done, and even some of the camera top-down camera commanders, that doesn't mean that at some point in the future, if it's more viable or a better thing to do, that you can do that one night.
Yeah, definitely. Beach mentioned the editing workflow. We've been using Dropbox massively for everything, which is great because it means that someone can, because we've still been using the Moonbase a little bit, but it means that like Matt can go into the Moonbase and edit something and then finish and then be like, I'm done. And then me at home can go, great, let me open that and take a look at it. And that's been nice.
And we tried
I miss the office.
We tried other solutions as well while the pandemic was going on. And it was like, where we landed on was that for what we're doing and how we want to evaluate this and how we do most of our work in the office anyway, our Dropbox solution is a really usable solution, and paying a lot of extra money for another system is maybe not what we want to do.
And I mean,
we already have Dropbox.
Yeah.
It's just one thing that has happened, I think, with everybody with the pandemic is because there's so much less kind of incidental face-to-face communication. You know, two people happen to be in the office and like, oh, hey, I wanted to mention blah, blah, blah. You know, I think our general sort of communication and process workflow has had to get more streamlined and more sort of codified, which is not a bad thing. Like that's actually something that we probably should have done anyway, but this has sort of forced us to do it.
Yeah. Next question.
Yeah.
Kathleen.
What is the new thing that you bought for yourself that you really like? I'll add my own. That was Quasta. How you bought? What is the thing that you bought, and how do you like it?
Yeah.
Oh, I got some hair stuff. It's called hair balm. That's what it's called, and it works okay. I don't know. I hate my hair right now. Every time I look in the mirror, it's just agony. It's like 2 knives into my soul, one for each eye.
Jesus.
What's that like?
Hot goth summer. Ugh. Anyhow, Cameron, what have you bought?
I'm buying a haircut in about a week.
Oh, I'm so happy for
Nice.
you.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be incredible. What have I bought that I really like? I bought this Ahab, Noodler's Ahab Flex Nib demonstrator pen. Demonstrator, which means it's clear.
So you can watch the ink flow.
Is it just called a demonstrator? Because it's like, let me demonstrate how the ink moves.
Yes, basically.
Oh, okay.
And it has like, usually flexible nibs have to be made out of like, gold, right? because cheap
Damn.
nibs are made out of steel. But if you just split the nib way too far down, then you can also get some incidental flex out of a cheap steel nib. And that's what this does. And I kind of like it.
Cool.
You lose a lot of control, but you get a lot of like organic line weight in your writing.
Oh, cool.
And it looks nice. It's pleasant. And it was cheap, so that's good.
Cameron, have you ever considered doing a show where you just review fountain pens?
There are other channels that do that really well. And
Yeah,
I
but-
would just be kind of like a dilettante in it.
I feel like I feel like that's an area where it's when like the fountain pen review community is probably much both larger and deeper than you can imagine.
Like the fountain pen community is like, I got this nice little pen. It's only about $600, but it's okay.
I might throw it in my car.
Yeah.
It's my everyday
you
carry.
There are some fountain pen people out there. There's some serious pockets of humanity that exist around these, and they are particular.
I just want to confirm for the edification of the viewers once again that you bought that one because it's called the Ahab, right?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
I mean, it was a factor. It was a factor.
I'm guessing the line weight thing is largely because it's like, if you want precision, get a pilot. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. Like if you're going to be creating, I don't know, print quality diagrams for a scientific paper, right? You do that in drafting. But handwriting is kind of like this archaic thing almost at this point that isn't used for a lot of purposes. It has this like very pleasant aesthetic quality to it. Right?
Yeah.
Like we handwrite out grocery lists sometimes, right? If you don't like write it in your phone on a note app. I'm trying to think of like when the common times are that you actually need to take out a pen and write something down.
A check.
A check.
Phone number.
People,
phone.
I mean, people have given me shit about my handwriting for all my life, and I just like the idea that now I can say, no, you don't understand. It's organic. It's aesthetic. I don't care if you can't read it.
Honestly.
My biggest use of pens and pencils these days is I have several small pieces of paper in front of my desk on with things like this. You probably can't. Just basically, it looks like just like hieroglyphic squiggles because there's things I'm writing down while trying to solve puzzles in video games.
Yes, exactly. Right. That is also one of my use cases where I write down the gear I'm chasing that season in Destiny.
Oh,
I've seen you tweet those, and it's like it's amazing to me.
But see,
Pass me
that
my
is
notepad.
so
No,
that's
my
that's
notebook.
such a nice gear list.
Yeah, it feels good to cross something off of it.
Okay, hold on. I want to show off too. This is. I've spilled some water on it, but this is my notepad. See if you can decipher what that means.
There's a calendar.
Nope.
I know what that is. 'Cause you showed me.
Oh, is it some sort of cipher that you're?
No, this is my editing plan to make sure that those pack opening editing videos I put together for the PPRs are equitable. So there's counting how many times people show up in pack 1, pack 2, pack 3, and then pack 6. And what it is 2 to 3 always get smushed together, and 3 to 4 always get smushed together. This is so everybody gets a roughly equal amount of screen time. And I stopped doing it for 6 because just everybody gets in. But it's really helpful for the first packs to make sure that, everybody gets a through line, but they don't, overpower.
Yeah. I mean, I still bullet journal, and I do it all in pen and marker sometimes because colors are fun.
Right. Well, like handwriting has, I retain things better when I write them down.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right. Like I found in school, I could take notes, and I would retain it a lot more easily if I, my studying for classes would be taking my handwritten notes and then reinterpreting them and deliberately rephrasing them in a text document.
Cool.
So there's a kinetic quality to it that might help some people retain information.
Nice.
Right? Which is, I think, a lot of what bullet journaling is about too, right? Like being deliberate and deliberate. Sometimes there's just one word, Cameron.
Systematic, I think, is the other word you're thinking of, though. Yeah.
Yes, systematic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think when you're typing, you can type so fast that you can basically sort of follow along. At least I can. I'm a pretty fast typist, and even in university I was. But then you're concentrating so much on getting the words that you're missing the meaning. But there's no way that you can write along as fast as someone talks, just because like handwriting is slower, and I probably wrote a lot faster when I was in university. So that means you have to basically sit there, actively listen, and then only point out the most important parts of what is being said, because you can't verbatim copy.
Oh no, that's what shorthand's for.
And it's really easy to move. It's really easy when you're handwriting things to be like, oh, this is a digression, so I can like move this aside and draw a little box around it for like my notes and stuff like that, or like start like a point form list. Whereas that kind of formatting is really irritating to do on the computer, I find.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, what'd you get yourself?
I was gonna say, yeah, what'd you buy?
I mean, most of my stuff, like in terms of like purchases and stuff, at least recent purchases, in the last little while, it's been like technology stuff. But I mean, I've been pretty happy with like this microphone that I have. Shure MV7, hashtag not sponsored, but it seems to work well. And it's certainly
open to the possibility.
It's an it's an upgrade. It's an upgrade from what I had previously. Both that it's a better microphone, and also it's not like sitting on my desk. So, which means that I can like use my computer while I have. Before, my microphone was like sitting on a tripod that was like mounted over my keyboard, so I couldn't really type while I had the microphone out. So now it's on like a little arm and everything, so it's nice. I mean, and as part of that, like as I said, with the technology stuff, it's been adapting over time, and the setup I have here, which you can't see because it's on the other side of this camera, is I feel like I've got a pretty good setup going on here. 4 different monitors and 2 different computers and various other ridiculous pieces of technology.
And you wonder why your house is so hot.
Yeah. That represent what I've started to call Studio P, to go with Studio A and B and C at the office. I theoretically, some of that will be dismantled once there's less need for Studio P, but it is. I have, it's nice to sort of get things in a way that happy with how they are working.
The nice thing too is that when we were getting Studio P put together, you were able to, I think, get a computer that could do everything you needed to do back before we started to not be able to buy computer parts.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have like the newest graphics card, but there's a 2000 series NVIDIA card in here. So yeah, that was that we got this computer at the time when you could get computer parts, but no microphones or webcams, but you could get other computer parts. Now you can get microphones and webcams. You just can't get, graphic cards or processors.
Beej, what'd you buy?
I bought a knife.
Great. Heather?
I was waiting for one of you to go, no! That's fine too.
No, it was too perfect.
Not everything has to be.
Please tell me about your sharp object.
A good knife is good.
It is, yeah. Buying a good knife is really good, and I bought a Mac MTH80. Let's try that again. I bought a Mac MTH80, which is Wirecutter's favorite chef's knife. It's also the nice thing. It's not just theirs. It's the favorite chef's knife of a lot of other groups, like Epicurious, I think, did a review, and like a few other people have done reviews, and they kind of like, yes, this is our favorite chef's knife. if you like a Japanese knife, if you like a German knife, there's a Wusthof that you might want to get. If you like a cheaper knife, there's a Victorinox model. You can get. I was like, I want to try a Japanese knife. So I went online and found a vendor in Victoria. It's an online store.
Right.
Yeah, there's a guy in Victoria who sells knives. He lives in like Brentwood Bay or whatever. Like on like the outside of town. Like you basically have to drive through like forest to find him essentially. And I'm like, that makes sense. That's where a knife guy should live, is in a forest.
I remember this because we were filming Checkpoint.
Yeah.
And you got the notification that he was personally going to bring it to your home.
Because he offered, and I was like, well, I could pay for shipping, but he was like, just I'll come to town. You live, I know where you live. I have your address for delivery, so I'll just drive it to your house. And so I was like,
just casually mentions that he knows where you live.
I think Heather's at home, so I just text Heather, like, there's a man coming to our door with a knife. Please take it. But also, please text me back a few minutes after he leaves so I know it's not in your chest.
The knife,
that is true.
The knife should be in some sort of carrying thing. It shouldn't be like like he shouldn't be like brandishing the knife.
Yes.
Hi.
Yeah, I
hired a man to come to our house with a knife.
Yeah.
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 And now I need
You see that?
Now I need a sharpener for it, so I'm gonna have to get a sharpener at some point too. Cause
like a whetstone.
Well, there's a tool you can get, and a lot of people like say, oh, the tools. Yeah, I've heard
say that.
I've heard people say that.
Yeah.
But this is a tool that the guy sells on the site. It's made, I believe, by Mac, and it's made for this level of knives. And this is the professional series knife, right? And it's like they're like, this is a tool you can use to sharpen your knife if you're not honing it regularly or sharpening on a whetstone or whatever. I'm like, I know that I'm going to F it up if I try to do it myself, so I'd rather just buy the thing that has everything in the right thing and do 10 pulls and be like, okay, it's back in working order again. Maybe someday I'll find a person who on a bicycle with a pedal-driven grinder who can like ride by your house and sharpen your knives for you.
That won't happen here.
I want to pay like
thing?
60 baht, and I want a guy to drive. This is the thing they do in Thailand. Is a guy who like does it. He goes
You
from
have a
city
very
to city and he
precise
sharpens people's
vision
knives. So,
of what
yeah.
this knife sharpener is going to look like. I like it.
Yeah, you know, he's in like a jinbei, and he's like an old wizened man, and he's riding up. I mean, he's got to ride up Johnson Street and stuff. Like that's a bit of a distance, but you know, he's coming from downtown, so it's a long run too. But whatever.
Could be like professional knife sharpeners. Like, okay, I can sharpen your knife for $20, or I can do the riding the bike thing for $100.
Yeah,
but I have to like go back and get my outfit and get all that stuff. You know,
exactly.
do
And
the riding the bike thing. Do the riding the bike thing.
It's what I want, right? But yeah, we'll see if I get it.
Heather?
I don't want to meet your bike man. Do not send me texts about your bike man. I bought a snack box subscription for a company called Boxu, which is
yes, I've heard of Boxu.
Spelt with a bunch of K's.
Yep, it would be
because it's the pronunciation.
Because they don't have X's in Japanese. Nope.
And it's a Japanese snack
well,
box.
I mean Hunter X Hunter, but that's not really the thing.
That's
sorry,
not that's not an X.
Yeah, you talk about Boxu now. Okay, I'm gonna just go.
Is that why he got a Japanese knife? Is because he's a huge weeb?
Yes.
Is that why you bought Japanese snacks? Because you're a huge weeb? Yes.
I wasn't going to ever deny that. Why would I deny that? We live together.
Yeah. Sometimes she shares the snacks with me that come from Boxu, which is the thing that she subscribed to.
So I've been subscribed to a snack box subscription before for another set of Japanese snacks that was fancier than, say, the Tokyo Treat one, but they stopped being able to ship during the pandemic. And then I also had like braces for a while, so I wasn't buying a snack box. It was too much of a risk of things that I can't actually eat.
But I can.
Yeah, and that's not good for me. So I tried out Boxu because I was talking with some friends about like different snack boxes, and this one has a lot of different snacks. They tell you what area of the country they come from. Oh, yeah. They let you know what the allergens are inside, or at least the most common ones. So if fish allergies and stuff, you can't like swap anything out. They won't let you do that. Most subscriptions won't, but it has a very nice pamphlet that
It has like a flavor profile for everything.
Yeah, flavor profiles.
And when you subscribe the first time, you get their starter box, and then you get their seasonal boxes every.
Yeah, so the very first time you subscribe, you get the you get a assortment that basically everybody gets for the first time they subscribe, and then after that, you'll get the monthly box,
which always varies.
Yes, that is how they work.
Yeah.
They give you a bunch of good stuff, so you don't cancel immediately.
It's like, much as I like interesting Japanese candy, I feel like a flavor profile thing for each of the candy would be very useful. Sometimes it's not that it's like not good; it's just surprising.
Well, some of them are basically pastries as well. Like, and then you get like mochi and Tokyo Treat. The fun thing about getting Tokyo Treat is you get the weird flavored Kit Kat once a month that you're like, yes, something different. They don't do the packaged goods for this in that way.
Yeah, these are all like wagashi. They're the fancier kind of traditional Japanese snacks more often than not.
Most of them. They do sometimes still give you like the shrimp crackers.
Yeah, some dagashi and stuff
and whatever.
like that.
But the box is well
I
packed.
love shrimp crackers.
I know, right? It's such a hard time finding them the other day. But it's fun too because sometimes you'll just walk over to me and you'll be like, "Here," and you'll hand me a package that is already opened that has half of something in it, and I'll be like, "Great!" and I just eat it.
There's two different ways this happens. The one Beach has described where I try a thing and I'm like, "Nope, not for Heather. This is for Beach."
Yeah.
And then there's the other way, which is like, sometimes they'll give you like 2 or 3 of the same like cookie thing, and I'll eat it and be like, "All right, I want Beach to experience this so that I can talk to him about this properly. So I will be nice this time, and he can have the one that I like."
But the great thing is I never know which one it is when she brings it to me. I don't know if she liked it or not.
That'd be tough.
So it's like a true blind taste test because she doesn't even tell me what it is. I just free thing.
I offer, but you never want to know.
No, never really want to know. You're right.
Is that trust?
Yeah, I think so.
Sure.
Yeah.
How about you, Graham?
I recently bought myself a bunch of comedy. I found that there was I don't remember if I told this story on this last time we recorded it or somewhere else, but you get to hear it again, my friends. There's a BBC radio show from the 1960s called Round the Horn, which was a formative comedy experience for me because my mom listened to it when she was a kid. On Sunday afternoons, she said she had a small concealable like FM radio with like the one earpiece, and she'd be like cackling at the Sunday dinner table, much to the chagrin of her parents.
Wow!
Oh yeah,
your mom was a badass.
Yeah, and we got cassette tapes of it when I was a kid, and so we'd have like afternoon tea, her and I listening to these old tapes of Round the Horn. And it was written by Barry Took, who would go on to form Monty Python. He wasn't actually part of it, but he was like a BBC producer, and he'd be like, "You guys and you guys form a comedy troupe."
Right. Yeah.
So it was written by him and Marty Feldman, who's the sort of like bug-eyed guy who played Igor in Young Frankenstein.
Yeah.
And it's a really funny show. Not all the jokes hold up. The ones that do are very funny. But anyway, I recently discovered that all the original recordings are available on Apple, but Apple only recently started allowing people to charge money for podcasts. I don't even know if that's been rolled out yet, but they've announced that they're adding the thing where you can charge for podcasts.
In process, yeah.
So the way that they sold this, the way the BBC sold these recordings was they classified them as an audio book because you could sell audiobooks on Apple. So there's 4 seasons. It's like $10 for a season of like 17 half-hour episodes.
That's really good. Wow.
Yeah. But what it means is that I've been listening to it and my phone has been going like, "Good for you for reading. Congratulations on hitting your reading goals." And I'm just like, that's not what I'm doing. I'm listening to like really stupid jokes.
It's probably set like, with the same as like the watch thing where it's like, "You read 1 page. Good job."
Yeah, exactly. I'd listened to like a half-hour episode of Madcap goofball comedy from the 1960s, and my phone is like, "Oh, so much reading. Look at this smart boy." So, but I've been very much enjoying revisiting those and hearing a bunch of stuff that I haven't heard, because the cassettes were only like, the very best episodes, and there's a bunch of stuff that I've never heard, including
all the not good
like
episodes.
2 or 3 but also the like 2 or 3 minutes of show that they edited out to fit on the cassettes, because the cassettes were only half an hour.
Right.
And it turns out there's like individual lines or like little moments that were edited out to trim it down from like 32.5 minutes.
Which means you've done that thing where you've been mouthing along with what it is that they're doing, and all of a sudden there's a new bit that's in there like, wait, no, do it like it's on the record. Do it like it's on the record.
I've done exactly that.
Yes.
I was like, what's going on? What timeline am I in? Anyway, speaking of this timeline,
Cameron's turn, I think, was it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
Do you have any special plans for Lur's 20th anniversary in 2023?
Do you?
Well, that's like
Cameron?
6 or 7 years off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have every month we have a meeting, in the last sort of the second to last week of the month or so, to plan the next month's worth of, to lock in all this, what we're going to be playing on streams and any special events that might be happening during the month and that kind of stuff. And that's like, I consider that to be like, that's a big improvement over what we were doing before. But which was nothing. But that's like looking a month ahead. Who knows what could be happening in 2023.
Good job looking a month ahead.
So about September of 2023 is roughly when we'll figure that out.
Yeah.
We'll be like,
maybe,
we should
if we
probably do
remember.
something.
I want to give the same answer I gave last time, but now I feel like I shouldn't.
No, don't do it.
Don't do it. Do the variant.
Don't be withholden to the alternate timeline.
Yeah.
It's fair, right?
It got deleted for a reason. It's fine.
It's true. It's the fact is that we don't. It could, like, we could make a special playmat, like, and so what? Like, what does that actually mean? Like,
I don't know.
It's 2021. We will know more about what happens for all that stuff when we get closer to the time. Obviously,
I mean, the answer to the question is no.
Yeah,
we
currently do not. I have a question.
Yeah,
I have a thought.
Yeah.
If Lur's 20th anniversary is in 2023,
which is baffling to me, but yes,
that means this year Lur should have graduated high school, and we missed it. We missed our own high school graduation.
Most people miss their own high school graduations this year. It's okay.
We were home for our high school grad,
That's
Maybe
true,
we were held
grad
back
got
a year.
canceled.
Yeah, we got held back a year.
I would say even if her answer was yes, that would be all you'd get.
Yeah.
We got to go back and do some of those like AP courses or something.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Or IB.
Oh, we're in Ontario, inexplicably, grade 13.
Although that was retired like...
I want to say 10 years ago, Cameron.
We were talking the other day to someone who moved from Ontario just as sort of that was being phased out. And it was weird. This is marginally relevant to anything, but so they used to have grade 13, and when they phased it out, what they did was, it's like, if you just want to graduate high school, you get to grade 12, you're done. You're out of high school, no problem. But if you want to go to university, you got to do more high school.
See,
there's no grade 13. We've eliminated grade 13, but if you want to go to university, you're going back to high school for more courses to be able to get into university.
In Alberta, what we had was if you want to go to university, then you can finish grade 12. But if you just want to be done, get the fuck out. It's in grade 10. It's like, you can go now. Just
yeah, that's not finishing high school though.
Well, as far as they're concerned, it was like you were allowed to finish high school after like grade 9 or grade 10 or whatever. It's like, you can just fuck off.
No, that's still not technically finishing though.
What?
That's a thing. That's a thing. Grade 10. That's where they'd stop forcing people to go to high school. My high school in Prince George.
Yeah.
Do you get a diploma?
No, but they'll just let you leave.
They
It's
just
enough.
don't care anymore. They don't feel socially obligated.
Well, when I went to vocational high school as well, and so they were like, if you're done with high school, you still have to take some high school stuff, but have you thought about auto body? Like, I mean, they try to push you into another location to let you do stuff for a little while.
Yeah, all you need to work at the sawmill is grade 10.
Yeah.
Could you just not come back?
You don't want to be fucking here. We don't want you to be fucking here. Like, Christ.
No, I mean, when I was in school, actually, all the teachers and principals and counselors and everybody were all like, we all want you to stick around until grade 12. All of you, please just stick around until grade 12. I'm like, that's good of you, but you also, you know we could just leave. And they're like, yeah, we know.
You don't really want to do that, like take a year off after grade 10, though, because I think it's really hard to actually go back. I don't think they want you back at that point. Like,
doing
do or die.
Doing your like, I'm going to go to Europe for a year. Like in grade, like after grade 10, doesn't.
I would have been for it. God, my grade 10 was crap.
I would have ended up like being trafficked. If I did something like that, that's what would have happened to me.
You become a drug mule in Serbia.
Yeah, probably.
Oh my goodness.
Paul, take us to the next question.
Is there any of your older content that you feel hasn't aged well?
Oh, 4 seconds ago.
Yeah, are there earlier parts of this particular thing? Yeah. How do you approach learning from your mistakes? I mean, this is actually, kind of a serious question, but
yeah.
And there are I would sort of put things in like two categories. Like there's stuff that because we were, younger, we've been doing this for a long time, made jokes that we probably wouldn't make now because we're more mature and we're older anyway. I don't know about more mature, but we have more experience. We have experienced more different things, and it's like, oh, maybe we shouldn't make fun of that because now we actually know about it. There are also content that doesn't age well just because stuff has happened in the meantime. Like I'm sure we've made jokes about diseases and stuff, which obviously we wouldn't make anymore, or at least not right now. I mean, like I remember there was a joke in the slacking for gold video, which was like Olympic level slacking.
Yeah,
there was supposed to be a cold open or like an intro to it that was, you do the thing where it's like da 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 da, here's some other stuff, and now slacking for gold. Like it was going to be like just a little thing, a little throwaway joke at the beginning that I wrote that was the biathlon luge contest, which biathlon is skiing while shooting. And like people died during the bike because they're on the luge and shooting a gun, and it just seemed like a funny thing. That year, somebody tragically died during doing the luge, and so it was like, damn,
they got shot.
It's still a good
no. They flew. This was in Vancouver.
Yeah, I remember that. That was
It's like it's a good joke, but not in the context that it currently is. So we didn't put that in.
Yeah. So it's funny you asked about the 20th anniversary, because at the 15th anniversary stream that we did, we watched a bunch of our old content, and there were like 2, maybe 3 jokes in there that we were like, yeah, well, that we did make that joke, and we don't stand behind it, but we made it, So, yeah, I mean, I think in terms of like learning from our mistakes, it's just listening. It's accepting that mistake, again, is a variable term there. Like, I don't know that they were all necessarily mistakes, but acknowledging simply that it's like, that it is something that, a joke that we wouldn't make now.
Yeah.
Right? Just listening and acknowledging that, I think, is the most important way and easiest way to do that. Being open to the notion.
I like that, we haven't, I think I like that we haven't like taken stuff down because we're so, embarrassed by it now.
I do.
All our embarrassing stuff is pretty much up there for people to see. And I think that's like, I think it's okay to see it as an evolution of sorts,
I do live with a little compressed diamond of fear in my gut, where I keep thinking about, like, the only reason we're able to do what we do is not because we have big Hollywood producers behind us who are saying, "Hey, don't worry, do your stupid jackass shit." we're going to make sure that you're going to be funded, or you guys got lots of money behind you, and you've got connections, and you got whatever. Right? It's like the reason we're able to do what we're doing is because the audience, the presence of the audience, and the demographic makeup of our audience, which we are very aware of, helps keep us honest. And knowing that it's like as we've seen more and more people show up who are part of different minorities and different marginalized groups, that it's just kind of like, we need to always kind of have that, living there that's helping to inform whatever it is we're going to be doing. And that's tough because I don't live that life that a lot of our audience lives. And so it's hard for me to know. So it's like, I got to try to be careful all the time.
Well, it's just,
and it's important to be careful.
It's about being aware and having other people, listening to when other people point out things to you. Like we've shot certain things where after I've watched them, been like, hey, do you think this maybe does this? And then we'll actually maybe show it to a mod or someone that we know who's within that community to double check that if maybe we're going past a line. We've done that.
Yeah.
Like
the thing I thought the other day was like, I guess if you were watching some of our older material and you saw something that you're kind of like, oh, that's a real boner of a joke to have made, right? Not a joke about a boner, obviously. I think we've made a few of those, but
those are totally
probably
won't.
There's
stop.
a lot of guys in this group, so it probably has come up. So, but it's like the real, just kind of like, oh, that was terrible, and that's not the kind of thing I thought you people were.
Probably isn't.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, I'm like, look at the date it was published, then look at the people we are now, and then ask yourself too. It's like, do you think that these are the kind of people now that would continue to make that kind of joke from then? Would they make that joke now? And hopefully we're showing you that we're learning all the time and trying to be better about stuff. And we want you to keep us honest.
Yeah, definitely. On that, B, do you want to take the next question?
Oh, sure. Yes. What is it? If you could get the, quote, new player experience for any game back, what game would you choose? Mine would be Dark Souls 3. Oh, good, Andrew Reed. Okay, so I just recently played Betrayal at Krondor on Play It Forward, and that was great. But that also informed a reaction from me, because I was like, this is a game I played when I was 17 for the first time. And then I tried playing it again when I was in my late 20s, early 30s. And then I finally actually played it again now that I'm in my early 40s. And I'm like, so I've had 3 chances at playing this game, but never completed it. I kind of started it and played a bit, started and played a little bit further, started and actually completed it. And I realized that at all 3 of those times, I was a different person each time. And never felt like, even though I was playing new parts of the game now, I wasn't getting the new player experience that I was getting back when I was 17 in my buddy Brian's den, and we were playing it until 3 in the morning and scarfing down peanut M&Ms and getting sick to our stomachs. That was the thing, right? And it's when everyone talks about I want to recapture the experience, it's like you can't recapture that experience, because I couldn't be 41 years old and then remembering and feeling 17 again when I'm playing through chapter 7 of this game that I've never made to chapter 7 before. I was not having that experience. And so I'm like, I thought that would be the game, and it isn't. The game for me, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. That's the one where if you hit me on the head and I lost all my memories of that game, it would be an exciting experience for me to be able to experience that, because I've been informed of all the Zelda I had played up until that point, and then this very new experience on what Zelda is like, which I did not expect. I had a lot of fun with Zelda Breath of the Wild. Heather.
For me, it would be Hollow Knight. It's very. I've played some Metroidvanias, but the genre itself doesn't ever really grab me. I'm constantly annoyed about having to go back places, but
that would be a detriment to the whole.
Yeah, the little bug that you are in the tiny space and the atmosphere, and the fact that the game starts off with you kind of just going places and seeing strange things and feeling like, oh, I do want to see things. And I really love the map mechanic of you have to go purchase map making tools and then sit down on a bench so you can spray in all the stuff for the map that you've actually seen.
Yeah.
And I know not everyone is a fan of that, but I'm like, but it's so cute. I am a tiny bug. And it's a very hard game that I also enjoy playing mechanically, but
To
what
get to feel it
what I'd
again.
want again is just the look at this really dark world, but look at how pretty it is and how everything keeps kind of changing and that mystery of like, why are the other bugs so mean to me?
I mean, you are stabbing them with like a big long stick.
They are mean to me before I hit them with the nail most of the time. I tried. There was an area I came in upon the game where there was like a house that I went into, and I talked to I can't remember, maybe it's Quirrell or someone,
right.
And they're like, oh, that gentleman outside seems like he might not be too nice. And I'm like, oh, but he's just standing there looking out on the water. Like, oh, well, maybe he'll talk to me. And he does not. He just attacks you and was like, no, not my friend.
I literally just remembered my answer to this from last time.
See, gave you all the time you needed.
I've been racking my brain because it's not like, I imagine some people might think it might be like Final Fantasy VII or something, and it's not, because it's sort of similar to what you were saying, Beach. Like, that's not like there's aspects to that are not just the new player experience that don't really, like, just playing that game from the beginning again doesn't really do the same thing. And I don't even like necessarily play a lot of RPGs today, right? So it's not just JRPGs, it's that game specifically. So it's probably Castlevania Symphony of the Night, because you get to do all the exploration and stuff, like, assuming we're not looking at a guidebook here, you know, all the exploration is just super fun. Metroidvanias in general, I still really enjoy. I'm excited to check out Dread. And then
you like the Metroid and the Vania.
Exactly. And then the wild aspect of that game where there's a whole second ass game. Right. Like, what a surprise. Yeah. Right. That would be really awesome. Because that game has a lot of great discovery in it.
I confess I was worried you were going to say, my pick is going to be Candy Crush Saga. I'm glad
that would
to go back and play Angry Birds again. Oh.
I mean, I guess having that game because there's always that game that the first time you play where it has that twist that you've never seen before because you just haven't been exposed to it.
Oh man, yeah. Actually, the first BioShock for that would be pretty cool. That was kind of mind blowing. I mean, even in the moment, it was mind blowing for like 20 minutes, and then they didn't like
do anything with it.
Quite stick the landing. It was like on that particular twist.
That's so. Wait, but okay.
Yeah, sort of undercut themselves a little bit there, but that was still cool.
Still neat. Yeah.
I'm changing my answer because I was like not super pleased with it last time.
Oh.
But I have a clarification to the question.
Yeah.
Is this a new player experience now when I am old and smart and jaded and in my late 30s? Or is this the new player experience when I was a young boob who didn't know shit?
I think it's now. Like, I think it's if you forgot, if you had that section of your brain removed.
Yeah.
So many games I loved when I was a youth that I just wouldn't put up with that kind of bullshit from, though. Like, I loved Xenogears when I was a teenager, but holy shit. Wouldn't play that now. I'd be like, what? The second disc is just talking? Who's got time for that? I don't care.
What do you mean there's no autosave?
Yeah. So I'm gonna completely change my answer based on that. And I'm gonna say the role-playing game Paranoia.
Oh, hey, yeah. Oh. That's great. What a good answer.
I mean, in some ways, like every game of Paranoia could be a new experience. Like, you're not obviously going through the same scenario each time.
Yeah, but the whole Paranoia lore around the world, I specifically went in. I was like, I didn't read any background on it because I'm lazy and it's fine. And so I just discovering what the hell was going on in the world was so surprising to me and so delightful.
Cool.
And
I like that.
Just how that whole thing was set up. It's very fun.
Neat. Cameron.
I mean, my new player experiences are rarely very good because I harbor the delusion that I'm good at video games. And when you play a video game for the first time, you're terrible at it. Right?
Right.
And I constantly restart things and wipe saves and try to optimize my builds right from the beginning. And that's kind of how I like to roll, right? I like to try to play flawlessly because there's something wrong with me.
So the new player experience is not actually what you're looking for.
Yeah, but like if I could retain that ability with that knowledge and then just go back and then play through it flawlessly from like get-go, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, that would be I don't know. I'm just amazing at Dark Souls. I can't understand it.
Yeah, but like I don't know. I've been trying to think of like classic games that actually like had quite a large impact on me. That had interesting revelations and a satisfying like narrative build-up. And which one of them I would put up with now, right? Because I've tried to go back and play Alpha Centauri again, which has this really wonderful story to it. Alpha Centauri, if you're not familiar with it, is kind of the spiritual sequel to Civilization 2, wherein Civilization 2 ends with you sending like an expedition out into space to colonize Alpha Centauri. Alpha Centauri is the game about that expedition, and it uses basically the same game engine. And it is not playable. It's no fun anymore. Right? Like those games have come really far in the last 25 years. Really far. That being said, Alpha Centauri is like very slow burn, and it's philosophizing about what makes a society worth propagating and worth living in is great, right? And what knowledge makes us human is fascinating. And the slow integration of your society into, there's a moth the size of a softball in my home.
I'm gonna guess then that it's like that the big twist for you is you don't want to be in a situation where you're going to lose knowledge because you like to enjoy the revelations and the knowledge that you're gained. And if you had lost that knowledge and you went back and you played that game, you'd be like, this shit's just a ripoff of this other series I've been reading.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Though the other one is also System Shock 2, because again, another great reveal that I think is really well earned by that game is like the mid-game reveal about what is actually going on.
I should play that one of these days.
By
myself,
there's,
not on
I
Play It
believe,
Forward.
a remake coming out.
Oh, cool.
Nice. Well,
did Paul
that
get a
is all-
shot?
Huh?
Did Paul get a shot to answer? Do we have time?
I did.
We got time for a lightning round.
Very, very fast. I mean, I'm big into like puzzle games and stuff, which the new game experience is quite important for. But I mean,
Yeah.
I gotta say, like Portal, you know, that there was something about like the first time I played Portal. In fact, I played Nerbtacular Drop, which was which was the like 2-level demo that the people who ended up getting hired by Valve to do Portal did.
As like a student project.
Yeah, and there was just something about the like Portal system that just kind of like twigged my brain. I was just like, oh, I get this. And then on top of it, Portal being actually like actually narratively super awesome, like one of the best sort of narrative stories in a puzzle game. That's super neat. So, and there's also an aspect where it's a super great co-op game, but you have to play it for the first time with somebody else who's also played it the first time. Like if you've already played it and the other person hasn't, you'll just get annoyed with them because they're not doing it right. So it's like something you can't really go back to. But so yeah, I think that would definitely be mine.
Cool. Well, that is all the time we have for this Camp PAX Online Q&A, and I hope that you have enjoyed it. We are all of the names that you see here, and we are some of Loading Ready Run, and if you're unfamiliar with who we are and you're still here, thanks! Check us out at this on YouTube and Twitch and .com and store.this.com,
TikTok,
Patreon.com/this.
I don't remember what
the Discord. Invite them to the Discord.
Oh yeah, discord.gg/LRR. You do not have to be a subscriber or a member or any of that stuff. You can just come on by. But yeah, thanks Camp PAX for having us. Hopefully we'll see you again at a real PAX at some point, but not for a while. And yeah, this has been a ton of fun. So bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
better life and a new beginning in an untouched world. Only a development strategy that ensures the quality of life for our colonists and protects the planetary ecosystem can have long-lasting success. Your job as a space colony manager is building sustainable civilizations. Do research for renewable energy sources and develop sustainable production lines to avoid destruction and climate collapse. Let us use the second chance to change our way of life and to transform the production of energy and goods in a sustainable way. Achieving a balance between growth and sustainability is the final challenge for every civilization. Imagine Earth Limited, building a better future in space.
Did you know the term war driving, the practice of searching for Wi-Fi wireless networks from a moving vehicle, has apparently been in use since the 1980s, when it was adapted from war dialing, the practice of calling sequential phone numbers to see which one would hit a server. Nobody told me that stealing internet from my local laundromat had a cool name, and I consider you all responsible. And that's a fact about the internet.
If you don't save the Hopper, no one will.
Did you know? The primary syllabaries or character sets on the internet are kamoji and emoji, where kamoji are used to convey complete sentences or phrases. Emoji are intended to be parsed separately and can be integrated with other writing systems. And that's a fact about the internet.
Attention campers. Today's lunch will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
Did you know? The first portable computer was the Osborne, a 24-pound suitcase-sized device. Much less well regarded was the first portable Wi-Fi router. It was called the Godmother and had to be mounted onto the dorsal plate of a Japanese spider crab. And that's a fact about the internet.
This is Labrat.
Good. You have unlocked a new puzzle. Begin the next puzzle. Good work. Here is your achievement.
Your job is to evaluate a puzzle game that is being crafted by this artificial intelligence.
I will now gauge your interest in multiplayer by simulating a multiplayer experience. I am helping. We are doing this together. We are friends. People bond by doing activity.
Unfortunately, the AI has gained access to more data than we anticipated, and it seems to be generating new games based on whatever it finds.
The place where you live is dark and full of crimes.
What are we going to do? You have nothing on me.
You can support us by wishlisting Labrat on Steam or by signing up for the closed beta at labrat.study. Thank you.
Did you know? Sometimes people come on the internet just to tell lies. Could you believe someone would do that? Just go onto the internet and tell lies? Well, they do. And that's a fact about the internet.
decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm going to give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping into the deep end.
I realized that making games was like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project. Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know.
Making something that people enjoy.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to PAX Online. This is Camp PAX. This is your home away from home. Hopefully life is getting back to normal soon, but for now, this is our virtual event, and we are so happy to join you for the Art of Queer Influencing. My name is GamerDoc, and I am the Executive Director of Queer Women of Esports, and I am joined today by two fantastic individuals, starting with the one, the only, Amanda Solomon. Amanda, do you want to take it from there?
Absolutely. I'm Amanda, of course, as GamerDoc just said. I am the Partnerships Manager at Queer Women of Esports and also the Chief Executive Officer over at Tyrus, which is a talent management firm. I will hand it over to Brandon.
Hi, I'm Brandon Sinnis, or aka I'm Brandon. I work for Soft Giving, which is a charity company. I also am a influencer that also is managed by Tyrus by Amanda.
Yeah, a complete circle here. It's like we're
Yeah.
all like,
Full circle. We're all
Small
connected
world,
by 1 or 2 degrees.
I mean, you know, the queer, the gay circle, the gay world. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
what you
saying.
say.
Not to assume anyone's sexuality. So today what we're talking about is something that's really interesting because, you know, we are recording this in Pride Month. It's not gonna be aired in Pride Month. We're recording it in Pride Month. And during Pride Month, all of a sudden, all those companies are really excited about, you know, the LGBTQIA community. Some of them who might not be very excited about outside of that. And so during Pride Month, as you know, as a queer influencer, as someone who manages a talent company, as someone who runs a nonprofit, we see how people do these things well, and we see how people do these things poorly, and we see the benefits of doing them well. So that's really what we're going to be talking about today, is, you know, if you are someone who wants to get into influencing and you're maybe a member of the LGBTQIA community, or if you're an organization looking to expand your demographics, or if you're anyone in between, hopefully you will learn something. If not, laugh a little bit. So first things first, my fellow wonderful panelists, what exactly is queer influencing? Did I make that term up? Did we make that term up? Maybe, but I don't know if we'll kick it to you, Brandon, first. What does that mean to you?
To me in general, I think queer influencing is just, someone who is just like in the gaming, streaming space, who is, in the queer community, who is very, vocal and also very like trying to support other, queer creators on the platform or just like on social media and just having a source of just support. I feel like I've been doing the queer influencing for a long time. I wasn't very open at first because of just the fear of, being in a straight dominated industry. But after a few years of realizing that I wanted to make like myself known and give like kind of a voice to other queer people, it was a lot easier for me to just be myself and just didn't care after a point. Yeah.
I love that. I love that. First off, I think that queer influencing is very much made up by you, Doc. So like I don't think that's like a real thing. But with that aside, I totally agree. I mean, as a fellow queer individual who runs and manages a company, I think kind of like I take it upon myself to set that precedent of I speak with clients, whether it's, prospective talent or brands, and I'm like, hey, I'm queer. Most of my staff is queer. A lot of my talent are queer, is queer. We'll work through that one. So let's make it normal and get that out of the way, and just trying to continue to normalize that as an easy conversation piece.
I want to touch on something Brandon said before I talk about what queer influencing, whether or not I made that up, which is in the beginning, you just said that you weren't out, which is so interesting, looking at your brand now. It's become, your identity is so much a part of you, as it is for all of us. Like all of our identity is a part of us. I also wasn't out in the beginning. Like the first year, I like dipped my toes into streaming, but more when I was coming up with the esports health stuff. I was not out to anyone, and and that's the first thing. It's like, is it safe? Is it safe for me to come out? Because so I'm a medical doctor, and when I see all my patients during the day, they see my wedding ring, and they're like, they ask about my husband, and I have a choice right there to come out, right? Every single day I have a choice if I want to come out or not. And that's the same thing with streaming. Like every time you meet someone new, every time you turn on a new stream, you have that choice. It's like, do I want to come out? Do I want to come out? So I think that's such an interesting thing, is like the first step to queer influencing is being like, is it safe to come out? I don't know. When did you decide? When did you make that decision, Brandon? I'm so interested in that. If you don't have to share this, if you want to.
Oh yeah, no, it's totally fine. Actually, it was at a PAX convention, where I was. No, actually, it was at the very first TwitchCon. And I went to the LGBT panel there, and I was a partner at the time. But I remember I sat there and I was just like, you know what? I was really inspired by the people who were in there, who were just being open about themselves. And I wasn't ready at that point to just be like, hey, everybody, I'm gay, all that kind of stuff. But I was really inspired by them to want to be at the next TwitchCon the next year. So the next year came, I was asked to be a part of it, and I said, absolutely, I will be there because I want to make sure my voice is heard. And I was able to do it, I think for 2 years straight. And then after I was asked again, but I declined because I wanted to make sure that other people's voices in the community were heard. Because I was like, my story has been told already. People already know it. I want to make sure that we uplift other people as well. So I suggested other queer creators to come through for that next TwitchCon to be a part of it, which is really, really cool to see that they actually were a part of it. So yeah.
That's cool. Shout out to PAX. Thanks for your help. It's full circle right now. Now we're talking about queer influencing at PAX. Total full circle. Yeah. And I think that, I mean, for me, like as the years go by, becoming queer becomes more accepted, because like when I was younger, I mean, I also grew up in the Midwest, so there's that. But every year it becomes like, it almost becomes like slightly cooler. I don't know. Like I feel like sometimes
It's totally cool now. It's so cool.
I mean, mom jeans are back in, so
yeah.
All bottoms and mom jeans are in. Anything can be cool now.
But that's like it's like, is a brand not going to want to work with me if they know I'm queer? Am I not going to get that next Twitch sub because they know I'm queer? But like you start thinking about that, and then you realize at the end of the day that those people probably suck anyways.
Yeah, that's so true. So true.
You
I
don't want
saw.
to have those people kind of like in your ecosystem anymore. I think
Hmm.
obviously I'm not a content creator, so I can't speak from the sub perspective, but I think you just get to say no. You
Yeah.
just get to kind of be empowered with like, oh no, thank you, this doesn't align with what we believe in.
Hmm. I definitely had like I guess like not an epiphany moment, but just like a moment where I was like, I'm either gonna have an audience who's gonna respect me and my sexuality, or they're just not gonna be here. So that's why I have always been super open about like who I am as a person, and just like I'm just being my authentic self. So people just kind of could see it, and if they like it, they like it. If they don't have to be there. I leave the door open for people to leave, or if they have questions, like if they've never ever seen like a queer person in general, because I know there's some people who are like that. I'm willing to be that first person to educate you in a certain way, but there's also Google, so you can look it up stuff too. So I only go so far. I can only teach so much for free.
I think that is like what the basis of queer influencing is, right? It's like, so when we say queer influencing, it's not about draping yourself in rainbow and like prancing around in LL Bean and driving a Subaru, right? That's not what it is. It's not about being like, you should pay attention to me because I'm gay. It's
Yeah, yeah.
realizing that, that part of your identity is something that if someone is going to get to know you through a stream, or if a brand's going to get to know you, they're going to get to know that part of you, and that's a part of you you're proud of. And I like, because that's what, like you said, like those people who you were watching at that PAX panel inspired you to come out.
Yeah,
Right? And like
yeah.
that's the coolest part of queer influence, I think, is like the inspiration to give people the confidence to say, this is who I am, and if you don't like me, go away.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's just like all of us sitting here on this panel. The three of us, are all queer in one way or another, and we're very openly putting it out there and hoping that we're able to influence other people to feel comfortable enough to kind of be like, oh, also me too.
Yeah.
I agree. I totally agree. Just like in general, it's been such a great experience to like have realized how I started this like 9 years ago and to see how everything is now. Like when I first started, I had the mindset of like, you know what, I'm just gonna not say anything and I'm just gonna see how far I can go. Because like I'm really nervous about how people are gonna treat me. And then it got to a point where it's just like I don't care. And at this point, obviously I don't care. I'm just like I'm here, I'm queer, deal with it.
Yep. Perfect. It's perfect. So I think that's what I love about this topic and this conversation, because it's July now when this panel is airing, and that post Pride Sunday scaries starts to set in around June 1st, June 2nd, and you're tired from the parties and you're burnt out if you're running anything, because this is our busiest month of the year, and suddenly all of those big name companies that were talking to you, you no longer responding to your emails anymore.
Yeah.
And it's like we go back to being normal people again and not being like ridiculously celebrated. And some people who come out during Pride Month now, and because when you first come out, you're so excited and it's like that rush. But then some people don't always like take it that well, and so there's always that backlash. So now it's I think it's July 16th. Oh, it's my birthday. Happy birthday, me.
Happy birthday.
It's hard because you need that inspiration, you need that extra step, and you need that light at the end of the tunnel. And streaming and content creation sometimes shows you this perfect world that seems like nothing is broken and everything's beautiful, but in reality, Brandon went through that struggle, I went through that struggle, Amanda went through that struggle, and so a lot of us are still going through that struggle. So part of being queer influencer also, I think, is being open and honest about the struggle and how coming out is not always easy, and how everything's not always glitter and rainbow sparkles. So being real, I think, is also like super important for your emotions. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe follow up with that, because I don't know what I just said there. Okay, so we talked about the queer influencing, but if you're an individual, it makes sense to be your true authentic self. But if you are a company, sometimes, so we see it, right? So Dignitas posted about their new logo with the not logo but their Pride logo, and like the comment section is pretty obviously what it is. It's like people are like, unfollow, don't subscribe, this is why you suck, blah blah blah. Evil Genius posted about it, and the comment section was full. So as an organization, sometimes it might be hard to see the benefits of embracing Pride if you're nearsighted. But what are, like, if you guys seen any benefits to good Pride initiatives or, embracing the queer side of your fan base?
I
Absolutely.
I definitely think on the Twitch side, like I've been a part of like a lot of their Pride activations, and like you said, like they'll post about like Pride coming up, and then the comment section's crazy, and people are talking about when it's straight Pride, how come there's no straight Pride? And I used to like put on my hazmat suit and go through those comments and defend the gays throughout the times. But it's it's the internet, and there's people who are just going to be ignorant and or they just want to be act like we don't exist, which is like that's not going to be possible because it's like we're not going to go anywhere. But I think companies should not be afraid of embracing Pride because of the fact that it's like you are reaching a demographic that is there. It's not like we just kind of popped up out of nowhere and like are going to disappear after June's over. I think also what's really important is getting involved with like LGBT creators who are out there. I think a lot of these things that are happening when they post about this stuff is because they don't have anybody who is in their community who is LGBT. So their outside community is like not okay with it, which is either you got to deal with it or not. But I think the first start is getting an LGBT person on just in your company and your brand, because that's the easiest way to make it more authentic, and it doesn't seem like, oh well, it's June, let's just try to have a social media post and make it work. And just like making sure you continue after that, supporting the LGBT creators that you have on your side and your brand, because that it just makes it seem more real, and it makes like other LGBT people who are out there watching and wanting to support companies want to support them even more because they see that they're doing more than just like, oh well, it's June, all right, see you later, like let's switch back up the profile picture. Yeah.
Definitely. It has to be a continuous conversation. And this is something
Mhm.
that I stress running partnerships for QWE, working on brands and partnerships over at Tyrus, is that one, you can't just have no dialogue. So I think a big issue that companies run into is if they say nothing for Pride, I think you're really in hot water. So while you may write a post and then have some hate on it, I think that's a significantly better move than writing nothing at all. But then continuing to follow up and, working with creators like Brandon, or aligning with a nonprofit like QWE, and continuing to like in on those panels and like have those important conversations, whether you make that like a monthly initiative, a quarterly initiative. You can't just have that like one and done party in June and then expect um all the queer people to still care about your brand when you stop caring about them.
Mhm.
I love both of those points you guys just brought up, because the first one was, having people in the room, having someone in the room when you're making that decision, right? Like one gay doesn't speak for them all, but it's better
Yeah.
than none, right? Better than none. It's like, I'm not going to name names, but if you look at some of the missteps that some of the big brands have had along the way, then you can tell there was no one in the room who they were trying to target. And that's a problem, right? Like,
Mhm.
you don't need to hire, I mean, you should, but you don't need to hire a queer person just to commentate and consult on queer things, right? Because intersectionality, are so much more complicated than our sexuality. But if you need help, reach out to nonprofits, right? Reach out to queer creators, right? Reach out to people and say, hey, does this make sense? And if you're gonna celebrate Pride Month, you might as well be supporting those orgs anyways. And so we'll look at your stuff for a tiny little donation. So getting people in the room to just say, hey, does this make sense to you? Because I'm not an electrician, and so when I did a home inspection, when I went through this house that I just bought, I didn't notice that they had installed a stove outlet where my dryer outlet was supposed to go, right? It's an outlet for a stove in my dryer. I didn't notice that, right? But then my electrician came through and he's like, this is not going to work. So to him, in his eyes, that stuff, you can tell the difference, right? And that's kind of the same thing with, I mean, everyone should be able to tell that. But Sometimes you don't want to put just a queer hat on an emoji to make it queer, which is so important. And that's it. And then so that's diversity, right? Getting people in the room who look different, and then also inclusion, making sure everyone is included in the conversation and not just standing in the room. And then the second point,
Well, speaking of
yes, go ahead,
of
do
that, there's there are organizations such as QWE and so many others that do DEI consulting. You can work with, not to promo QWE and I Am Brandon here, but like I Am Brandon does consulting, QWE does consulting. There are so many others that do this type of consulting that as a brand or a company or an org or as an individual, like you can get that help from gay professionals, as part of the gay agenda. There are professionals within that, and they can come in and actually help revamp these programs and actually help place brand ambassadors, whether they're employees or someone that you have on contract, to actually be able to help you with those different types of initiatives and sensitivities, and work with your marketing and your social media so you don't sound like an absolute idiot when coming out onto social media about it.
Yeah, actually, I did some consulting for an indie game that's pretty popular. I'm just gonna make sure I just keep it out because it's a signed contract, so I can't say who it was. But they actually reached out last year, and I talked to them about how they can work with the LGBT community because they have a big LGBT community that plays their game. And it was really cool to see that this Pride, they actually released some stuff with like Pride charms for like different characters in the game, that just in general. So it was like really cool to like have talked to them about different things they could be doing, and them actually like implementing that into the public space, and then seeing the community react in such a positive way because they've been wanting to be represented in the game that they love and play. So it does work. Consulting queer people works. If you start early, then you get some good results.
That's amazing. Who would have thought? Who would have thought a little education?
I just Googled Pride Charms video game, and oh my God.
Oh no, now I need to look it up.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm not going to freak out, but cool. Good for you. Good job. And that's the thing, when you engage the actual population, your results are going to be better, because as queer people can smell your pandering can smell your pandering from a mile away, right? It's just like when they tried to make those Bic pens for women, right? And they made them a little bit smaller and pink and then charged just as much. You can't shrink it and pink it for Pride Month, because we will know you are being disingenuous, and it won't work, right? It's not going to work, and you're going to get called out on social media, and then it's going to be even worse, because not only did you piss off the straight people who hate the gays, but now you pissed off the gays. So who's going to buy your stuff? So when
now you have no friends.
Now you have no friends. No one's gonna come to your birthday party. So actually engaging people who do this for a living is super important. And I also loved what you said about keeping a continuous conversation, right? Gay people exist outside of Pride Month. Black people exist outside of February. So, make sure that you're continuing to engage throughout the year. And it doesn't have to be by throwing money at organizations. It just has to be like reaching out to the org and saying, hey, we've got a panel coming up and we need a person to talk about marketing. Do you have someone who's marketing? Please don't ask us to do like women in gaming panels all the time. Like ask us about other things.
Yeah, I actually had an experience with this a few months ago where I did a panel for Xella, and it was about like gaming marketing, and I said like I really do appreciate that I was brought into that, because not a lot of people asked me to talk about that, because I had like a lot of experience with game marketing and just working with influencers and all that. And it was like the first panel that I didn't have to talk about like race or like all that stuff, which was really nice. It's just like making sure you reach out to people who have that experience, who it's just not you're going to like try to fill a quota or whatever. That makes them have a better experience and then want to talk about like your company more in general.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think it's really important to note, kind of like what you were saying, Talk. Like for us, it is gay 365 every second of every day. Like that doesn't change. So also being mindful of that. Like I'm excited that people are excited for our community, but like let's also remember like this is our everyday. So like let's also help normalize it a bit. I like a party. I will take a block party, a drag brunch, anything all the time, but I think it's just about making it a bit more of a normal conversation with brands. Like I'd love to see a drag brunch some other time other than June. from
Yeah.
a company. Like, let's make it something fun and different and in freaking January, because we all need bottomless mimosas in January also.
More so in January than in June.
Yeah.
More
yeah.
so in January.
Just saying. So we've talked about, kind of the how to effectively do target the queer community, target the queer demographics. What are some, and you don't have to like name specific names because we don't want to call anyone out, but what are some ways you've seen that are either like really good, effective targets of queer demographics, or like really bad ways? So like I'll go first. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you. And I actually have notes on this because it's one of my favorite things. So let's talk about everyone's favorite car, the Subaru. Everyone's favorite car. So in the 1990s, circle back to the 1990s, Ellen DeGeneres still hadn't come out. Don't Ask, Don't Tell was a couple years away. It was not cool to be gay. Mom jeans were not ironic, right? Mom jeans were not ironic. It was not cool to be gay. And Subaru's car sales were declining. And so they hired a new ad agency, and the new ad agencies did what ad agencies do and said, who's buying our cars? Who's buying our cars? And they found that people who were buying this sturdy but drab car were educators, healthcare professionals, people who liked the outdoors, and pockets of women who lived with other women in Massachusetts, California, and the Pacific Northwest. And so they said, they put them all in a focus group, and they're like, why do you like our cars? And it turns out they were lesbians.
What?
Lesbians. So Subaru said, okay, what are we going to do? How do we target this population? Because we don't want to make it like if you buy a Subaru, then you're gay, because that's going to be a stigma, right? There's still a stigma attached to it. So they started this ad campaign, and they marketed it in the coolest way possible. So they took their normal car ads, but the normal car ads above it, the first one said, it's not a choice, it's the way we're built. And then the next,
Dude, I got chills.
Right?
I actually just got chills.
And the license plate of the car below it says P-Town. And that's what they did. And so and another license plate said Xena Lover. One of the other taglines also said like, get out, stay out. And it was ridiculously successful. It went from being a car that lesbians liked for reasons to a car that you buy because you want to support this company. And fast forward to when the recession hit, Subaru was the only American car company that didn't lose shares during that time period. They're the only ones who didn't decline during that time period. And I'm not saying it's because of the gays, but we all know it's because of the gays.
It was actually on the gay agenda.
I actually found it on the gay agenda. I got my copy out. Yeah. So
we have the same copy, I think.
Oh yeah, I think it might be the same one. But brand loyalty is huge, especially among, brand loyalty is huge in every population, but it's also huge in the gay population. Like, if you're good to us, we'll be good to you. So that's kind of one example that I have. Not to lead with the best example because it's super.
Damn.
But yeah, so
that was amazing.
The quick one I can think of, it's obviously no one where Chick-fil-A is known for not really supporting the LGBT community, and recently like Burger King thought they would just like kind of swoop in there to try to like kind of troll them a little bit by trying to give donations to LGBT organizations, but there was a little controversy with them a few months ago where they made a tweet about women belong in the kitchen. And then like replied afterwards, was trying to try to smooth it over, was like, oh no, it's just a joke. Where I just even seeing them trying to like hover into trying to like do the thing about Chick-fil-A. It's like, we already know what you did, so you might as well don't say anything.
And they were like no, we meant as chefs. We meant as chefs.
Yeah.
Did
that
you
is one bad
though?
example. Yeah, it was one bad example where the internet remembers everything forever, especially if you're a brand or a corporation, and that it could turn your back on you, even if you're trying to support a marginalized community during a certain month. If you have really bad history of doing it to other people in a bad way, you probably shouldn't try it again. Unless, yeah, I would suggest never doing it again. Just let it die.
Let it die. Let it die. Your French fries already been good, Burger King.
Yeah. Very true.
Amanda, do you
I
have
don't
any
think I
stories
have
you want to
any,
share with the
not
class?
any specific. I like, because I work on the advertising side of things, I analyze every ad. And so to me, so many things, unless I recognize a company supporting the LGBT QIA community, it just seems very disingenuous. It seems like, okay, in 2020, their director of marketing earmarked June of 2021 for gay activities. And then it's now June 2021 and gay activities are being had. And then they have it then earmarked for the next year. And so it just, I'm very unimpressed by so many things that I can't really pick just one. And your super example was just glorious. And I will never forget the Burger King comment because I just read that and I was like, yep. So I guess I'll have more things to say when I see a 365 gay all day campaign, like a rosé all day, but gay all day. That's
Should we put that on a shirt?
I would like gay all
hey.
day.
I'm gonna write that
In
down.
like
Hold
pink,
on.
like pink rose, like sparkle metallic.
Oh my
yeah.
gosh, pink.
And then
rose.
that's your brunch shirt. That's the
Oh,
shirt
there
you
you go.
brunch
That's
in.
for brunching.
By
Yeah.
the time this panel airs, QW will have that on a hat or on a shirt. So head over to queeresports.com. No, sorry, .org to get your merch, or check us out on Twitter at Queer Esports. That's cool. Good job. So, but okay,
Thank you.
so what are some things? Are there any brands or things that you will purchase because of their affiliation with like queer community? So for me, I am a big supporter of like the National Women's Soccer League, and like I'll go to their games. I have season tickets because like I feel like they embrace their queer athletes. It's always so interesting when women's basketball teams don't embrace their queer athletes, or women's sports teams don't embrace their queer athletes, because it's like, you know who's watching and playing, right? I don't know. I think brand loyalty is just really big sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I for example, like I'll say Xbox has been like super, super supportive of me and just like other LGBT people ever since, just in general. But like the easiest example is when the Xbox Series X launched, and they actually went through and were looking at different creators of all sizes and sitting out the system for people to check out and show to their audience and to their community. They definitely did their research, and I know the people who were behind it. They definitely like have kept up with me in general. We're like, you know what, like Pride's coming up, but we want to make sure that you're involved in any kind of way. They have been featuring like up and coming LGBT creators just on their channels and like putting them out there on their socials, which is amazing because like when I was younger, I would never have seen like a queer person in general on like Xbox or anything like that. So it's really cool to see just these brands who are obviously they're being played by every single person like in the world, every kind of demographic, embracing it and making sure that they are representing those communities in really good ways. And even the staff at like Xbox has always been very nice to me and just like other LGBT people and just like of all like demographics. I've been super impressed with how they've launched their newest system, and just like the staff that they have there have been super awesome.
Shout out to you, Xbox, if you're watching.
Yes.
I think that's a really good one, because using, if you're confused about what to do, because sometimes people and brands are a little bit uncomfortable when the History Month or the Heritage Month or the Pride Month isn't about them, right? Because you don't want to say the wrong thing, you don't want to face public backlash, you don't want to be a jerk. So when in doubt, use your platform to amplify queer voices. Use your platform to amplify the voice of the month that you're in, if you don't know how to do it, and do it before the month starts, right? Do it before the month starts. You guys, Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th, that's 3 months away. Start reaching out now. Start reaching out now to orgs. Don't reach out on September 14th, right? Because I can't even tell you the amount of emails that I've been getting like today and yesterday for people to be like, hey, we have a panel next week on being queer. Do you want to sit on it? And I'm like, they don't change the dates, right? No one misses
It's the same June. It's the same June every year. It's not a different June.
So yeah, using your platform to amplify, like what you said about Xbox, like how they were putting queer creators in 1st. I mean, that's like the easiest way to do it, and that's
Yeah,
the most
like
organic
my
way.
friend who's a drag queen was like on their channel, like on their socials, which was like super amazing. So I was like, you know what? Continue this. I will buy every system after this. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Now I gotta buy the new Xbox. I was an
Yeah.
Xbox gamer, but then I built this computer and I switched over to mouse and keyboard.
Mm,
So
yeah,
now
yeah.
I'm gonna
I
buy an
switch in
Xbox.
between, you know. I go back and forth.
Very interesting. So we're almost, kind of nearing the end of our time together in this wonderful, amazing, fantastic panel. Do y'all have any like final thoughts or final things you want to talk about? Because I think actionables are really important for me because it's like, yes, we are entertaining, and yes, I'm sure people feel good after watching this, but I want to give people things they can take home with them, right? So if you're an organization, continue the conversation, get people in the room when you're talking about the initiatives that are going to affect them, and then use your platform to amplify, organic voices. I think are 3 really good take homes. But do you guys have anything else that you really want people to know? Anything that you want them to go home with?
I mean, I feel like you hit all the good ones I was gonna say. Like definitely like, hiring LGBT people within your company is always going to help you out because we've seen so many mistakes that marketing people have put out there because they think that they know what the LGBT community wants. And it's totally obvious where it's like, okay, so there's literally nobody who was in the room who looked at this, like approved it and was like, okay, this may not work. So once you get some people in there who can explain to you if it will work or not, that's going to help you out a lot. And then also there are plenty of creators who are in the space who are out there. You just have to do the research. I mean, we're not invisible at this point anymore. So there's so many different ways you could do it by literally Googling people and finding, creators out there. There's so many. There's a whole tag on Twitch, especially that you can go through, LGBT creators that you can look through. See right there, like Twitch is giving you the platform to find these people and seeing who works for your activation. So doing the research is always going to be the best, and also knowing who they are as a person and coming with them with, hey, I've seen your content and I understand like you are this kind of person. I think you'd be great, and if they fit your activation, then that's going to make them more prone to want to work with you in the long run.
Definitely. And kind of going along with my gay all day thing, I think by highlighting these LGBTQIA creators and not just constantly hammering with like, look at this gay person, look at this gay person, but having this LGBTQ person be just part of the dialogue naturally will again start to help normalize it. I think pointing out like, look, this is a woman and they're gay, like,
Yeah.
okay, cool. And the sky's blue. Got it. Like, but what amazing things are they doing? I think just continuing to put those people in your companies at the forefront of sponsorships, activations, and campaigns, and also not having to need to highlight that they're gay. You don't need a token gay because that's obvious as well. Like just having that person be incredible and in the company, I think speaks for itself.
Yeah. So for Queer Women of Esports, we started this thing called like a spotlight series, and it's kind of a reflection of that because as an organization, we want to be able to celebrate AAPI History Month. We want to be able to celebrate Black History Month, but we don't want to be like, okay, here's a Black History panel, here's an AAPI panel, here's this panel. So it's when we're gathering creators with those backgrounds, but we're just talking about esports, right? We're talking about competitive gaming, we're talking about marketing, we're talking about what's it like to do your job, and they just all happen to be of the month we're celebrating because like the fact that I'm gay is one of the least interesting things about me. I think my medical background is super cool. Like I play hockey, let's talk about that stuff. And then the gay part will come up obviously, but so focusing on it doesn't always have to, if you want to do something for Pride Month, it doesn't have to be a let's talk about being gay. You can just gather people together who happen to be gay and talk about something else. So I think that's also a good one that we spoke about. Does anyone have any other final thoughts they want to talk about?
Hire gay. There you go.
Put that on a shirt, Brandon.
Yeah. I still need my gay all day shirt for sure.
Yeah. Well, that's already happened because it's July 7th,
Perfect.
16th. So
Done.
don't worry about it. You have
So in
the
July,
shirt.
I'd be wearing it.
You
Well,
have
by
the
the time
shirt.
they're watching this, I will be wearing the shirt.
Okay, perfect. Go to Amanda's Twitter right now and check it
There you go.
out at Lalani. Make sure to hit that follow button while you're there. All right, y'all. Well, this has been fantastic. We are short and sweet because just because you are given the power doesn't mean you have to use all the power. So we'll just do a quick closeout. Maybe tell people where they can find you. I will go first because I'm already talking. Once again, my name is GamerDoc. You can find me on Twitter at GamerDoc_ at the end. And I'm also the executive director of Queer Women of Esports. We're a 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to advocating for inclusivity in competitive video gaming. You can check us out on queeresports.org. We also have a really active Discord community. So if you are looking for people to play video games with, join us. Allies welcome. All you have to do is be like a good person. Yeah, that's the only actual prerequisite to being involved in QWE is not be a jerk. So you are all welcome if you've made it to this far in the panel. And yeah, that's it. Check me out. And yeah, Amanda, do you want to follow me?
Yeah, absolutely. Amanda Solomon, obviously. You can find me on LinkedIn. That's where I have all of the credentials, all of the things I'm currently doing. As GamerDoc already tagged me, my Twitter is at Leilani. I'm sure you can figure out that from there as well. And Brandon, where can we find you?
Yeah, so if you're looking for me on the internet, you can find me at twitch.tv/I'm Brandon. But you could probably go to Twitter, which is the best place to find me. Is Switch. Wait, no. I am Brandon TV at I am Brandon TV. I always forget because I had to switch it up.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Y'all, thank you so much, PAX, for having us. If you all tuned in, thank you for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. We'll probably be in the Discord chat, so we've probably already answered all of them. But have a wonderful PAX, and hopefully see everyone at PAX West.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Here for it.
All right.
Here for it.
And should we wave out? What should we do? Should we like
And
wave.
scene.
And
Scene.
Responsible. And that's a fact about the internet.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very, very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Did you know? The first local area network, or LAN party, took place when a bunch of popular and/or cool kids in an Oxnard, California neighborhood decided it'd be fun to pretend to be sysadmins for a few hours before finally playing one round of Doom at 7 a.m. And that's a fact about the internet. Did you know? The internet was invented in 1928 to help put global stock markets back on track. However, at its launch in 1929, a rounding error caused markets to suddenly and irreversibly crash, leaving the technology to be abandoned until its reutilization in the late 1980s as an entertainment and torture device. And that's a fact about the internet. Attention campers, to whoever ordered delivery to their cabin, you owe us $20. Next time, order the Vindaloo.
Did you know? The first portable computer was the Osborne, a 24-pound suitcase-sized device. Much less well regarded was the first portable Wi-Fi router. It was called the Godmother and had to be mounted onto the dorsal plate of a Japanese spider crab. And that's a fact about the internet.
I was a street rat who'd lost her dog.
Will you at least allow me to call you Milady, Milady?
I am a keeper of charms. An ancient warning of what lies beyond. We will live and wait until the realm needs us again.
A goblin. A goblin in the city.
Turn those old Dungeons and Dragons into dollars and dividends by owning your own adventuring franchise. From its humble beginnings as D&D Live Play, expanding to stage, podcast, and stream, with Acquisitions Incorporated, there's never been a better time to get the money.
Hey, it's Owen Dron, CEO of Acquisitions Incorporated. Imagine digging a hole, but instead of finding a body, you find real wealth. And a body. One you put there. Buy my book.
We partnered with Wizards of the Coast to bring the official Acquisitions Incorporated experience to your home campaign. Learn how to run your own franchise, how to staff it with new player options for specializations, spells, and equipment, stats for iconic characters and monsters, and put your franchisees to the test with an included campaign for levels 1 to 6. Obviators are standing by. With the official D&D Acquisitions Incorporated book,
You can do what you wanna do. Ow!
Did you know? The primary syllabaries or character sets on the internet are kamoji and emoji. Where kamoji are used to convey complete sentences or phrases, emoji are intended to be parsed separately and can be integrated with other writing systems. And that's a fact about the internet.
Attention, campers. Today's lunch will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
Did you know? Elder millennials and more hip Gen Xers speak fondly about dial-up internet, a system whereby anyone who is interested in using the internet would need to call and remain on the line with Thaumaturd, the uplink, and provide him with thrilling conversation throughout their session. And that's a fact about the internet.
Did you know? An SQL slammer is both the name of a computer worm that almost turned off the whole internet back in 2003, and an extremely potent tequila drink. Sadly, the drink's recipe was lost forever when the floppy disk containing it fell out of a child's hands into the San Francisco Bay. And that's a fact about the internet.
decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm going to give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping into the deep end.
I realized that making games is like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project. Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know.
Making something that people enjoy.
Due to an unforeseen graham cracker, chocolate bar, and marshmallow shortage, S'mores Night will not be held this evening. However, we will be serving melted M&Ms on toast and fried bananas in the lodge at dusk.
Did you know that in 1977, Robbie Lerman with the Unicron Consortium experienced the very first reply all disaster when he accidentally transmitted a message intended for his office mate to every computer linked via the ARPANET system. To all 30 institutions, he sent the words, "Bob Metcalf's a real fink." And that's a fact about the internet.
Earth used to be our home, until the nuclear catastrophe plunged it into chaos. After 150 years, we've finally returned to the surface of the Earth. But the planet has changed.
Radiation has become an invisible, deadly companion. Droughts and sandstorms plague us time and again. We forge ahead to make this world bearable again.
We have created a new home for ourselves in order to lead a happy life. And yet, no peace lasts forever. Some survivors envy our hard-won prosperity. We won't allow our success to be simply taken away from us. We have to act. It's up to you to build our future.
term war driving, the practice of searching for Wi-Fi wireless networks from a moving vehicle, has apparently been in use since the 1980s, when it was adapted from war dialing, the practice of calling sequential phone numbers to see which one would hit a server. Nobody told me that stealing internet from my local laundromat had a cool name, and I consider you all responsible. And that's a fact about the internet.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very, very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Did you know? The first local area network, or LAN party, took place when a bunch of popular and/or cool kids in an Oxnard, California neighborhood decided it'd be fun to pretend to be sysadmins for a few hours before finally playing one round of Doom at 7 a.m. And that's a fact about the internet.
Welcome to round 2 of the Omegathon. This is going to be the most chaotic round of the Omegathon that perhaps has ever been run in all of PAX history, because on top of trying to keep track of 3 people playing Fall Guys, we're playing it out in the wild, which means there are going to be somewhere between 37 and 57 other randos running around in this world wreaking havoc. In a perfect world, the score for this Fall Guys will be figured out. The first person to be eliminated would get 1 point, the second person would get 2, and the last person to stay alive would get 3. We'll even try and follow that last person to see if they can make it all the way into a crown if we have the time. But in the chaotic world that is Fall Guys, I'm going to be doing my best to track who got the furthest with checkpoints and things like that. So if everybody gets eliminated in a round, we'll see where they are. Hopefully, the Omeganauts will be willing to help me with this a little bit, being like, yeah, no, they were farther than me, or I got a little bit ahead, and they won't argue over who was where, because this is going to be chaos in all forms. Joining us first time around here in the Rainbow Cat costume, we have Giddy Scheming Cookie, also Ange Mahler. And then in our shark costume, we have Zany Honking Oliver, which is Verno, and then our tough bumbling burger is Jess Person here with us. So we have our 3 Omeganauts going. I have no idea how this is going to go. This is going to be chaos, and I'm super excited for it. Are you 3 all ready?
Yep.
Ready.
Sure.
All right. Then let's see. Giddy Scheming Cookie, I believe you are our driver of this, so go ahead and get us started. DoorDash, break through the doors, race to the finish line. Some are real, some are fake. Pretty straightforward. Doesn't sound confusing at all.
I'm sure it'll be super easy. Oh no.
Look, it's just doors. All doors.
Oh.
Avoid fake doors.
Oh no.
Rainbow Cat. Second row back. Oh, hey, y'all started in about the same row. I don't actually know who I'm looking at on my screen right now. We're through doors. There we go. I'm watching the Rainbow Cat.
Oh God.
Go crazy. Where's Jess? How's Jess doing? Keep going, Jess. You got it. Look, people have already punched the doors down for you. You can do it. Verno, where are we at? Verno's just like getting away from the crowd, but found fake doors. Oh, fake doors. Oh. Verno!
Oh,
There's so many
the whole
sharks.
crowd.
There are so many sharks in this crowd. To keep track of you is...
I'll change my costume next round.
That's okay. I'm all for it.
Oh God, I feel like I'm behind everyone.
There's a qualified.
I'm in.
There's a qualified. Jesse,
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh.
Okay, well that got a little bit.
Is that burger down?
Yeah, that's a burger down. But we've still got to see how Zany Honking Oliver and the Giddy Scheming Cookie do. Now, Jess, you just get to watch as our spectator, just to see. Move between rotating rings and avoid falling into the slime.
This one's always interesting.
As long as this one doesn't have the fruit cannons, this one's easy.
I love this.
Say that
one.
now, I'm gonna fall off.
Wait, there's a version of this with fruit cannons?
Yes.
Yes. It's
I never
awful.
got that version.
Oh yeah.
Right, keeping track of that Rainbow Cat. Just trying to stay on a board long enough. Running away from people. Burno hanging out in the Shark Club over there.
I'm a very I'm a very passive jelly bean. I don't want to make trouble for anybody. Just stay out of my way.
Just stay away from me. I'll stay away from you. You and that TV box guy, I look to have the same plan. Just, I'm gonna stand over here. I won't touch you. Bruno's putting in miles on this run.
You gotta do what you gotta do, right? Get the steps in. No,
Oh, no.
I'm out.
Oh no!
Man.
All
I
right.
was 16 person eliminated.
Well, now we get a run to see how Giddy Scheming Cookie does. Well, see, no fuzzy math involved at all this time. It worked out real well. Thanks for making it super easy on me, guys.
Yeah, I did it on purpose.
It was just for you.
I fell off the edge for you.
Oh, this one's so
Hoverboard
much fun.
Heroes. Actually, I haven't played this one. I don't know what this one is.
I've heard this one is a pain in the ass.
It is, but it is like crazy cool. It's one of the new boards.
But I'm glad I'm watching it, not playing it.
Yeah, you guys get a preview of what you might see eventually, maybe.
Well, it's like pinball.
Yeah, all these new ones are like 80s tech, and I adore it.
That's cool. Yeah, there was a different one that has pinball theme in it. That was neat.
There's like 2 others at least.
Yeah.
I got the other Skyline ones. At least a couple of them.
Yeah, when I only have to follow one and keep track of one rainbow cat, this is so much easier.
Oh, horseshoe.
New platform.
Grab it!
Get up the edge!
Come on!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh no!
Oh!
Don't do it!
Where am I?
Oh,
no!
You can do
no.
it! Oh no!
Ah!
Oh.
All right, well, that still got you the furthest. We can exit the show here. Everybody can exit back out to the beginning. Round 1 goes to this giddy scheming cookie.
That cat is just too cute.
Oh, these sound like spinning tables that Jess was really excited for.
I don't want this.
Oh, this one was... I don't think I know if I did this one.
This one has pinball flippers, though.
Yep.
This is one of those, yeah.
Yep.
Navigate the futuristic obstacles and race to the finish line.
Oh no, this was the one I liked.
Futuristic obstacles. This is what the future looks like, people, just in case you were wondering.
Oh god. It's the water. I can't. Just wait. I will be eliminated.
I got this one about 5 times yesterday. Good luck.
Bro.
Oh!
There's fans.
There's
Yeah, those
fans.
fans are new.
Oh yeah, the fans.
I didn't see those yesterday.
Oh no!
Oh no!
I can't do it.
Jess is stuck on the fans.
Those rolling
Hey,
pins
that
of
one gave
doom.
you a boost.
Oh. Okay. Oh.
You
I'm
can
sure
do
I'm-
it, Jess. I believe in you.
Everyone. Oh gosh.
Team
This
Shark.
part I hate. It's like hopscotch from. Ah!
Oh. Oh no. Wait.
Jess,
Okay.
back to Jess. Jess made it through the fans. That's good.
Oh
Only 3
Qualified.
people have qualified.
Oh.
You got lots of time.
Early qualifier.
Number
I know.
4.
I'm stuck. There we go. The door opened finally.
Yeah, I've been watching you stuck inside there. It was just like, oh, let me out.
no. Goodness.
Watch the bridges, Jess.
I know.
Wait for
Okay,
that one.
jump over.
Okay, go.
No.
Okay, get ready. No.
I'm so sorry. I'm very bad
There you
at
go.
this. Okay.
Wait for it. It's gonna go away. Jump to the other one. There we go. Yes.
No,
Jump to the other one.
Oh.
I thought you had it. You got the rhythm now, though. You've seen it.
Yeah.
Let me go check on Birdo, see how he's
Oh,
doing.
I,
He's in shark mode in the
He's
weird
doing-
water.
this
Make
is
that
close.
jump.
Got me close.
No.
I don't think that this is happening, friends.
Oh.
I'm in.
Okay. That's a Birdo qualified.
Okay.
Okay, bridge.
Oh.
Wait for it.
No.
Jump. No.
Yes,
So
every
you want to
beat
go
it
on
changes.
it right when it spawns?
Yep,
No,
jump.
jump.
Yeah.
Oh.
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 It's okay. That kind of tricky jumping stuff is like my worst nightmare in games.
Same.
I'm like sweaty gamer.
I have that plus tiny hands.
It's fine.
Tiny hands don't work.
Someday I'll get past the race.
What is up next? Oh, there's some more rollout. This was... Bruno, this is your chance. It's redemption. This is the redemption level.
This is where they swap just so you have to do another round later on. Somehow.
At least no fruit cannons.
Lots of those little rocket boys. Oh, don't get stuck on that pile. Hey, we need to hang out together. I can see you both on one screen.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of grabby, pushy, shovey people, and they make me angry.
That's why this is the one and the only time that I can invite 49 other people to play the Omegathon. They just don't know it.
Just wait until they're all watching it on Friday.
7 people eliminated. Is the shark costume new?
I don't think so.
There's
I
so
haven't
many
played in a while.
sharks. It's been there for a while. Uh-oh.
It's just pretty fantastic.
Whew.
We're good.
Man, that had me worried right there for a second.
Now I'm in a little bit of trouble. There we go.
All right. One more. We just have one more person fall off.
Awesome.
And then we get into a team game or something that messes all of
All
this
right.
up. You both qualified. All right.
You say all right, but you're probably cursing us.
It's okay. It's all fuzzy math. It's fine with it. You guys signed a contract that says whatever I say goes.
Yeah, I think I saw something about my firstborn child. I don't know. It's a little fuzzy there.
I might have lied about having a soul on my contract. It's already sold on eBay years ago.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, I hate this one.
I'm terrible at.
Oh, Fruit Cannon. This is the worst.
I have never seen this one.
Fruit Shoot
You've
is
never seen
horrible.
Fruit Cannon? Oh.
No, I've never
Yeah.
seen Fruit Shoot. I've seen Fruit
Fruit Shoot.
Cannons.
Is it fruit? Yeah, it's Fruit Shoot. Yeah.
Fruit Shoot, yeah.
Oh, I hate this one. I hate this one. I hate this one.
I've only ever seen Fruit Fly on the Tundra.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, we're starting off really well here.
Pumpkin.
Oh, wow.
Oh no.
Revenge of the Produce.
You can do it.
Ah, watermelon.
Oh.
Did you get knocked out of the watermelon too?
Yeah.
Come on, Orange. Oh, don't go over the bump. Just get knocked away.
Go for the watermelon.
Yes. You're so close.
Orange, you're glad it's not a
Almost
banana.
there.
Oh no.
I'm in number 4.
Nice.
Nice.
Well, fine. Now it's the shark pack.
Oh.
Oh, mango.
How many sharks are there?
There are so many sharks.
I don't want to swim in this arena.
Oh, this is it.
Oh.
Oh.
Nice game.
Oh.
All
I don't know
right.
if I've ever made it at the end of that round. I don't think I've ever cleared that round.
I never have. Still.
The Omegathon pressure.
Well, you're clearing it like a boss.
Oh. Like a rainbow cat boss.
Yes. You need to find a name tag that says Boss Cat.
Boss Cat.
Oh, this one.
This one is bad for me because I'm anti-pushy shovey, and that's pretty much the only way you can stay alive in this one.
Oh. Let them all be pushy shovey first. I've not seen this one either.
It starts out really easy and simple, and you're like, oh, this is fine, and then
No, this is not too bad.
Ah.
But those gaps get smaller.
Oh dear.
I like this little pigeon here too. Oh, and I like this Tanuki outfit. They're adorable.
That's very cute.
I wanted that Tanuki, but I could never find it on the market.
Oh no, the toucan. Oh, okay, the toucan made it. That little
You can't get rid of Toucan Sam.
raspberry top is a weird.
I'm like, is that a snowman?
Yeah, the pigeon
Oh.
snowman.
There's like a robot or something over there too.
Oh, little Gundam guys. They've been around.
How is such an adorable game so mean?
Because adorable things are always vicious.
A life lesson.
It's kind of true.
My friends would agree that I fit in that category. Small, adorable, but has a killer bite if I need to. Oh, and you have to jump over things.
Yeah, you gotta jump,
Freaking out my old school
Gotta-
skip it.
dodge all the sharks.
What's that one with the blue hair? That one's just weird.
I don't know. That one's...
that's the Amazon Prime one. I have that.
Oh, that's that one.
It's like there's space stuff on it too.
Yep. It's kind of like a pop star outfit.
That one was on a timer.
Did anybody fall off?
I don't think so.
No, I think
Oh.
1, 2.
2.
2?
1, 2.
Two.
Those poor guys.
Bye.
You guys all just did great teamwork.
What do we get?
Oh god, this one.
I don't know this one.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Fake
That just
tiles.
sounds.
Yeah.
It's basically think
Don't
Indiana
break the
Jones
ice?
and
Oh,
the
okay.
like the invisible path.
Oh no.
Last Crusade, right?
Yeah.
So this is
Yeah.
something that you might want to be in the middle of the pack for?
Yeah, you kind of want to just like
Like, you guys go find the hole for me.
Pretty much.
Oh god.
Everyone's just. I don't
It's
want
like,
to take the
Who
gamble.
wants to go first? Who wants to go first?
Oh no!
Oh, no!
I tried to jump it. I was too far out. Oh, that's fine. Okay.
You did so good though.
You did very
Nice
well.
job.
That was beautiful to watch.
Oh, they throw balls at you too. That's cool.
Oh,
Oh
that's
no!
Oh yeah, that.
Where am I?
Don't fight it. Don't fight it. Go with it.
Oh no!
Don't fight it. There we go.
Ow. Just got hit by a giant ball. Mother.
There you go. You got it. You got it because you're going with the spin.
Oh god.
Checkpoint reached.
And if you fall on the second set of spinners, you'll be okay.
Oh, I jumped the wrong way.
Head to the ramp. Yes.
Where is the? Oh, there it is.
Oh, those balls are new.
There you go. Go with it. Go with it. That's perfect. You're like a pro. Oh no. Oh hey, look. There's a room in the bottom.
Oh.
Run up the hill.
Oh, fine.
Okay. I'm almost there.
You're almost there. This is
You can
it.
do it. You're gonna miss.
Oh no!
Make it?
There's a jump!
Go, go, go!
You're not gonna. You made it further.
It's okay.
You made it further.
I made it much further than I normally do.
You did. You got the
Yay!
rhythm down on those spinny platforms.
Progress.
It's okay.
One more round, you would have beaten both of us.
Sure. Don't worry. I didn't. It means I don't have to practice like the other game.
You don't have to worry about overcooked now.
Yeah, I am bad at that game too.
I am so nervous about Overcooked. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
stress
pretty terrible.
out.
I haven't even. I'm like, I don't expect to get that far. So.
Yeah, I mainly played Brawlhalla because I'm terrible at it and I've never played it before. And I figured, okay, after round 1, I'll just wing it.
I mostly focused on Fall Guys because Brawlhalla, I'm like, okay, I've beat a dev, so I have a
There
little
you go.
hope. And I
When
know
this
what
is-
character I'm playing.
When this is over, I get to go play Cozy Grove, which is
Oh.
so
Oh, nice.
easy. It'll calm me down.
It'll
from
calm
all
you right back down.
this.
I get to go home and clean to prepare for my friend coming over to watch Black Widow tomorrow.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
I get to
Real
log back
door.
into work.
Our concert got canceled, so we're
Knitting.
using that money to do Disney Plus Premium.
Nice.
How many jelly beans?
These fake doors are so just like, there's no door here. Ugh.
Oh, God.
Oh, there goes the crowd.
Oh,
I know. As soon as I switched to you, Bruno, you were like in the front, just leading it, and I switched to you, and that was the end of it.
Come on, come on.
the one time you want the hammer to hit you.
Yeah.
I'm in.
All right.
You did it.
Zany Honking Oliver still alive.
Am I the last one alive?
Giddy Scheming Cookie is still in there too.
Oh, of course she is.
I was trying to announce it to make you feel
Lovely,
better.
of course.
Team ball.
Oh no,
Nope.
I hate this one. Oh.
Oh, this is it. This is your chance,
That
Bruno.
stinks.
We're on the same
hate
team,
this
aren't we?
one.
Jump dive through hoops to score 6
No,
points.
it's an individual.
No, this is individual points.
Oh.
You gotta get 6 points. I hate this.
Gotcha.
I got this once and I like, no, I don't jump.
I'm terrible at this one.
I don't
like,
jump in virtual and I don't
terrible.
jump in real. Except I had boxes, not ramps, that I could.
Ugh.
Bruno with 2 points.
You might want to tear the ramp.
Jeez.
Oh, that one's gone.
Oh my gosh, I'm so bad at this one. I hate this one.
Scheming Cookie only at 1 point. But our Zany Honking Oliver sitting at 4 of 6. Chance to break away. This one right behind you. They delivered that ring right to you.
Oh.
I'm in.
There we go.
It's cool. This game.
Oh,
Honk.
this one is like one of my downfalls. This one and the wall climb one.
Oh.
Oh, that wall climb one is hard.
I
That's
hate the wall
Yeah.
painful.
To your right. There's a hoop to your right.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh, get it.
go through that one.
Get it. Nice.
Hey! Here, I have 2! Nope.
Nope. You need to move a ramp
but straight
closer to
ahead.
that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
right there.
oh, they gave you
Have
one.
Have a hoop.
That was a pity one.
The game wanted you to have it.
Do this one. You can do this one. I believe in you.
Oh, stupid hot dogs.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
Yay, you made it.
Someone pulled the ramp for you.
Yeah.
How much is the gold one worth 4?
Gold one's
Three,
worth
I
5.
think.
5?
5?
Nice.
Wow.
5? Oh.
Yeah, you get a gold one and you're halfway there pretty much, or most of the way there. I totally just hit my hand on my shelf, by the way.
Ooh.
They really make you jump through hoops in this game.
I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Poor valiant dancing blob with no hoops.
That's usually me. That's me right there, usually.
I'm watching because I have to get one, right?
He's even wearing the protection
oh.
for diving.
Oh, no.
He's just about to get a point.
Oh, he was robbed. Or she.
Poor dude. Poor person.
Poor little jelly bean.
It's so nice how everyone was cheering each other on and not not trying to beat people, trying to help them.
How's this one work? Anybody know?
Don't get hit by a snowball.
If you jump on the blue, it'll crack
Yeah, it's
a
like
couple
the ice
times,
one.
and that snowball will absolutely knock you around. This is the one new one I played in practice.
Blast you through it.
I generally just try to stay on the pink blocks, which do not disappear.
Oh boy, there's a snowball right away.
I don't know if my screen's blurry or if your screen's blurry.
I think her connection got blurry.
Okay.
Oh, my connection's blurry?
A little bit.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
you went a little blurry, but we can still see what's happening.
I'm not gonna add any more snowballs, right?
20 seconds left.
Oh, I'm out.
Oh no!
Oh. Well, that guy's sus over there. Stay away from him. Ah!
Oh no!
That's not what I meant by stay away from him.
Wow, 5.
Nice.
Oh.
Only 8 remain.
Is it gonna be the slime tower?
Oh god, I hope not. Oh no. Oh.
Oh, just roll off.
Roll off part 2.
Oh.
It's solid gold pillars. I don't think. Oh gosh, I have never seen this one as a final round.
Oh, I think the slime creeps up while you go.
Oh.
Oh. That doesn't sound like it'll make it hard.
At least there's no fruit shoots too.
Don't jinx yourself.
Give them time.
The sky.
Like now with cannons. He's getting all up in my business.
That eggplant is sus. Get him.
Well, I feel like you 3 made this game about as little chaos as possible. It's been easy to follow. We know what's going on. That means this next wave, when we get our next 3, this is going to be atrocious.
Absolutely lucky.
Sorry in advance.
Just all chaos all the time for those matches.
Probably makes for better viewing though.
The
Well, yeah, but
chaos?
now we're holding on for a crown.
Yeah, no one's been eliminated yet.
But the slime will get someone eventually.
It always does.
Slime comes for us all.
I feel like I'm in the Ghostbusters.
Oh, that is scary close to slide.
Oh no.
2 are eliminated.
3 down.
3.
Ooh.
Good corner.
That alligator is just... That guy thinks this is a fun one.
4 down.
Yeah, just stay away from them. Let
Oh,
them.
no!
Oh!
Oh, so close.
All right. Well, with that, we have to say goodbye to our tough bumbling burger. Jess, thanks for joining us. Thanks for going through these rounds with the Omegathon. I hope that you had a good time.
It's very fun. I'm surprised I made it as far as I did. Thanks.
And we're going to switch it up here. We're going to bring in the Evil Queen and Zombie and Thaddeus Rocks. All right, we are here for our second wave of Fall Guys. We have the Evil Queen as the glorious golden creature. Zombie coming in as the fabulous sneaking goose. And Thaddeus Rocks as our loud bronze sweeper. So again, we're going to run 3 rounds. We'll see how chaotic it went. The first 3... they just made it really easy for me. They just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It was very easy. I expect more chaos. I brought this whole game just for chaos. So battle it out. Let's see what happens. Are you 3 ready?
Ready.
Ready.
All right. Break through the doors. All right, DoorDash for the first one.
I guess we're delivering food.
Oh, 2 Sonics?
2 Sonics.
Which one's the real one?
Whoever crosses first. This is that chaos time where you have to track 3 people. Oh man, the Zombie Sonic is not the fastest Sonic.
Nope.
That other Sonic is. I take it back. You're back. You beat him. Thaddeus and the Zombie all packed kind of together. Everybody's all kind of packed together right here. At a tight little choke point.
Dear Lord,
Yeah,
give me the
it's
strength
just
I need to
mad-
kill my enemies.
Diving across, a qualified. Qualified.
Did we all make it?
Yes.
I think so.
Yep, that was everybody.
Oh, we have the eggplant again.
Yeah, he's back. We're
I
still
don't
double
trust him.
Sonic'd.
I'm just
See.
happy I made it to through round 1.
Oh no.
I've never seen this one before. What the
Well,
heck?
first team to get
When you get
completely
caught,
jinxed or
grab the
eliminated.
opposing team.
Oh, cool. Y'all are a team now. This is
Okay,
fun.
I feel better.
Y'all
have a
lose
snake
or
thing
win together at
around
once.
you. So you if you have the goo, you want to give it to the other team, and if you don't have it, you got to stay away from anybody that has the goo around them.
Okay. Who has the goo?
I have no idea. This was one of those things that I was concerned about, was what's going to happen when it becomes a team game. Because if you guys lose in the team, then we're out. And
This
you
is
all
why we played
qualified.
3 rounds.
Y'all qualified so fast in that first one. I missed who's qualifying order.
No clue.
Don't grab me. I'm on your team.
I want a hug from someone that doesn't have the ick. Don't give me the ick. Bad soda can.
watching the Sonic screen, I'm getting dizzy because they're just sitting on the spinning wheel going like this.
You could just watch Thaddeus' screen. Thaddeus is just chilling over here on the side. Just, yo, I'm on a
like
ramp.
maybe I'm not getting the strategy here. Like, maybe I want the crud so I can infect more.
That's true.
Yeah. I think that's it.
I mean, maybe. I just don't know how to grab, so I'm avoiding
Right
it.
trigger?
Right trigger.
Ah. Well, hopefully I don't have to.
Alright, it's all tied up.
Oh, we're winning. I'm getting chased by the goos. Oh, shoot, I have the goo.
I still don't know if having the goo is good or bad.
It was bad.
That
I mean,
disco
we're
ball.
still winning.
There you go. Win, blue team. Yay!
Pulling my weight. Pulling that goo.
I don't know if I've ever made it through without getting gooed before. I'm pretty proud of me right now.
I got gooed so near the end, I'm okay with it.
Well, that solves that problem of what happens if your whole team loses and you're all disqualified.
Happy to
You
help.
say that, but wait till next round.
Yeah, please don't be button push.
I just don't want a slime climb.
I don't want the slime climb.
Okay.
I have
block
not
party.
done block party.
Block party.
Avoid moving walls
This is
and
good.
don't fall
This
off.
is a good way to not eliminate anybody.
It's just... Okay. Survival.
That's when you gets all grabby and starts throwing the other people.
Oh, grabbers are reserved to the worst circles of hell.
Yes, they are.
Yes.
It's a game mechanic. It's legit.
I don't think I've actually encountered any grabbers. Ever. I say that and I'm gonna get grabbed by everybody.
This koala's grabbing me and he's gonna get some hands.
He's getting a little handsy. That's not nice. You need consent for that.
Alright, line up.
Big kid in a row.
Line up like my
there's another,
students.
there's another
that
one of
don't
your
know how.
weird double chicken things. Whatever your costume is. I feel like it's a Ronald McDonald, like, Fry Guy costume. Except there is a legit Fry Guy here, so.
Mine's a pop star.
Ooh, that was close.
I'm getting grabbed. I don't need this in my life.
Oh. I think I'm being ignored. I don't know how I should feel about that.
They're unsure about that pop star costume. They're like, I don't really know. That weird blue starburst head. 4.
I still think I have
3,
the ick.
2, 1.
Woo! I think this is the furthest I've ever gone in this game before. I've never made it past round 3.
Is that all three of us still?
Yeah.
It's all 3 of you.
Nice.
And the Sonic. That other Sonic is still up there.
I know. He's got the light eyes, though. You got the dark-eyed Sonic. He's got the light-eyed Sonic.
Good, now we can tell them apart by their eyes. Oh, flipping nuggets.
Hey, Hoops! It's Sonic's game.
Sonic, I blame you.
You did this.
I'm actually really bad at this.
But both Sonics, I'm so bad.
Like, this is why, like, I used to play during season 1, like, a little bit, and then, like, this came out, and I was just...
You're like, never mind.
Bad.
I'm done with this now.
There were like 7 whole games, and now there's 100, and I don't know any of them.
That is how I felt when I booted this back up for this. It's been a while since I've done this. What is this game? I don't know.
Dang it, he just beat me to the flippin' hoop. Thanks, dude. So I want to push this.
Someone, bring it over here for the gold. It's that fry guy doing the Lord's work, pulling you all over to it.
Yeah.
That is not at my height.
The gold one in the corner. Oh, it's gone. Never mind.
Oh shoot.
Oh, did that guy get through there before you, Thad?
He must have. I do not feel like that is an accurate telling of that tale, personally.
Oh my god.
That is not what I saw happen. Oh!
At least I have one.
Sonic qualified for the rings.
I got the golden ring.
Woo! Good for you.
Classic Sonic fashion.
Ooh.
Did I? No, the other guy got it.
No, the other guy got it.
Damn marshmallows.
Got it. Get the gold. Get that gold.
Yeah.
Oh, they pulled the brick on you. You got it. You got it. Turn and jump.
No.
Oh!
No!
Oh! I had 1 point.
I had 5.
Thaddeus had 5, so I'm gonna give Thaddeus the win there. So let's see. The Evil Queen gets our 1.
At least I made it farther
Thaddeus
into the
comes
game
away
than
with 2.
before.
Jambi's got the 3 points. Jambi, you get your chance for your gold crown here.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen, but we'll give it a go.
You know.
You never know. Then ice.
Dead ice. Avoid the slime below.
The first time I made it to, I've played this one once, and I immediately ran off the side.
Is this just like a
'Cause I
really
didn't know it
thin
was
hexagon?
Yeah.
Yep. Looks like there's 3-4 stacks.
Yeah, 4 stacks.
Go, Goose, go!
Go, Sonic, run! Gotta go fast.
Oh man, that other Sonic is still there, just taunting you.
You know I'm going to lose, but I really hope that he doesn't win.
Yeah, you just gotta beat him. That's all that matters.
I'm still annoyed by the eggplant.
This is a dangerous corner.
No.
Oh, nope.
No!
Oh no!
We had a good run.
The other Sonic is so
no!
in.
No!
He's
The one thing
still
I
there.
wanted.
He's gonna die though.
His time is numbered.
Oh, thank God.
Eat it, other Sonic!
You didn't make it either.
At least the winner looks like Hagrid.
All right.
The guy who's playing that Sonic doesn't come watch this stream.
Yeah.
Like later
Man,
on.
I did really good this game. This felt great.
And we're just
They're all
trash
hating
talking
on
him.
Go away, Sonic.
Nobody wants
All right.
you here.
Ooh, I unlocked the shark
Well,
head.
That leaves us Jobby with 3 points, Thaddeus with 2, the Evil Queen with 1 point. Let's jump in and do another round of this quick. Run across the rings to reach the finish line.
Okay.
Please don't have the hammers.
This one, I have mixed feelings about.
No hammers.
No hammers. Okay.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Just rings.
I don't want hammer time.
Oh, and that floating platform in the back. This is the one that messes me up all the time.
The back section is the worst.
I've done this one where it had upward punching fists on the platforms too.
Oh, well, yeah, that one is.
Wow. Flew too close to the sun on that one.
Whoops. Did not want to jump on that yellow platform at that point. Double whoops.
Yeah, this platform jump is always the one that messes me up. And the Jobby made it look like so easy.
Oh!
I found the trick is not falling in.
Oh,
very good
that's
trick.
How you do it?
Way to share it now that you've qualified.
I keep making it halfway.
I forget we have like another match after this. I probably should have kept it to myself.
Yeah, you should have kept that to yourself.
Oh,
but you're caught on that wall. That was perfect.
No!
That was not perfect.
Oh. I'm having a day. Right in the middle. Oh man. Oh well.
$60 remain, but not now. Look at all those purple guys. Go to your own game. I wish there was a good way to make Among Us in the Omegathon. But all those asymmetrical games just don't work.
Have you ever played the hide and seek version of that game?
No.
Like the killer has an incredibly narrow radius of that they can actually see, and they have to try and track down people and kill them.
Oh. And you're not worried about doing other jobs? You're just hiding?
I mean, and then I think everyone has to finish their jobs to win. Like for the killer to not win.
Yeah.
It's been so long since I actually played Among Us. I am botching those rules. Please look it up. It's a fun game.
I wish this had been the first one.
Random planets flying.
Oh.
Oh.
You know, I try not to hit those buttons, but I just want to be a nice guy.
I'm assuming the buttons are what send out the stars.
Yeah.
It's just not worth the extra energy to push the button if you don't happen to accidentally push it.
Yeah, this is the worst spot.
Thaddeus, no!
Oh boy!
Man, you were killing it for so long.
That is frustrating. Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why don't you
this
just go up the
feels-
side?
Oh, you can go up the side?
Oh, there's a... For fuck's sake.
Oh, man. You were, like, 3rd place when you got there.
I think it's really rare that the
chipped your teeth on
flippers
that one.
actually give you a faster way up. It's so hit or miss whether you're actually going to get in
Yeah.
the right spot to get up.
Oh, that was right at the end. All right, well,
But,
it's you motherfucker.
I made sure at least
Whoa, language!
He did
Earmuffs,
not want you
everybody.
to come.
Fix that in post. This is an event for.
Well, this tiger made it look real easy getting up those flippers.
Yeah.
You're welcome for the tip.
Yes, thank you very much.
Oh,
I
by
did
the way,
not
for
know
the
there was a side
record,
on that.
Sonic came in first between the two of them that round.
Where did you end up, Sonic?
Like 5th?
Yeah, he was
Nice,
right
nice,
at the
nice.
front with you. Yeah.
5th or 6th.
If you had gone up the side, you would have made it first.
I wouldn't even have tried those flippers if I knew there was a side.
You went the first right at the flippers. I thought you knew what you were doing. You're like 1st flipper, 4th flipper, and
I've
up.
never
and then
even seen that map.
Yeah.
All right,
I love that map.
I have never beaten this map since they brought in the berries.
Oh, fruit!
Oh, yay! Why not throw berries on everything?
Yep.
Oops,
Berries
all berries.
make everything better.
Donk!
They're very good.
Oh no! Get out of here.
Oh no.
And. Alright, that's it for me. Dang it.
But that took a long time.
That was a double eliminated, but the zombie gets the points for coming in first in that other round. Navigate the frosty obstacles and race to the finish.
I love this one.
This one I don't hate. I did well on this one this morning.
Qualifier, I don't hate it.
High praise.
I got through it twice this morning.
It's not the worst thing I've ever seen.
Oh, this doesn't look all that long.
Don't worry, that bell will just hang there. It won't spin or anything.
Watch, they updated it a couple hours ago.
Oh, I've only seen snowballs, not berries.
Well, everything's berries now. It's summertime. It's all berries all the time.
Strawberry shortcake, anyone?
Oh no! Evil Queen, that's a slippery surface.
This is the part that I hate.
There goes the fan and the floor kicker.
No! No!
I'm in.
There we go. No! That fan.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Whew. Did we all make it?
Yes.
Yes.
We did.
I'm looking over at the skeleton bumblebee unicorn at the beginning
Yeah.
right now.
It's just not moving. Them and
Yeah,
Hot Dog
but
are
it's
like,
so
I'm not gonna
flipping
move.
cute.
Yeah, it's a pretty good skin. I like that.
I like the combination. I'm sad for them that they didn't connect. Meanwhile,
Better-
my abomination. Now, what hell awaits us?
Hoops, hoops, hoops.
DoorDash.
DoorDash.
Time for some delivery.
DoorDash gets harder with fewer people.
Yeah, I
Easier
think
to
it's
get through
later
the
in
doors,
the game.
but fewer people to tail
Take them
behind.
down.
Headbutt them for you. I like that they say the tip is avoid fake doors. Like you can tell there's a difference.
You
Like,
used
avoid
to
the
be
fake
able
doors.
to.
Yeah.
If there was something
Which
to the
doors
pattern.
look fake?
I don't know if it still is that way. I can't tell. I was never good at it, but
As someone watching and not having to play, I am not seeing any rhyme or reason between them as people bounce off and plow through.
Oh, I found one.
I know, I saw you turn that way and go to the side, and I was like, but there's an open door, what are you... Oh, alright, that worked out.
cautiously optimistic. Alright.
Ah, there we go.
That was like 6th or 7th in there.
I was like
Top
20.
20.
You and I were neck and neck.
Oh,
Somebody has a 2B costume in there.
why do we keep getting the egg?
It's just a common choice, I think.
Probably.
Like the alligator.
You know, it's the implication.
Just why? I have not done this one before.
I have never seen this one. But I mean, a race is a race is a race.
It's a race.
Yeah.
Scale the frozen mountain, reach the peak.
How hard could it be?
There's this section with some like punching fists and snowballs and
Yes.
flingy ramp things all at the same spot, and it's a mess for me.
Looks a little slippery.
Oh, like those fists.
Yeah, there's
No,
secret
I'm not even
fists.
talking about
got the
that
blue
part. That's
thing
the
in the
easy
middle.
part.
Bad fan. Oh, that's really low gravity.
Oh no!
No!
Shit, it's gotta find that timing. Like now. Yes!
No!
There it is.
Bad horse. How? Ow.
Just wait on it. Take another circle around. Take another circle around. Now jump. There it is.
No!
Oh!
Another circle around.
Oh no, snowball! Okay.
The snowball wasn't even what got me, it's the jumping. Nope, I did not make it. I'm gonna blame my crocodile tail. Tail got in the way.
Too much tail. You need just the right amount of tail.
Yeah, you need that fishtail to help push
yeah.
you through.
Navigate in
That's
those
obviously what did
treacherous
it.
waters.
Okay, guys, no, don't fall off.
I mean, if we need to move this along, we could Thelma and Louise her.
Just together. Yay! Here we go.
I mean, if we're tight on time.
Like, I'm pretty sure after this match, I'm not going to pick this game up for a very long time.
Yeah, you and me both.
No offense to the game. Super fun.
Not my cup of tea.
It is my cup of tea. I just need I need a break. Did you grab me?
I did, and I'm gonna pay the price.
And he's gonna pay the price for. Oh!
Did you live?
I
He
did.
I don't think so. I'm kidding.
Oh, I've opened up a can of worms
No,
here.
no.
Looking forward to this sort of animosity when you and I are paired up some other day.
Some other overcooked.
I put out an offer to train in Overcooked because I'm bad at it. And I feel bad. And one person is going to feel really bad about not taking me up on it.
Well, it's not going to be me.
Line up. Oh, oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
See, let this serve as a lesson to everyone. When you get handsy, you get bopped with the goo.
Thrown off.
Oh.
Did I see a Bomberman skin?
I think you did.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, jeez, that's awesome.
That is the first time I've seen that one.
Oh.
Fruit shoot.
Fruit shoot.
All right.
Attack of the produce.
It's all right. We needed to end this anyhow. It's gonna be like top 6, 8. Okay, I guess that's generous. Oh.
You got this. Goose power.
Oh, the hammer in the back I didn't realize was there, and when you flew forward, I was like, what happened?
No! Ow! My face!
That mango.
Mangoed.
Is that a cute? No, that's watermelon.
Not the berries! Oh god, the hammer's knocking the berries back!
2 spaces left.
2 spaces left, you and
We
Sharky.
got the shark, you and me! Into the sunset.
Aha.
Wow.
Bomberman still made it.
Hey.
Eight unique costumes.
Fallen Mountain.
He's top of the mountain. Use the right trigger to grab the crown.
That doesn't look too bad.
I mean, yeah. Let's see how many
Said
balls
everyone ever at the beginning.
Yeah, no, I can do this
Nothing's
one.
moving, everything's
I'm
great.
also not playing.
How hard could this be?
The problem will be getting there first. Oh, and there's fruit. Or balls.
Oh, okay. Yep, this isn't looking good already.
Yeah, there's cannons up there. Look at Bomberman go.
It
know,
can
part
all
of me kinda
change in a
hopes
Fall
Bomberman wins.
Guys minute.
Like, I'd be okay losing to him. Oh!
Oh! Oh, blasted!
You're doing? Okay.
I'm not gonna get it.
No, orange guy?
He's going to the orange guy.
No,
Yeah.
missed. Oh!
Oh, so close. If he had just missed, you would
Always
have.
a bridesmaid, never a bride.
Those people.
Man! Night to remember.
You're not Bomberman.
Nitro fueled.
Well, thank you for joining us. We have to say goodbye to our tough bumbling burger and our glorious golden creature. This was a super fun round, way less chaotic than I expected, but really fun to watch. And we will we'll see you back when we do Overcooked. We have our final 4 contestants. They're playing for the final 2 spots to get into the final round. And let's say final the last time right there. And thanks for coming out. We'll see you at Overcooked.
Till the realm needs us again.
A goblin. A goblin in the city.
Turn those old Dungeons & Dragons into dollars and dividends by owning your own adventuring franchise. From its humble beginnings as D&D Live Play, expanding to stage, podcast, and stream, with Acquisitions Incorporated, there's never been a better time to get the money.
Hey, it's Owen Dron, CEO of Acquisitions Incorporated. Imagine digging a hole, but instead of finding a body, you find real wealth. And a body. One you put there. Buy my book.
We partnered with Wizards of the Coast to bring the official Acquisitions Incorporated experience to your home campaign. Learn how to run your own franchise, how to staff it with new player options for specializations, spells, and equipment, stats for iconic characters and monsters, and put your franchisees to the test with an included campaign for levels 1 to 6. Obviators are standing by. With the official D&D Acquisitions Incorporated book,
you could do what you wanna do. Ow!
Did you know? The primary syllabaries or character sets on the internet are kamoji and emoji. Where kamoji are used to convey complete sentences or phrases, emoji are intended to be parsed separately and can be integrated with other writing systems. And that's a fact about the internet.
Attention, campers. Today's lunch will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
Did you know? Elder millennials and more hip Gen Xers speak fondly about dial-up internet, a system whereby anyone who is interested in using the internet would need to call and remain on the line with Thaumaturd, the uplink, and provide him with thrilling conversation throughout their session. And that's a fact about the internet.
Hello, family. Video games is a media and industry tradition full of its own traditions. Today, I hope to start a new one. Conversations that have happened in SEO bait, listicles, and black Twitter threads, and the barbershops of Discord servers all have been culminated into one place by me, I'm Jarrett Green, but also by 4 bright black minds on the internet who I couldn't do something like this without. Today, instead of throwing out what ifs and maybes and opinions about who the best black video game characters are on the internet, we're going to solidify a list and canonize them, make it real as an internet Hall of Fame can be. Like I said, I couldn't do this alone. I had to bring powerful friends. Starting to my left, you've seen him on Podcast Unlocked. You've seen him on IGN. You've probably read him at places like GameSpot, places like Dual Shockers. Kevin Hawkins.
Hello. I'm here to talk about black video game characters. This should be a good time. I'm excited to do this.
Excited for you to be here. We can finally get to work together. We've hung out together on the internet.
We've actually talked about making this a thing for at least like 3 PAXs now.
Yeah.
You reached out, you're like, hey, I want to do this thing, and then right when the PAX thing came up, I was like, hey, I don't know if you wanted to do this, try this out again, but we should do it. And then you're like, oh yeah, let's do it. So.
Yeah. PAX big time me last time, and I'm not going to let that slide this time. Another person who I've worked with in the past, but finally get to work with in a capacity that's good for us. You've seen her on Kotaku, telling us who we should and should not be horny for. Ashley Parrish.
That's it.
Hey.
That's it.
I mean, I am the horny correspondent. Like that's my job. Like I'm here to let you know. This is a service that I do for you. Okay.
And how would I know without you?
Exactly. We provide valuable journalistic service here, and now I'm here to provide another one. So I'm excited to be here. Thanks, Jared, for letting me come on and discuss one of my favorite characters.
Your ultimate value is boundless, as we're learning. New to my personal circle, but I knew as soon as I watched her Twitch stream a few times that she is perfect for this opportunity and for this task, heavy as it might be. Madame M, hello. Welcome.
Hi, so happy to be here with all of you. I am excited to put this first ever list together of its kind. And I'm, gonna do my best to pick a good choice. So thanks for having me.
Not a problem. And finally, you can't be on Twitch in black without being in his orbit. You also can't watch E3 without feeling the heat when someone decides to dunk and burn him publicly. Khalif Adams, host of the legendary Spawn on Me.
Jared, I join you all from the grave, having been dunked on in international, global ways. I'm happy to be here as my corpse rests and my soul is now a part of this podcast and is in this show. Appreciate y'all.
I have one spell, and it's to bring your spirit back to do this.
Resurrect. Resurrect.
You wasted your god call on this?
Listen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there some like resurrect negress kind of spell that you can just lay on it so that I can come back from the dead? Okay, you did it.
We'll work on it. I think you can find one. It might cost me my soul, but I can figure it out.
No doubt.
So, in order to have a real Hall of Fame with any legitimacy, there has to be a couple rules, I think. Really, the best I could do was think of 2 rules. One, that this character has to be black. I feel like that's fair. But I think the second rule is the most important. Maybe addendum to the first rule. Something I like to call the Piccolo rule. Because we know, in this chat and also across the planet, that sometimes you're black without being black. I don't think anyone would argue that Piccolo is also black. A green Namek from space with antenna, yes. also a single black father trying to be a strong influence to his son. Also, yes. I like to push back when you say things like, Piccolo's black, or maybe Skeeter from Doug was also black, or whatever. We don't listen to them. So, I think since this is my idea and I drug you all to it, I'll start. It's only fair that I take the first hit. And this is actually a character I've always thought is important for a lot of ways, not just for being a video game character, but for being an example of how being black is more than just a skin tone. It can say so much more about it, it can be so much more important in a cultural context, but also as time moves on, in order for us to really have, or people to really accept blackness as not a default, but as an equal, we have to also be represented in ways that aren't just inspiring magical Negroes who overcome something. Sometimes we just need to be assholes, I think. So the first entry into the first ever black video game character Hall of Fame is Officer Tenpenny from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Officer Tenpenny is a giant asshole. He's a police officer in the 90s in San Andreas, which is basically LA, or just like several pieces of Southern California kind of slapped together. San Andreas is a game designed to look and feel like 90s gangster movies, basically. But it's also speaking about a very important cultural point in LA around the Rampart issues, where the police were using their weight of like corruption that has been deep-seated for decades up until that point, multiplying that on top of like a new lease on the war on crime to terrorize minority neighborhoods. Officer Tenpenny represents the sort of insidious nature of policing, especially in that era where they would take people who were in these communities and turn them, either by manipulation or, just a promise of having a better life or being a better person, or a more upstanding citizen, into the kind of people that are most useful in exploiting and terrorizing the communities that these institutions naturally do. Tenpenny took a particular glee in being sort of a terrorist to CJ and that whole sort of like little that section of the hood. He did so in a way that, like Denzel Washington in Training Day did so, where like these are all gangsters and they deserve to get sort of exploited because in the end, it's all about power. As a constant foil to your CJ, he is always scary and menacing because he's not just a person, he is the institution against you. He uses CJ in ways that is scarier than any horror villain, in my opinion. Someone who recognizes your plight, recognizes that you're stuck in this gang life. And then I think the first time you meet him, he picks you up and puts you in the rival gang and wants to see if you make it out. And then frames you for a murder of something that he did and his people did. And then you realize pretty early that not only are the police not out to help you, they're actually actively out to hurt you. I think it's important that this character isn't white because there has to be recognition that it isn't just about race. It is about race, but it's not just about the enemy being a different race. Sometimes the enemy is yours. Sometimes the enemy is just a person. And sometimes that person is voiced by Samuel L. Jackson in one of his best roles. I love Officer Tenpenny because I think black villains are important and we don't have enough of them. I think a lot of them end up being framed as like, not to take anything from Killmonger, but I think they're framed as people who were wronged so much that they are right, but they have been driven to the extreme. Sometimes black villains can just be gigantic assholes. And when they're written with a particular care, they're written to not be exploitive or turned into a series of stereotypes where we often get our black villains, people who are, you know, super predators or whatever. When they avoid that and can be related to on just a personal level as a bad person, that is where, in my opinion, that's where we get our equality in fiction. When we're allowed to just, when we get ourselves a Maleficent or something to that nature, that's when we win. When someone can be a black villain and no one has to call them a monkey, I'm excited about it, personally. I don't know what anybody else's experience is with San Andreas. I feel like that's a game a lot of people remember. Everyone's encountered because it's Grand Theft Auto. But anytime I hear anybody speak about San Andreas, they usually speak about CJ. But I hear no one ever speak about Tenpenny.
I actually haven't played the game, so I wasn't, like, I'm familiar with it, obviously, like you said, but I didn't know that this guy, Officer Tenpenny, and I was curious as to why you would choose, like, a villain like this guy, because he sounds pretty awful. But then you said he was voiced by Samuel L. Jackson. I'm like, holy shit.
Oh, yeah.
That's serious.
And it was the spec before celebrity, like, voiceovers were, like, huge. Like, they just called him. They said, get in here, man. And he's like, I will. Why not? I make 2,000 movies a year. Why not one video game?
Thinking about Sam Jackson and how he talks and, you know, the kind of persona that he exudes, like playing a character like that, like, holy shit, that was probably awesome. He was probably, like, really fun to watch, even if as he terrorizes you.
Fun to listen to. He has such a commanding presence, even just in his voice. Like, clearly, he's not doing mocap for this, but there's something about listening to. And Sam Jackson doesn't play many villains, but he also doesn't play many villains this way. There's just something about his presence in this game that sticks out to me in the same level as some of his best, like, movie roles. This isn't quite Django Unchained, but it has that sort of malice. Like, wow, he's really into this. Like, so much so he's like really good at this in a way that's creepy.
You're enjoying that a little too much.
Yeah.
I mean, it reminds me of I guess the beauty of San Andreas for me was it perfectly fit the timing of, I'm trying to think, when did GTA San Andreas drop? In 92? No.
2005?
2000. Either way, it was a really interesting analog to a lot of the media that we saw in the early 90s around movies like Menace to Society and Boys in the Hood, and the conversations around just how the relationship to policing in those neighborhoods were to the folks who were being policed, and especially how the idea around the black cop being the worst version of police in those spaces, and how Officer Tenpenny kind of exemplified a lot of that towards CJ and the rest of the crew. That was the thing I always remembered very, very, very clearly, of just being like, man, Tenpenny's an asshole. Like, but he's not. But that portrayal isn't real for folks who are in spaces who, you know, have interactions with police, especially black cops in that space. So it gave a lot of props to Samuel for playing that well, realistically, and true to form, which was super cool.
Speaking of realistically, his character is actually based on a real officer from the LAPD.
Not surprised.
Rafael Perez, I think his name was. But he was the head of crash unit that was like the special team in LAPD that had carte blanche to basically do whatever they wanted as far as it was drug related, basically. He actually looks more like a different officer who's also part of that team. Like the look was based on one guy, but the actions were based on another.
So he's like a composite of that like unit or something.
Fun fact: Samuel L. Jackson won the Spike Video Game Award for Best Performance that year.
Oh
too.
wow!
Remember the Spike Video Game Awards?
Yeah.
Remember Spike?
TV from Mans.
Talk about things that made me feel old. Spike. Wow.
That's my pick. So since I personally think this is a very great pick, I'm going to not randomly cue M up next because her pick is great and would have been my pick if she didn't pick it.
Okay, so I'll just go ahead and jump right in and say that my pick for our first induction to the Hall of Fame for Black video game characters is Vivian from the Dragon Age series.
Yes.
Yes, she is by far probably one of my favorite characters from the game Dragon Age Inquisition. And I can remember very, very clearly the first interaction you ever have with that character. Now, every character from pretty much any Dragon Age series that you can sort of recruit onto your team has sort of their own dramatic entrance, their own cutscene, sort of a way for you to interact with their character and see who they are for the first time. And for Vivian's character, you get invited to a party. You are just randomly added to the guest list with sort of no prompting and no formal knowledge of what's about to happen. So your playable character shows up completely underdressed, by the way, and you're not really sure who you're supposed to be meeting yet. You've been given a name, but you don't really know who that is yet. And then one of the NPCs who's at this party sort of approaches you and starts taking some jabs at you and then sort of tries to escalate things on their own. And then out of the blue, they get frozen in place and Vivian comes descending down the staircase in this gorgeous gown.
The silver.
It's like amazing, just personality. Just you can tell right away the moment you see her that she just has this presence. Now you can't really feel that presence because you're playing a video game, but if you could feel a video game character's presence, you can definitely feel Vivian's. And just seeing her for the first time, not only as a Black woman in a fantasy video game, which is one of probably the more rare occurrences to have a character of that type in a game, especially for the fantasy genre in general. I also very much appreciated that she was a dark-skinned woman as well. And something about her that I also really enjoyed and why I think that she makes a worthy addition for the first induction is that she is one of the more complex characters in the game. She puts on a front, and she's very good at putting on that front. You can tell that she is smart. She is confident in herself. She is powerful, being able to just free somebody in their steps and their motions, and then continue to have a complete conversation without the person that they just froze, as though they're now just an ornament that is now adorning their house. And then she has some of the best written dialogue I've seen of a character in a long time. And having her as a part of the Dragon Age Inquisition game made the experience for me playing. That was actually my first game playing for Dragon Age in that series. It was actually one of the first games I ever purchased for myself when I was but a teenager back during my youth. And my youth, yes. And just sort of, I always had her in my party. I brought her along whenever I had the chance, even if I played as a mage, even if I had another person who was a mage. So it would sometimes be a party of like 3 mages and a rogue, which isn't always advisable for what you need for some quests in Inquisition. But having her interact with other characters was so fun. And, just being able to see that as a young person who's just starting to get into video games, I think sort of reinforced my own expectations for what I need to see in games going forward. It certainly has shown me that when people say that, maybe, why should Black people be in video games? It doesn't matter, or especially for fantasy. It's just like, it's fantasy there. Or like my personal favorite is just like, Black people can't be here. It's based on Europe. Like we didn't exist in Europe or anywhere
never
else.
were there.
It's just like totally weren't there, of course.
Yeah. Dragons are fine, but Black people.
Yes, dragons are fine. Elves are fine. God forbid an elf be like brown or black. But Vivian made such an impact for the game, and I think that she resonated with a lot of players as well. She's definitely memorable. She's fun to have in your party. She's a strong character to boot. She when you go through her storyline, you over time learn more about her, which shows that she not only has depth and this wealth of knowledge that she offers to your character, she also is just one of those NPCs, or even a PC if you do decide to play as her, that you can have in your party that makes you sort of want to have her there. Sometimes you need to have a person in your party and you're just like, okay, I'm just doing this for the quest, and then I'm going to put you back. But with Vivian, she was always fun to have. She always has interesting interactions with the other characters, and just the different ways that you can integrate her into the story, either by choice or even by accident sometimes, left a lasting impression for me forever. And even when I go back and play the game I still have Vivian in my party all the time. So those are just a few of the reasons why I think that Vivian should be included in our induction into the Black Video Game Character Hall of Fame.
I'm curious. Oh,
Yes.
go ahead,
No,
Ash.
go
I'm sorry.
ahead.
No, I was
go
just
ahead.
curious to know, like, because I played Dragon Age Inquisition a little bit and then kind of fell off the train really quickly. I was trying to learn how to play the systems and all that kind of stuff and fell off. But now hearing how you're talking about Vivian, I want to jump back in to see if I can dig into that story. Do you feel like that's the feelings you share are pretty widely felt across a lot of folks who, especially in Black circles, about that character?
I do feel like that is the case. I will say that Vivian does come with some understandable reservations and some controversy. I did a little bit of research onto when the game first released and people's impressions with her. And while she does make a lot of top character lists, the developers really enjoyed making the character, which is something you always love hearing, is when people who craft and write the people who are in their games, when they're like, we really loved making this person. I'm just like, yes, I loved her too. We understand one another. She also does come with a little bit of, like I said, controversy in that some people feel that she doesn't necessarily represent I'm trying to word it best, but like what, like I guess a Black woman should be, going about this as delicately as possible. But I think it was actually N.K. Jemisin who both loved the character and then had some critiques of the character, and that, it's great to see a strong Black woman character in the game, but there were also some critiques that she had about her being sort of a stereotype of what like a strong, sometimes sassy, unflawed Black woman should be. And, I get that. Vivian does have moments where she is sassy, for sure. She doesn't get along with some characters, absolutely. And then when it comes to fantasy, especially, it can be difficult to, have Blackness in that game, because what Blackness means in a world that is crafted from the imagination of somebody else is very different a lot of the time than what Blackness means for our, lived real experiences. So a lot of people, like some people definitely do have those critiques about Vivian. And going forward, if she is included in a Dragon Age series, I'm very interested to see if the developers do choose to try to incorporate what Blackness means in the Dragon Age world. I think that she is a good starting point for taking that next step. Hope that answered your question.
Oh, that was super helpful. That gives me lots of things to chew on when I wind up meeting her and pulling her into our party. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
She's awesome. I love her. I love her specifically because she pisses off a lot of the fandom with her, because the way Dragon Age is constructed, it's like this big conflict between mages and Templars and who you side with and whatever. And Vivienne was like a kind of person who just like refused to be like kind of forced into that dichotomy of whatever. Like she's a mage, and she realizes that mages, like why people fear mages because they have all this power, but at the same time she wants mage liberation, but maybe not the same kind of liberation that say maybe Anders does, who wants to fucking blow up churches. I'm sorry, I don't know if we're allowed to curse. Sorry. She's the kind of person that wants to kind of like work within the system to struggle for mage freedom or whatever, and she just pisses off like a big like cohort of the mage rights, the portion of the fandom, and I just love that about her personally. Like you talked about how like she remembers like first meeting her in game. I remember first like seeing like her character trailer, and she's just like walking and like glass shatters or something, and she just stops the glass shattering, and it's just like this like powerful slow-mo shot of like using her magic to like stop all of this like glass that's like coming for her, and I'm like, oh my god, I love her. I love her so much. I'm sad you can't romance her. So maybe if they do put her in the next Dragon Age game, she'll be romanceable.
I was kind of happy she was not romanceable because I think that plays into a lot about the sort of crux of her is that she can't really be put in a box. She refuses to. Once you start to attempt to, she will actively work against it. You almost feel like even though you work with her a lot and you start to, once you get to know her and get like the loyalty up, you guys become friends, but you really can never trust her motive because she's really only working for herself, actually. You know exactly what she wants, but like if you're not a part of that goal, then you are not a part of her future.
You're exposable.
Right. To an extent, like she probably doesn't want you dead, but she doesn't need you then. If you're not on gang, then you're not on gang. But I liked that she's kind of, I don't know, I guess unattainable because she doesn't want to be attained. It's like she has things to do, and as a complete sort of reverse of the entire BioWare system, where like everybody you meet you can probably smash, like she was like, no, sir, please calm down. I have things to do. Like, fix the mage institution from the inside. I love it.
I haven't particularly played Dragon Age just because I have an issue with spiders in video games, and I know that Dragon Age is full of them. So I don't like. I love BioWare. Like I love Mass Effect. So like I definitely get like your viewpoint on like even if you like don't really need her in the party, like or whenever you replay the game, you just always have her in the party as possible. There's definitely those characters in Mass Effect that do the same thing for me. And man, I just wish there weren't spiders in these games because I want to play Dragon Age already, but like Vivian sounds like a really cool character. So
I also think your experience with Dragon Age will depend on the kind of character you play. I played a Qunari, which is a completely different game than if you play like a normal human, because people immediately treat you differently, because they have their own preconceptions of what Qunari are. And they live in such a closed sort of thing that most of the people you meet have only heard rumors about people like you. So you approach the game from a completely different standpoint. So if you tried to play it as like normal, like human bro guy, and it wasn't really working for you, maybe attempt something else, like an elf or a Qunari, where people will definitely have an opinion of you. And that might change your experience with it. I think Vivian is obviously a perfect first class pick. There is no better example of a girl boss in a video game. That's probably not true, but I don't want to reduce her to girl boss, but like, let's get serious. Come on now, look at her.
I'm sure that Vivian would also agree that she would make an excellent choice.
Yes.
For the...
She'd be upset she wasn't picked first.
She would definitely be a gaslight girl boss.
Oh, 100%.
Not necessarily gatekeep, but definitely gaslight.
Yeah. Definitely the words you're hearing from her mouth are maybe not true. Or maybe not completely true.
Or it's like a thinly veiled insult compliment kind of a thing. Like, you might get from an aunt who's just like, man, you look great. I kind of liked how you looked or how you dressed the last event I saw you.
Yeah,
but, this works too.
Very,
something like that.
Very West Indian mom, like, oh, you chose to wear that today, huh?
Yes.
Interesting. Cam.
All right. Well, thank you so much for, giving me the opportunity to vouch for Vivian. I will do so in any setting where Vivian comes up.
Oh, we stand.
Gang, gang.
Cam, you're up.
Yeah. So my character pick is Knuckles from Sonic. And so this is like more of a like I mean obviously I feel like all of her picks are personal, but I think this is more to like my personal upbringing, like being biracial, like my I didn't have a lot of exposure to black culture growing up outside of music. Because I really just had my dad and my mom, and I grew up in like the suburbs, so like didn't have a lot of black friends, things like that. So wasn't really exposed to black culture very much outside of my dad. And so when I knew about Sonic, like Tails and Knuckles by playing like the 2D games, but when I played Sonic Adventure 2 Battle back on the GameCube, that's when I felt like I was like properly introduced to all these characters like in a real way. And when I did the first level for Knuckles and I heard the music, it like immediately gave Knuckles a black sense of identity for me, because for the music in his levels, if you haven't played, it is very hip hop. It is hip hop rap like, and it's rapped by a rapper named Hunted P, and he and like the lyrics is like not just a song that's being rapped about in the background. It is literally like, I am Knuckles. This is Knuckles. Like, as if Knuckles is the one that is like spitting these lyrics. You know what I mean? And so, and the music is great. Like, you listen to like all the Knuckles tracks in this game. It's incredible. Like the first one at Wild Canyon, Kick the Rock, and then of course like a Ghost Pumpkin Soup from Pumpkin Hill. Like that's like the most iconic one. And Dive into the Mellow, The Aquatic Mind. Like so many great pieces of music that just I think that just cemented him as like one of my favorite video game characters. Again, just a black character in identity for me. Because outside of like Barrett Wallace, at the time, there wasn't really many black characters in general that actually like had like that I felt like had a sense of identity that wasn't just like, oh, this character's black because he's black. So I really really love Knuckles. And because originally I was going to pick someone else, but then I was thinking about specifically like black human characters, and then I thought, and I gotta draw Knuckles back there, and I like looked at Knuckles. I was like, wait, I gotta pick Knuckles. Like Knuckles is an iconic character, like from an iconic series. Like whether you like Sonic or not, I'm a big Sonic fan, and I just think that Knuckles is specifically back in the day was just a really great character that was able to like again just show that you can find like identity of your race in like non-human characters. So that's why I picked Knuckles.
And it's interesting to see, especially like Sega, see that identity, that connection happening, and then like triple down on it basically.
Yeah.
Because basically since Sonic Adventure 1 or 2, all the subsequent iterations of Knuckles has been blacker almost. They really accept that this is the identity, and maybe it was intentional, because Sonic was supposed to be more of like a poppy sort of pop rock kind of identity, and as a rival, they introduced him with hip hop. He's diametrically opposed in just the way he's shaped and how he looks. He's red and Sonic is blue, but how he sounds, things he could do. Sonic just ran in circles. Knuckles can climb up walls. Like they are completely different people. So it's interesting to watch Sega from Japan, who is notoriously bad at black people, kind of crush this one. and Knuckles himself has become a character that who even his sort of fictional struggle feels more and more like a anti-colonial like struggle, because his entire purpose is finding the relics of his people and bringing them back, like taking them from the people that took them from him. He's become such an icon, like he's almost the embodiment of those t-shirts that were like cartoon characters with like money and guns. Like he was that before that.
Yeah, a little bit. I get what you're saying.
But it's cool to see when everybody gets it and everyone's just like, yeah, that feels right. And I feel like that worked for Knuckles.
I feel like Sonic always came off as a plucky white kid. I'll just say it out loud.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey,
which is a lot of that. Which is ironic because he was voiced by Jaleel White in the cartoon.
I know, and that's the thing that bugged me out, because it was always like that one kid who you would see in the store arguing with his mom about shit.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, and that was like his whole vibe was that to me, and I was like, yo, you need to back up, shorty, and like calm that down. But Knuckles never had that. He seemed like he was the kind of more grounded character in that way too, right? Felt a little bit like more.
Yeah.
Like more care was taken with that character when kind of conceived, and it felt like with Sonic in that same way.
It's actually funny too, because like, you know, like back when the game came out, which I think was like the very late 90s, you know, as you progress through the game, you pick up different gear that allows you to, you know, that helps you progress through the levels. And that happens for all the characters, like Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. But with Knuckles, like once he has everything, he kind of is like blinged out. He kind of looks like that stereotypical, like back in the 90s when a black person just like had like, you know, was just like, oh, I'm cool, like I'm hip. Like that's basically like what all of the like items that he picks up like made him look like, and it made him even look like actually look black. And it was in a weird way. It was really, really cool though. Yeah.
He was the cool ass rapper character in Sonic.
Yeah, they doubled down on the aesthetic for sure.
The thing that always stuck out to me about Knuckles is when I look at his little spines for hair, I always thought of him as dreadlocks.
Me too. Yep.
I think that was one of the first things I noticed when being kind of more familiar with the Sonic series, and especially Knuckles, was sort of how his spikes, like you mentioned, Ash definitely do look like dreads. Like that was the first thing I was just like, oh, okay, I'm invested now. I'm actually interested. I have very limited knowledge of the Sonic series, but I think Knuckles was the first character for me to actually sort of, you know, care about, I think. I know that like there's Sonic and Amy and Tails, which is like, okay, who's that red one?
Yeah, because kind of like what Jared was saying earlier is like everyone around around Knuckles is kind of like weird or crazy in some way, and Knuckles just like, dog, I'm just trying to get the piece of the Master Emerald. I don't know what y'all are doing. Like, so I definitely get what you're saying there.
Yeah, why can't any of y'all just chill? Why can't you be cool?
Yeah.
Sonic, calm down.
Actually, you know, when people watch it, they're not going to be able to see this, but I did find a picture of Knuckles where he's all blinged out. So for those that, you know, want to take a look, can look. But yeah, it's uncanny. It's like, yep, Knuckles is black.
I like his easy shades.
Yeah, great.
Knuckles is more than welcome in the first class of the Black Video Game Hall of Fame.
He gets to come to the cookout.
He's invited to the cookout.
Yeah.
He's probably cooking at the cookout. He seems like
he's probably judging your food at the cookout for sure.
He doesn't look like the type that would cook, but he would absolutely judge your food.
Right.
Yeah.
Like if the macaroni and cheese is not up to par, he will let you know.
He's like, why'd you put that in the macaroni and cheese?
He's like, who put raisins in this jerk chicken? Like, who did this?
Let me talk to you real quick. Ash, you're up.
I'm up. Okay. So the character that I am choosing to induct into the Black Video Game Hall of Fame is Saz Katzroy.
Let's
And
go.
I know. If you don't know or are unfamiliar with this character, this is the black guy from Final Fantasy 13.
Let's go.
I know a lot of people don't really think about him that much because a lot of people don't want to think about Final Fantasy 13, and that's kind of fair,
No,
but
Final
today
Fantasy
is not
13
the
rocks.
day. Today's not the day where I try to rehabilitate Final Fantasy 13's image in everybody's head. That's for another podcast. But for today, we're going to talk about Saz Katsure. So I'm going to tell you right now, he's the guy who makes that game. If you hate that game, that's fine. But he's the person that makes that game like tolerable. Like he takes an otherwise like intolerable game and makes it tolerable because you are so invested in his story. And he is actually like the emotional heart of that game. Like point blank period, right? So the deal with Saz is he's this guy. You meet him the first part of Final Fantasy 13, you're on the train, and he's kind of like this wry, sarcastic, kind of like he's supposed to be like the humor, like the sense of humor person for the team, whatever. And he's just as I was doing the research for him, like he has the most lines in this entire game because he's always like offering some like witty comeback or some witticism or whatever, like, talking shit about Lightning or to, anybody else in the team. And there's like he his performance is like so well done because it's very easy because he's like a black guy and like somebody mentioned earlier, like Japanese people when they're writing black characters kind of it's like a hit or miss kind of deal. But with the localization process to bring Saz to America, they absolutely hit because the way that his character is could very easily been like this buffoonish but like minstrelsy kind of character. But the way that he's acted by a voice actor by the name of Reno Wilson, who was actually on the Cosby Show, I found out. It's just like this guy is my uncle. So all that like wry, like sense of humor isn't like, not buffoonery, but it's like this guy's my uncle. Like this is the guy like he's got the sandals and the socks at the grill at the cookout, like, talking about what you know about this shit. Like he's that kind of guy. And I love him for that because he's so funny and he's just like so well acted. And he's the emotional heart. Like the entire purpose of his character is to like find and save his son. And like one of the most heartbreaking scenes in the Final Fantasy 13 is the end of the game where like his son has been through all these things and he's been separated from his kid and he was like the kid was turned into crystal or whatever and he was really sad. He was about to like take his life in the game. Like seriously, this guy Saz is amazing. And the final scene of the game is like you see Saz embrace his son and the way that his face like breaks down and like he cries because he's so relieved was like, oh my god, it's beautiful. Like he's the emotional heart of Final Fantasy 13 and he's super cool. He's like the everyman, right? He's like, I don't know what the fuck these people are doing. I don't know if I'm on board with all this crazy shit because you're talking about like, beating gods or jumping off planes or all, and I'm just like, he's like the everyman voice, like the character, the personal insert for, your character as you play through this game. Like Saz is everyone. He's the everyman. He's all of us. And that's why I love him. And I think also he keeps the chocobo chick in his hair, which is kind of cool, actually. It's so cute, and it's just like this is a gift that he's keeping for his son for safekeeping until he sees him again. And his son has like a matching afro. It's so precious. Anyway, Saz is great.
Saz is a character that people have come around on. I think when 13 launched, people didn't like 13 for lots of reasons, which is ironic because critically it did pretty well. It's just
I mean, yeah, that's why they made 2 more games.
Yeah. But I think people read Saz initially maybe poorly because they kind of saw maybe the inkling of like a sort of like a minstrel sort of buffoon and were detached from the rest of this too, so kind of wrote him off with the rest of it without really kind of identifying, what Saz was especially in relation to the rest of the party, but also like what he was here to do, like who he was, where he could get this personality. Why is he cracking these jokes? Like, why does he seem so fucking awkward all the time? It's because he's under a lot of stress all the time because the reason his reason for being is lost and he needs to find it. And his only way to do so is 5 other real weirdos who need to fight God, I guess. But they're his best chance to finding his son, so he has to fight God too, I guess. The sort of retaking of Saz by the community has been a really good thing, in my opinion, because we did him
to bring
dirty.
around more people. Yeah, like I can understand why people felt the way that they felt about him initially, because like I said, like it's real easy to see, especially, you know, like you said, in comparison to other characters, like he's kind of goofy, kind of silly, like he's supposed to be someone that you laugh at. But I think his performance is so well done, and there's like a nuance there between somebody you're supposed to laugh at and somebody who, you know, makes you laugh in like a congenial kind of way. And I think his voice actor does that perfectly. He walks that line between like, you know, buffoon, but no, actually he's like the life of the party. He's the life of the party.
I wonder
For
if
that
that was a
party.
note that the actor took and ran with, like, regardless of the intention. Like, I wonder if Saz was written that way, or if the actor saw him written one way and said, all right, well, what if I played this a different way? And what if I turned Saz into something that wasn't just something to laugh at?
It's my life purpose to track that guy down and talk to him about it. I don't think it'll be that hard.
Yeah, he's probably
my next
available.
project. Yeah.
Like, if I remember correctly, because it's been a minute since I played Final Fantasy 13, there are definitely moments of like self-doubt where he's just like, I can't do this, I can't do this, like, but then he's like remembering like, I have to do this for my son, like, you know, even if I fail, like, at least I tried, like, you know what I mean? It's just a very realistic, like, grounded human character that is also like pretty funny. So I love Zaz. I think he's great, and I definitely think he's, you know, we're recording this on Father's Day. Like, he's definitely like one of the best gaming dads in video games for sure.
Easy. Real easy. Yep. All day.
Agreed. Welcome to the Hall of Fame, Saz. Khalif.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I did my Sonic. When I thought of the, you know, you asking me to be a part of this panel and what I would want to see in terms of, you know, representation in characters that I really believe would be worthy of an honor like this, it makes me think a lot about the things that I really find important when I think about Black characters, and if they are, you know, breaking down stereotypes, if they are flipping narratives, if they are bringing something new to bear to the conversation, if they are portraying and bucking what we think of when we think of Black people in general and how they've been represented in games. And the character that I picked for my inductee into the Hall of Fame is Lincoln Clay from Mafia 3. There are a lot of kind of layers to why I think this character was so very important to video games and to the portrayal of, you know, Black men in games. And I love Lincoln because of how nuanced his character is. I think there are very few characters, and we talked about with Saz, like the kind of bucking of what that kind of idea around Blackness can be in a game, when usually, you know, especially Japanese takes on Blackness is very, very skewed in a not great way. But it's also not skewed well in American ways either. American game designers don't understand Blackness and Black people in a real way. How we have connected to, you know, our culture, how we've connected to this country, you know, as in an American way. And what I loved about Lincoln was that he kind of poked holes in a lot of different stuff while also leaving, you know, trinkets and knowledge drops for you to kind of mull over when it came to things. So like Lincoln in Mafia 3 is a Vietnam vet. There are very few stories that talk about the Black experience when it comes to war, and the Black contributions of veterans to all the conflicts that we've had, both real and manifested. There's very few conversations about what that transition to civilian life has been like. There's very few conversations about what you know, Black wealth has looked like in video games. And I feel like to a certain extent, the story of Lincoln Clay is not only a nuanced story conversation about race, but it's also a conversation about Black wealth, and a conversation about reparations, and a conversation about reparations through violence that I thought was actually pretty interesting and necessary and dope in the way that they had that, how they kind of brought some of that together in a way that a lot of people don't want to even tackle the conversation around reparations alone without talking about taking what is owed to you by force. That all those kind of layers made Lincoln super dope to me, in a way, because he was a character who not only took on the Italian mafia, came back from a war and survived it, understood the kind of interplay between the groups that he found in New Bordeaux, that he was coming back to because he was a part of that neighborhood and part of that ecosystem, part of that family. They also don't portray black men in most video games as being cunning. It's usually you're just full of black rage, and then they associate blackness to that rage, which I think his character dissolved really easily because of that cunning that he wind up having, and having that chess maneuver kind of personality to say, like, I will play this group against this group to get the things that I need. You don't see that often happen when it comes to black characters in games or in most media at all anyway. So I thought that was a really interesting layer to his character as well. And I think that what I loved about him was the fact that he was able to do all this while being in the 1960s America, where the Klan was present, where institutional racism was rampant and still is, where governmental forces were trying to vie against everybody who had any sense of their own blackness in a real way. You know, we just saw Judas and the Black Messiah, talk about that in a real way, of that connective tissue between the government and factions within the black community, and how they help to kind of dissolve, groups that were basically setting forth a plan for liberation. So I think there's a really interesting space there to discuss why Lincoln was really cool, and how his character both was an analog for potential leanings into black liberation. And we just finished celebrating Juneteenth, at the time of this recording, where that was layered into it. So I think that there's spaces to talk about that part of it and how that's kind of dope to have him as that character in this space. To talk about how the game's kind of overarching narrative led to him being able to interact with and take revenge on the government, the Klan, anti-blackness, while also being a come-up story, talking about a character's want to see a better life for himself and for his people. So, I think Lincoln as my character and my vote for an inductee has lots of layers to dig into, and lots of layers that are really important to his story and how blackness is kind of spoken about in the video game sphere.
I think Lincoln is a deliberate, or a good example of a deliberate attempt to make a story about those things in video games. I think it's very hard to find a video game that wants to be a game about that. Even, many games that sort of touch it, like even Red Dead Redemption 2 kind of has some side stories about what the turn of the century looked like for people of color, and how people of color and just poor white outlaws kind of were the same people to particular institutions, and how their struggle was the same, and how you kind of recognize that when you have to live in these camps outside of civilization together.
Yeah. And I think that, I have to always, when I think about Lincoln Klan, I think about Mafia 3. I always have to give a big fat shout out to Charles Webb, who was the writer on that game. And I think his addition to that conversation was what got this story out into the world in a real way. And it just kind of reinforces the conversation of why you need black writers in the room when you're making games. But I think it also lends to, so many different layers of so many things that we just don't talk about, from character perspectives of like PTSD and, cultural violence. And, there's a group within the game called, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was either called the Black Mob. I think it's like the Black Mob, right? So they ran a gambling racket in New Bordeaux as a means to, again, through nefarious means build up a sense of wealth for a community that was constantly dragged down. You know, you have like the conversation about Black Wall Street, and you have the conversations about all those layers that are there. And even that, as a part of a conversation, as a tertiary group within the game space, is also a commentary on why Lincoln, as a person coming back to fight for the ability for them, not necessarily to do illegal things, but to find wealth in a way that is not really given to them, that they have to take from America, is really interesting as a commentary. And Lincoln understanding that part of it and not being the kind of soldier boy, not soldier boy, military dude who usually would have an affinity for law enforcement, right? Where you would say, oh, law enforcement isn't, the military is an arm of law enforcement, right? So it's like him being a person who's coming back from a war that he probably didn't want to fight, didn't benefit him, and didn't benefit any veterans who look like him, especially going back into the world and seeing folks who are on the come up try to figure out ways to do that work, and him not rat them out. That's also a commentary, right? Of like, what does that mean for, brotherhood across racial lines in that way. So I think that there's a lot of angles to Lincoln Clay that make him really dope in terms of that conversation. And you got to chop up a whole bunch of KKK dudes. So like that alone just put him into the Hall of Fame alone. Yeah, like that's like an auto win. You get to do that work.
Killer simulator.
Yeah, I'm saying like, yeah. Oh my God, the conversations around the game at that point were so interesting to hear. People be like, "Hey, everybody, we shouldn't kill the cake." What? Like the clan folks?
No, you're getting ridiculous. You can't kill the clan.
How do you kill clan members? How do you kill virtual clan members in a game? What? Okay.
You'd be surprised how you can do that. Really easily, actually.
Lots of fun different ways.
Yeah.
I was about to say, like, they do like a promotional video of like Mafia 3, you can kill clan members, and here's all the like a whole laundry list of different ways. Like,
We treat them just like we treat Nazis with Wolfenstein. That's
basically
literally how they marketed Wolfenstein. Like, here are all the fun ways you can kill Nazis. Day one, like billions of dollars if you were to do the same thing with the Klan.
Agreed.
Mafia 3.5. You have your marching orders. We don't have a lot of time, but I think anyone who's stuck with us so far has noticed that we're missing someone. And I say we're missing someone because I don't think it's even possible to have a conversation about Black video game characters without having a conversation about this particular one. The Black Dad of video games. Of all video games, of all time.
Yeah, you could say the dad of video games.
I'm just so happy you're not going to talk about Jesse Williams in Detroit. Thank God.
Jesse Williams in Detroit. No.
Dishonorable mention.
Barrett Wallace. A lot of people's first Black video game character. I'm 34 years old, and I'm realizing that that's more true than I thought. Final Fantasy VII was a lot of people's first JRPG. It's a lot of people's first 3D game. It was many people in my circle's first PlayStation game. People who never played an RPG before bought that game and then immediately didn't beat it because it's not the game they thought they bought. But a lot of people my age met Barrett, and that was the first time they've seen someone who looked like him, and in some cases, people that looked like them in a game this big. That wasn't a sports game. And I think Barrett has had a complicated history. Barrett was designed and written to sort of emulate Mr. T, which is its own sort of issue, because Mr. T was kind of a cartoon character in the 80s. He had his own agency. He did this for himself, but the problem became he was such a larger-than-life personality that anyone who saw Black people wanted to be sort of big, tough Black dudes, especially if you saw Rocky 3. Everyone designed their big, tough Black dude to be like him. So you have, your M. Bison's, or not Bison, well, I guess technically he's Bison in Japan, but Balrog, who's Mike Tyson, but who's also Mr. T. You see, like every depiction of a large sort of stoic black character looked like that guy for a while. His writing in the first game isn't great either. His plot, his purpose is fine, and I think that's what endures him, because he is sort of the moral compass of that game. Before we get there, it's a real conversation about humans, their relationship with their consumption, and how we kind of let people take advantage of us. And Barrett's whole goal is that we need to get the power back to the people, because this is what happens when you don't. And his struggle against Shinra and Midgar is a struggle that anyone, especially then when eco-terrorism was for real, in the 90s, they were really blowing up buildings. Like, it's crazy this game even happened in 1997, because like 3 years before that, they were actual people blowing up buildings, doing the same exact thing. They were Barretts in real life. But he was written to be such a boisterous sort of like short fuse. His dialogue was just full of, you know, punctuation symbols, because all he could do was curse because he was upset. Made it hard to appreciate all the other things he was. I think the remake falls into some of those same traps, but I think it also narrows and focuses what makes him great. Because they turn him into a more extreme version of the other Barrett, which makes his goal way clearer and makes his purpose way clearer to people who maybe missed it the first time. And it complicates him in a way, because he's no longer like his goal is righteous, but is righteous to a fault, because he is willing to drop whoever, like your association makes you equally as culpable as the person doing the thing. And that's a conversation. It's weird that he only had that conversation directly with him, depending on if you go up an elevator or not. But the concept's the same. They turn Barrett into the guy who is about it. And what he's about is good, but maybe he's too about it. I love that about him, because he's right. But like but what does being right give you license to do?
I mean, if Nuck if you buck was a character.
It'd be especially remake Barrett.
Yeah.
You know, he's a cultural icon for lots of reasons. He wore an iconic like fishnet shirt with the white vest combo in that movie, Advent Children. And his hand turned into 3 guns. That was weird. He's also, for every, you know, completely weird, and he had like weird cornrows, like they're kind of dusty, which is a weird thing to animate, but whatever. But for every like tough guy moment he has, he's also you know, Marlene's father. He's also the proprietor and protector of the slums. People treat him like a folk hero. It's like Barrett is he's, whether you sort of intellectualize your attachment to him or not, you probably have one.
Yeah, like similar to how Ash feels about, you know, Wilson for Saz. I'm just like, I like shout out to John Eric Bentley for his portrayal as Barrett in remake, because like I got to meet him at PAX East right before COVID hit and everything like that, and very, very nice dude who's like super passionate about getting that character. Like he loves that character. Like he loved that character. He said that he, you know, tried everything, like his like complete 110% effort to get that role. And he, you know, and I still think that while there were some incredible performances last year, that like him not at least getting like any sort of nomination for his role as Barrett in remake was just really upsetting for me. Because just like that scene where he says goodbye to Marlene alone, just like I watch that every once in a while just to feel something. I'm just like, man, that scene is just like, so, especially if you like know the story of Final Fantasy VII, like it's so heart wrenching, and like, man, I just think he does just such a great job, because like it's like, yeah, he's playing like a loud, angry, like black dude that, you know, at the end of the day has a really like full heart, warm heart for people that he cares about, but like that is not an easy role to play. That is not an easy role to play. So I think I just wanted to, I just think that like there should have been more credit there than it was given. But you know, I really love Barrett as a character, and I'm really interested in seeing when they actually like dive deep into his story arc in probably the next game. Yeah.
Barrett is so video games have like a preponderant, like they're fixated on dads, like bad dads, right? Like you've got your Kratoses and your Joels and whatever. Barrett is like the actualization of those kinds of dads that we've come to idolize. Like we idolize Kratos as a father. We idolize Joel from The Last of Us as a father. And they're these like broken men who think they're nothing but violence and whatever. And like, they have a hard time like connecting with their kid because of like, oh no, what if I touch them and then they suddenly gain all of my violence and all that stuff. Barrett is like this self-actualization that those dads like try to become, or how we see them. Like he is that, like he's already there on the page. Like he is. I love how his violence does not preclude him from being a tender father to Marlene. Like he will go and fuck up Shinra and come home and hug his daughter and like play with her and laugh and has no problem. Like he doesn't try to hide his gun arm from her or whatever like that. It's like he it seems like he realizes that his child isn't stupid and like has told her like, hey daddy, this is what daddy does, and he's like fully accepts that about himself, and it just leads to him being like this fully well-rounded, well fleshed out character that doesn't get hung up on the same tropes that like video games like to fall over themselves about with other characters, and I just love that about him.
100%. Are we getting close to time? Just want to make sure that we're not.
Yeah, we're getting close to time. I just think it's important to speak on Barrett, King of the Dads.
100%.
But listen, folks, couldn't have done this without you. Thank you for joining me on this adventure we just went on. I can't recommend enough following these folks at their own platforms, because if you like how they spoke and what they spoke about here, I promise you they do it all the time where they are. Please go to Kotaku. Please read Ashley's work. Please don't comment mean things to Ashley on her work.
Please.
Just please don't do it. Some of you do it anyway, but just let it be known that I asked you not to first. Please follow Cameron on Twitter, because every once in a while he pops up to the thing you're probably going to see him on anyway. But it'd be nice to know and prepare instead of just turning on IGN and suddenly he's there. Please follow him on Twitch. I know you have a lot of people you're following on Twitch. Everyone does. You have room for one more. I promise you. And you won't be disappointed. And I know you already follow Spawn on Me, because everyone does. It's important that you do, because if there's anyone that we could sort of jump on the train for and toot the horn for, or spear bomb energy for, to get the word out, to fight the good fight in a visible place that a lot of us can't do, we got somebody on the front lines. We just got to show him his support, let him know that every time he's out there, we're back here supporting him. We get to have these conversations all the time in private. I'm glad we got to have one of these in person at a bigger stage like this. So thank you, Twitch chat, for sticking with it. If you like what you heard, let PAX know. Maybe we'll do it again. Maybe even in person.
Yeah, in person next time. That'd be great.
I think this should be an annual thing that happens at PAX. I think it should.
Listen, I'm not against it. So
that was the idea.
That was the idea. That was the first plan. So it's 3 years late, but we're here.
Again, like
better late than never.
Again, there was a character that I was like 100% dead set on picking, like a character that I love more than Knuckles, but I was just like, I had to pick Knuckles, like just based off of like black characters, like I had to pick Knuckles.
But now you can say it for the sequel.
So it's just like
too.
so for the next, that's why I didn't say it during this one, because I'm hoping that we have another one, and I can mention it then. So.
I mean, I got my backlog too, so I'm ready to go.
Let's get
Just
it.
call me up.
Let's get it.
Me too. Like I had a full short list. I had a long list. I asked friends who should be number one on the short list, and then I doubled back to the long list to see if there's anyone I missed. So definitely would love to make this an annual.
Absolutely. See, so instead of saying goodbye, Twitch, I'm gonna say I'll see you next year.
Word.
Nice.
Peace.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Oh god.
Due to an unforeseen graham cracker, chocolate bar, and marshmallow shortage, S'mores Night will not be held this evening. However, we will be serving melted M&Ms on toast and fried bananas in the lodge at dusk.
Did you know that in 1977, Robbie Lerman with the Unicron Consortium experienced the very first reply all disaster when he accidentally transmitted a message intended for his office mate to every computer linked via the ARPANET system. To all 30 institutions, he sent the words, "Bob Metcalf's a real fink." And that's a fact about the internet.
Earth used to be our home, until the nuclear catastrophe plunged it into chaos. After 150 years, we've finally returned to the surface of the Earth. But the planet has changed.
Radiation has become an invisible, deadly companion. Droughts and sandstorms plague us time and again. We forge ahead to make this world bearable again.
We have created a new home for ourselves in order to lead a happy life. And yet, no peace lasts forever. Some survivors envy our hard-won prosperity. We won't allow our success to be simply taken away from us. We have to act. It's up to you to build our future.
Hello and welcome to Pat Bear's Anime Club, yelling about the shows we love. This is PAX Online East, I think we're calling it, 2021, because maybe this won't be the only PAX Online this year, because doing PAXs for an audience, who knows? I'm speaking towards the future. Did that happen? Weird. I'm joined by Ian Horner. Hello, Ian.
Hello, Pat. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, welcome. And Heather Derry, welcome. Heather, welcome.
Hello.
Hi. we'll talk a little bit about y'all and what the panel is in just a second, but I do want to thank everybody for joining. This has been recorded in advance, shown here on Twitch as part of PAX Online 2021. I want to thank everybody at PAX for having us. I thank you for having this panel. And yeah, enjoy it. You can find me in the Discord while this goes out the first time. After the fact, you can find this archived later on YouTube. And I will have on my Twitter feed, if you go to my Twitter feed, I will have a list of all the shows we talk about here. Because we're going to be talking about them, but we don't have to scrub through. If there was a thing that we talked about and you were like, oh, what was the one about the girls that go to school? You can find it. Don't worry, I listed it. And in fact, we're going to jump over to our slideshow here so that we can show, hey, look, I found your animated faces for our guests. Both of you are, of course, from Loading Ready Run. And also you have Twitter and your own Twitches as well, so we included those. So people can see you stream video games and talk about anime on Twitter, among various other things, which is always
You're
fun.
moderately online.
Yeah, moderately online. I think both. I'm very online. You can find me. I'll plug myself at the end. You can find me online. And also, just about every day I'm talking about anime because I watch a lot of it. And I talk about it all the time. And that's why we're here. We're here to yell about the shows we love because we watch anime and we would like you to watch the shows we're watching because we want to talk about those shows. And it's so hard when you really, especially when you really love a show, when there's a show that really appeals to you and speaks to you, it's so hard to not have anybody else watching it. Also, especially if they would like it, if you know that people would like a show, because we all have those shows that are just for us. And you're like, this fits my specific likes and it's so me and I can't imagine anyone else would love this. But then there are other shows where you're like, hey, you would love this. Please watch it. Don't wait 5 years and then wonder why no one told you about it. Please just check it out. So this is how this works. We're going to yell about anime. We're not really going to yell, but saying yelling is better than just being like chatting. There's going to be swearing. We're going to be positive, but also if there's some bullshit in the show, we're going to tell you about it. Because we don't want to be the person that recommends a show to you that 5, 6, 7 episodes in, you're done with it because a thing happened that is just a no-go. We don't want that. We want you to go in informed. So we're going to answer the question about each show. Is there a Mineta? Now, if you haven't seen My Hero Academia, the Mineta is he is the character there to be hated. He's a garbage boy. He's a little trash boy. And not every show has a physical character Mineta, but some shows have content. They have thoughts and things like, the example I often use is if I was going to recommend Fire Force to you, which has a good boy protagonist, great animated flames, is a good shonen, I would have to tell you that show hates women. It absolutely hates women. It thinks it's fun to make them just terrible caricatures. And you need to know that going in because I don't want you to watch that and then be like, hey, Pat, what's up with the girl that has bad luck and her clothes fall off all the time? What's up with that? And what's up with the girl that like thinks that when people compliment her, they're calling her a gorilla? What's up with that? And I would have to be like, shit, I should have told you that happens in Fire Force. I'm sorry. So that's why we talk about the Minetas on the show. And each of us we're gonna talk at length about some shows, and then we're also gonna talk some quick picks at the end, some real fast, like, hey, check this out. Here's a couple sentences about this. Heather and Ian, are you ready?
Oh, I'm excited and ready.
Fuck yeah, said yelling voice to get all 3 rolls at the same time.
All right, great. Let's get through the rolls. We got my pick up first. There's me as a Gundam. There's me as a Death Scythe. Hey, if you have you know, hey, if you want to just like pay someone to make emotes, you could just have them make you. That's just the thing you can do. You just be like, hey, I have money. Make me a Gundam. All right. And speaking of Gundam, I'm going to start with Iron-Blooded Orphans, which is I haven't talked about a Gundam show at any of these live. This will be the third live show, and it felt weird that I didn't talk about a Gundam show on this yet. We did have Rekko G talked about in the last one, so there has been a Gundam, but I want to talk about Iron-Blooded Orphans because if you're unfamiliar with the Gundam series, you probably at least know that if you're in a world where there are huge mechs used in war, that's not necessarily the best world, and that, of course, relying on that is probably bad. So there's always going to be a conflict. Does every Gundam show involve people deciding to crash colonies onto Earth? Not everyone, but a lot of them. There's always conflicts. This takes place 310 years after the Calamity War, so you can understand how that went. Because they call it the Calamity War. Yeah. Where Gundams were used. And there's still some Gundams floating around. Now, you probably can tell in that photo, you get to look at the Gundam there. One of the things I really like about the show is that the Gundams, well, most of the time you're going to have a humanoid-style form in your Gundam and your mobile suits. These take the names of demons. They're all have demonic names from the Book of the Dead, and they all have, like, they're hunched over, they're like, look like talons for hands. There's this, like, demonic presence to the Gundams, which I really love about the design. They're not cute. A lot of the show focuses on mobile suits that have weapons that are modified construction tools. So yeah, there's some swords, but there's also like the Jaws of Life. And you can probably imagine what the Jaws of Life held by a Gundam would do to another mobile suit.
It's very brutal in terms of a Gundam series.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing is brutal. Again, I joke about this. It's called Iron-Blooded Orphans. And it clues into big themes that you're going to find in Gundam shows, right? You're going to have your like, what is the face of war? What are the casualties of war? Is there a good and bad side in conflicts? What does humanity mean? What does it mean to survive? All of those big Gundam concepts. A concept that sometimes is overlooked in some Gundam shows is these are fucking children piloting these mechs. New types are not. These are kids. These are teens. Like, a thing that kind of never gets said in Gundam Wing is, hey, you're all 14. Shut the fuck up. Like, what? We're putting children in these roles. And Iron-Blooded Orphans at the front and center is talking about child soldiers, the concept of child soldiers, and survival, and how bleak this is, even though there is hope. And in many ways, it's like putting children in charge of helping a representative of Mars get to Earth to negotiate, like, independence is a fucking lot to put on kids.
To Edmonton, Alberta, I might add as well.
Yes.
Is that this one?
Yep, that's this one.
Okay.
They call the fictional city of Edmonton, which in a couple episodes, the backgrounds are literally animated backgrounds attempting to recreate specific places in Alberta, Canada. Yeah. I didn't get that the first time I watched it, because I was not as familiar, but eventually someone just said, like, yeah, that's Canada right there.
As an Edmonton native, it was uncanny.
Oh, great. So talking about if they're a Mineta, yeah, I mean, look, do all your favorite characters die in this show? No, not all of them. And I'm going to tell you that, audience. That's the thing. It's it's bleak in many ways. I will say it doesn't feel frivolous in it. It's not a show that is giddy in in the deaths that happen. There are often a point, or if there isn't a point, that's the point, kind of, if that makes any sense. But it's hard. It is hard to watch. I don't know. I can't tell you if this is the great jumping in point if you've never watched a Gundam show before. I don't know if there is, because the originals are incredible, but also 40 years old. And so totally worth checking out, but maybe hard to watch. Orphans just plays into the greater continuity in the fact that it knows that the continuity exists, but it is its own self-contained story. So you can just go in. And of the self-contained stories, it's one of my favorites. Because I think you can just jump in. It's in high definition and widescreen, which to some people that's a deal breaker if it's not. So, whereas like something like Gundam Build Fighters is adorable, that's a love letter to people that love making Gunpla and watching Gundam shows. And I don't know if that's an entry point for someone that doesn't love that. Because you want to go like. If you don't know that, like, yeah, we don't talk enough about a couple mobile suits from G Gundam and nothing else from G Gundam, like, it might be lost on you a little bit. But then if you see, like a couple things in that show, it's there. Yeah. The point is, Iron Blood Orphans, it might be the perfect Gundam show for you to watch, but also if you then jump to another one, they might not feel as heavy or differently heavy. If either of you have anything to say on that, let me know. Otherwise, we'll move on.
Absolutely. I mean, Iron Blood and Orphans. I am a avowed Gundam fan, but I really only recognize the Universal Century. It's where all of my favorite shows come from. The Universal Century being that original Gundam and all the direct sequels and prequels to it. Everything else is what's called alternative centuries. So you've got the century of Gundam Wing, and Iron Blood Orphans is a different one entirely. But I absolutely loved that series. I thought it really nailed down the feeling of Gundam. You mentioned child soldiers as an issue. This is one where they're soldiers, but they're not accidental soldiers. That's part of what the original Gundam was about, is that all these kids were just kind of forced into the service out of necessity, out of escape. Whereas the necessity that these kids in Iron Blood Orphans face is the necessity of needing to eat and have a place to sleep and live. And so they're already working as soldiers for cash, not just in a war. It's raw, it's brutal, it's beautiful, and I love it.
Yeah. All right, yeah. So that is our first show. We're gonna jump over to Heather pick. There's Heather, and your first show is Fruits Basket, the 2019.
Yes, because this is a show originally was a 2001 anime that they only covered the first arc because at that time the manga was still being written. And I was so excited for this show to come out because it's a reboot. And they've been doing that a lot with some anime lately, like Sailor Moon, which for me was disappointing. And Cardcaptor Sakura got like a new thing, and I was like, cool, but it's not what I want. And Fruits Basket finally came along and gave me what I wanted. A story that starts from the beginning and is probably going to go all the way through as far as I can tell, because it's almost done. It's not quite there. I think it's still running its final season right now. But this show is it's about Toru Honda, who is the girl in the picture there at near the front on the left side. She has she is basically an orphan. Her mom has died in a car crash, and she's gone to live with her grandfather. But then her grandfather's place is going under renovations, and his family members really are awful people to her. And she's like, "Oh, it's fine. I'll stay at a friend's place for a couple weeks. It'll be okay. I don't want to be a burden on anyone." But she so much doesn't want to be a burden on anyone that she doesn't tell her friends, and she lives in a tent outside that gets hit by a landslide. And then as she's like running to school, or I can't remember. They come across her because sometimes I get the manga start and the anime start mixed up. But she runs into this household that has these really neat stones painted outside of the Chinese zodiac. And that's where like a lot of the story focuses on, is the idea that the story of the Chinese zodiac and the order in which they occur on the scale is about how they all went to a party held by a god. The cat came late, so the cat never got to be included in that. And this family that she finds, the Somas, are cursed to turn into those animals when they are hugged by the opposite gender. So it's very cute at the beginning. You know, she accidentally runs in and hugs the cat. He turns into an adorable cat. He's mad all the time about it. And he hates the rat because the rat tricked him and didn't do the thing. But they're not the original Zodiac. They're reincarnations of them, essentially. And it's just, for me, it's just this delightful story of nostalgia for the 2000s, of getting to watch this romantic comedy of this girl who also is kind of an outcast because she's too nice, but she doesn't want to be a burden upon people. And now she's trying to make her way, and she's made all these friends in this very powerful family that is super broken. Because when you have kids who, if you're the mother of and you have a boy, you can't hug. And so there's family problems. There's a lot of, and there's quite a few, and that would probably be like where I would say maybe there's some content warnings of, because there are things about suicide and family abuse and bullying, being neglected. The cat especially goes through a lot, because the cat is almost this other being of, well, at least we can look at the cat and say we're not the cat, and the cat's going to get locked up later, and that's the fate of the cat. And it's very sad in a lot of ways, and it is kind of one of those romance shows that's like, this show is designed to make you cry sometimes, but that's what I really love. This is for me, this is like Fushigi Yugi, even though it doesn't go as in depth as that, or Marmalade Boy, where it's like there are some real weird highs and lows, and but there's also just this cute aspect of sometimes he gets turned into a cat, sometimes he gets turned into a mouse and will talk to other mice, you know.
Yeah, it's got that dichotomy of, this is very cute, and it's fun to see like the characters that interplay well together, because often the characters in this show that, you know, go by gender lines of like, well, the males can hang out together because they won't accidentally turn into an animal around each other. But then also it's fucking sad, and characters don't always do the right thing. Even the characters we like, they don't always make the right call. They make the human call. Yeah, it can be a tough watch. I'm so happy it exists. I was so worried because another recent remake that didn't get it right is Orphan is back.
Oh, right. I heard that was coming back.
So they just redid Orphan, but the problem with that is that the jokes weren't necessarily great when it first came out, and they didn't fix it, so it just feels old and not good.
No.
Whereas Fruits Basket like felt not out of place, but like it felt that it had more depth than other shows when it first came out, and now it I don't know, it fits right in 2019 until now. It's just finishing up. It just seems like it like any other show. It doesn't feel like this is an old property they brought back.
But I really love that they still kept some of that older stuff, because like Sailor Moon went a hugely different artistic style, but also took out like all the slapstick stuff that the original had that I really loved. And in this one, they still do some of the stuff like Yuki, who's the rat character, is sometimes known as like the prince at school, and he's like a sad prince because he never seems quite happy, but all the girls are crazy about him. And they do that fangirl thing of a bunch of them are all in a group together, and they're so huddled together to be ready to mob him that you can't tell the individuals from each other. You can just kind of make out silhouettes and figures, and this Like they're just ready to be like, none of us will get close enough to touch him, but we're all getting as close as we can. And that used to be a thing you would get in a lot earlier anime that I really liked that has phased out, but they kept here and it still feels good.
Yeah, I think overall it's I mean, honestly, it's just like you said, it's just nice that people are getting the whole story. We don't always get that. Because there's like, oh, this manga is popular. If we put the anime out, people will buy the manga. I don't know what's going to happen when we run out of manga. We'll just stop, I guess. Yeah, so to have it be like, no, we're going to do it, and we'll have like input from the mangaka, and like, that's always lovely when they're like involved.
Oh, yes.
Because it doesn't always go that way. And maybe sometimes they're soured on some other anime property that came out that they, had made. And so they're just like, oh, well, I don't know if we should redo that. But yeah.
Or they want to rewrite everything all of a sudden. They're like, oh, well, I did that thing, but now this is more popular. We're going to shoehorn in some extra details that don't really need to be there.
Yeah. Or my vision has changed because I'm a far different person than I was when I wrote this. So now if we're going to do it again, we're going to do it. It's going to get weird. Yeah.
Evangelion.
Yeah. I mean, that's its own thing. It's its own thing.
Maybe we could talk a very long time on that, and we are absolutely not going to.
Yeah, we're not going to at all. Evangelion now fits in the category of, hey, you're getting more of that? Nice. That is how I think about many things out there in anime and video games and all kinds of things. Oh, you really like that? I'm glad you're getting more of it. Yeah, that's about it. All right, we're going to move on to Ian's pick. Thank you very much, Heather. Ian, your first pick is Ideon? Space
Runaway Ideon.
Ideon, yeah.
Ideon.
This is the best image I could find of it.
That's actually a really good image of it, actually. So yeah, what we were saying about Evangelion and not talking about it, no, I'm gonna have to roll those words back here because let's start off at the beginning here. I watched the Ideon and I put it on my list here as a recommendation because I want to roll it into this. There's a great show out there that's live action, so it's not part of this recommendation, called Blue Blazes, which is the story of the guy behind iShield 21 and other amazing manga, and his story, a comedic dramatization of his time in university working with the people who originally founded Gainax. And there's a scene in it where Hideaki Anno is hiring people to work on the Daikon 4 animation. And he says, no, make sure that you're hiring all these people who watched Gundam. And that's not enough. If you really want to understand Tomino, you have to watch Ideon. And I thought, well, I'll break that down and explain it, and I'll be all intellectual and fun. And then I watched the Ideon. And you have to watch the Ideon to understand the Ideon to understand Tomino. Yoshiyuki Tomino is the director of this series. You may know that name from such other shows as Daiturn 3 or Zabungle or Mobile Suit Gundam. And this was the series he made just after Gundam, and it really gave him the nickname of Kill 'em all Tomino because yeah, everyone is going to die in this. And when we get to the end of this description, you'll know what I mean when I say everyone. Because let's just go with the box text on it. Space Runaway Ideon begins in 2300. On the planet Solo, archaeologists have come across mysterious remains of 3 trucks and a ship. And they meticulously fix up the trucks, but can't get them to move for some reason. Suddenly, a humanoid alien civilization known as the Buff Clan comes across this planet, and a long death ritual begins. And it does. The show was originally slated for 43 episodes and was cut down to 39. Though, in my opinion, the best way to watch the series is to watch the 2 compilation movies. First one gives you episodes 1 through 20. Second one gives you kind of 39 to 43, but kind of in a movie form. And this is because Tomino was kind of unhappy about how the first series panned out, and he wanted to kind of remake it. This is a theme for Tomino. He really likes to go back to his properties and remake them as movies to fix the problems that he had with them. But holy moly, is it an amazing series, and very, very clearly the the template, I want to say, for Neon Genesis Evangelion. It's we all know I assume, spoiler horns for Evangelion and for the Ideon at this point. Toot toot. End of Evangelion, instrumentality happens. Or is supposed to happen, which is the melting of everyone down into the LCL, and we all come together in one large id. But that fails because Shinji, the main character, gains self-actualization and says, no, I want to be an individual. I want to make my own choices. I am worthy and need to be loved. And so the great big group hug of the universe doesn't happen. In Space Runaway Ideon, though, it does, because this robot is built by that ancient civilization to collect the consciousnesses and intelligence of people who have died from that civilization and die around it. This is a robot that runs on dead souls. And it gives the people on this ship time to reconcile with the Buff clan time and time again. It brings them together through magical properties and says, hey, work out your differences. If you do, you'll have infinite power to make a better world for everyone. And people don't. And that's what makes this such an amazingly human story. It's absolutely brutal as well. People, we talked earlier about people dying in series to having meaningful deaths. Their death meant something. It pushed the plot forward. People die in this series the way people die in war. It just happens. You don't see it coming. It doesn't help things go along. People just die. And this is probably the first minetta that I'm going to mention here, that everyone dies. From the first death we get is our protagonist's father. Just straight up, boulder comes up, he goes off screen, and you see the boulder and his legs come out, and it's shocking and it's quick, and then it moves on because you have to, because you're in the middle of a battle situation. Children are put in harm. Children, there's dismemberment, there is unfortunately regressive treatment of women. Thankfully, the movie version does not include the tear a woman's shirt off for public humiliation so all the officers can laugh at her, because the Buff clan is based on a samurai idea of men and women. It's absolutely terrible there, and I'm glad that they take that out for the movie. But on the other hand, you then get these devastating moments where a woman on the ship of the humans, on the human side, has to confront one of the defectors from the Buff clan. And she's sad because her mother's died, her parents have died, everyone she knows on her own planet has died. And she's facing this woman, and she fires off all of the shots in her gun and doesn't hit the person. Doesn't hit this betrayer, and keeps clicking and keeps walking towards and breaks down in tears, saying the bullets won't come out, and drops to her knees at the feet of this other woman, and she's embraced by the betrayer from the Buff clan, and it's touching and horrifying. And I cried at the end of this series because it was so touching and amazing and human. And I mean, if you want a heavy series that means a lot and influences so much anime that comes after it, Space Runaway Ideon is not an easy anime. And it is not, I classify it definitely under advanced anime watching, but it is an important anime. So go into it with that in mind. But I think it's absolutely worth a watch if you have the stomach and the intellectual curiosity to see it.
Yeah, I mean, it is nice sometimes to watch something and go, oh, I get a lot of references now and influences. There's those touchstone movies that you missed because, or TV shows because they came out before your time or when you weren't interested in the subject, and then they're like, and you've watched a lot of other things, and so you're like, oh. Yeah, I'm sure that folks that watch Evangelion would be like, okay, yeah, I can see why they were instructed to watch this.
Honestly, the best description I can give for this series is that it's actually a better Battlestar Galactica than Battlestar Galactica was.
Okay.
It hits a lot of the same notes. It has a lot of the same idea that it's this ship that's facing a constant invasion from an outside, more powerful power, and they're on the run all the time. Everyone is always under stress. But this one stuck the landing.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ian. I do generally mean that. But yeah, look, while many of my show recommendations are going to be chill anime, it does not mean that Pat Bear's Anime Club yelling about the shows we love has to be only chill anime, because then I would just call it that. So yeah, we got if you want something devastatingly brutal, here you go. Try to find it. We're gonna jump to my second pick, which is Super Cub. At the time of this recording, this show is about to conclude. At the time of this broadcast, the show has finished up. It is part of the spring 2021 anime season. It is my favorite show this season. I could gush about this for hours, but I will tell you as succinctly as I can. The girl on the right, Koguma, the series literally starts with her riding a bicycle to school, and the internal monologue you get from her is that she has no family, she has no friends, she has no money. And that's the character. It's very muted music, that's muted colors. She's having trouble riding her bike to school because there's this hill. That's actually the very first thing she talks about is this hill. There's this bump in the road. And a couple people bike past her, and then somebody goes by her on a scooter. And she finds herself at a used lot looking at a Super Cub. I won't get too far into this. Honda Super Cub is a vehicle. They were widely used in Japan. There's new versions. These old ones were used and also used in America on farms. There are variations of them. Please consider these souped up, for the purpose of this discussion, consider them souped up mopeds or low-powered motorcycles. Like, they are classified as motorcycles, but they are not. They are Vespa. There are some instances of versions of souped up Vespas. I am by no means an expert in this, but this is.
They don't have a clutch. Is the big thing.
Yeah, they don't have a clutch. This is a thing, and they were popular for many a time, and they're one of those items that, if you ever wondered, are there people who are obsessed with those things? Yes, and the background of this show is that there is like a network of people obsessed with Cubs, and like they're like, oh well, for me it's a Super Cub all the way, or well I gotta go with a Hunter Cub, or like, well I modified mine to do this, and well I got a Postal Cub. I love my Postal Cub. Yes, and there's a whole community, and Koguma's not in that. She's in that community because she falls in love with her Cub. And we watch this girl that is on a fixed income. Clearly, she has some support from the government. Doesn't talk to anyone at school. Doesn't have she eats her lunch cold because waiting in line for the microwave and making small talk doesn't appeal to her. So she sits at her desk and eats her lunch. It's cold. Mm-hmm. There's no sunshine in her life. And then she gets her Cub, and she gets independence for the first time. She goes to a gas station. She goes to the grocery store to get food instead of having to wait for her day off, because she can just go. She meets Raiko, the girl on the left there, who is she is a Cub otaku. She is a nerd about Cubs and is a fountain of knowledge. And they might not have become friends any other way, but they're in the Cub Club. They eat lunch together, sitting on their Cubs like they do there. You watch through the course of this series, Koguma become more of a person. The music changes throughout the show as the possibilities open up. There's more instruments in the background music. There's an episode dedicated to Raiko where the music sounds like it's like battle music in an RPG, because her experience on her Cub is a different one, and her episode is different. The girl in the middle, who does not really show up until the end of the first season, she, or Shii, her name is She, they end up helping her out because they got Cubs and they can get the job done. And that's brought up by Koguma. Koguma like goes out of her way to be of help, because they can do it, and they form a friendship. She's got a little bicycle. She's got a nice mountain bike, but she doesn't have a Cub. and it's this beautiful series about watching this girl that didn't think she had anything have a thing, and how that can change her life. There's an episode where she's got in her head she wants to get seafood because she's been saving her money to get this great seafood because their class trip is happening, and she wakes up sick, and then she wakes up a couple hours later and she's fine, and she could have gone on the trip but didn't. So she's like, all right, well, let me get out the map and let me look up stuff, and I'm going on my cub, and I'm going to, I'll deal with the consequences when I get there. And it's just, you watch her learn about it, and I can't tell you, this show is so slow and patient that watching her smile grow throughout the course of it puts the smile on your face, and you're cheering her happiness. You're cheering the little victories of oh, well, we got windshields and we got leg shields because it's getting cold, and I got a jumpsuit so that the rain doesn't, because I got a rain slicker, so I've beaten the rain. These little victories that the characters have become meaningful, and it's a quiet, beautiful little show that I think comes with my highest recommendation possible. It is, it's not for everybody, certainly. It's not an action show. It's not super funny. It's not full of lively characters. There are some that are fun. If the idea of being very proud of this character because she walked through a high school she's not familiar with to talk to a teacher as part of the first day of her new job, and how big that is, if that doesn't appeal to you, I don't think this show will. But it does for me. And then as far as Mineta, this show has a cliffhanger towards the end of it. I won't go into details. I will say that it feels weird that there's a cliffhanger, that there is a character in danger. That felt very out of place. But and I only say that as a content thing because it feels out of place. Because this show is pretty breezy. In many other aspects, other than the heaviness of Kogama's past, but other than that, this is just a fucking great anime that I'm so psyched about. I like shows. The genre I enjoy probably most is girls really into a thing. That's my favorite subgenre of anime, and this is one of the ones we got this season, and it's the better of the two. And yeah, it's Super Cub. It's lovely. It's just such a great show. And I think these Cubs are cool, and I've started to appreciate them. I've never been interested in getting a motorcycle or a Vespa or a scooter of any kind. So you don't need that love to come into it. You can just love that they love them, I think. If either of you have any thoughts on this show, feel free to jump in. But
sorry.
Go ahead, Heather.
I haven't watched this show, but my husband is watching it at Beach, and so I know exactly what scene you're talking about when you say that doesn't sound in place. And other than that scene and hearing what you've described, I agree. That's just weird.
Yeah, that the cliffhanger is just what's happening. But other than that, aces. Ian, any thoughts on Super Cub?
Just curious. So this is more of you'd say a love letter to people loving Super Cubs than it is a love letter to Super Cubs.
Yeah, it's not. So some shows in the girls love a thing subgenre, Laid Back Camp is really about all the different ways camping is awesome and the girls that love it. Super Cub is about a young lady finding a thing to be excited about and how her world changes because of that. Look, there's a manual. It's in loving detail. I've talked to a friend who's really into Cubs, and he was so jazzed about putting the equipment, and there's an old guy that kind of helps them out a little bit, and so there's a lot for people that are really into this. I mean, Raiko's an encyclopedia about Cubs and accessories, but to me anyway, it doesn't feel like it's bogged down in this is a show about how Cubs are awesome. to me, it's a show about like that thing happens to be Cubs, but it's finding your thing in high school.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But certainly it comes with some knowledge. There's definitely some knowledge about it.
Oh, that's good to know that they're hitting the right notes.
Yeah, because there are some shows like we're not going to talk about Food Wars, but the guy that created Food Wars doesn't know a lot about food. He straight up had to learn while he was making it. So
impressive.
Yeah, it's impressive, but like that he didn't come in going, I want to make an anime about food. He was like, I guess this is a food anime. Whereas it feels like there's a lot of knowledge in Super Cub. But I highly recommend it. It's my show of the year so far, 2021. And it's just great. Okay, so we've got to move on to Heather's second pick, which is My Next Life as a Villainess, All Routes Lead to Doom.
So good. I'm so happy it's getting a second season.
Yep.
Okay, so Isekai show. I'm actually generally not interested in the Isekai genre as a whole because it typically goes in a way that I don't care for, but this one is the idea of a character becoming the villainess of an otome dating game. And I really do like otome dating games, so to see something that like brings out the tropes and deals with them, but also from the villain's perspective, is really nice for me personally.
Mm-hmm.
What we have is what's her name? Katerina. And it starts as her being an 8-year-old girl, being an incredibly spoiled brat, and she's got a visit from what's his name? Wrote it down. Gerald. Yes. The one with the red
cape
thingy.
Yeah, the one that's doing this.
Yeah, and they're both 8 years old. He's come to visit, and she's kind of trying to be all over him, but she's this bratty, self-centered girl, and it's like, okay, cool. This guy is very handsome, and we're all nobles, and she ends up tripping and hitting her head, and when she does that, she remembers her previous life as a girl who really liked otome games, was really into playing the dating games, and died on her way to high school because she stayed up too late playing the video game that she is now stuck in. And as soon as she realizes that, she's just like, oh my goodness, okay, I have to double check. I'll write down everything that I can remember. And what I like about this too is that she hasn't played every route in the game. She's played through a couple. She's got a friend that she kind of remembers has played through something. And so she's just getting all the details she can. The game, though, doesn't start until the characters turn 15. And so she's got 7 years to try and prepare. And every time she meets a new character, she's like, oh no, doom flag. How do I avoid? I have to figure this out. And every route that she is in as a villain, whether the main character, which is the blonde girl at the front who's got hands locked in with Katerina, if she gets a good ending, then perhaps Katerina will end up exiled.
That's her best option in the video game.
Her best option
that she has played is that her best bet is being exiled.
Yeah, if the bad ending happens to the protagonist character, she's gonna get sliced with a sword, and we can't have that. So she's like, great. Inside my mind meeting now. Time for 5 little versions of me around a round table. What are we gonna do? How are we gonna figure this out? All right, plan. We gotta learn how to sword fight so that we can't be killed by the sword. Awesome. We should learn how to be a farmer so that when we get exiled, we can make our own food. Because that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's happening regardless of anything that happens. And I'm like, okay, cool. But she's a noble. And she's an 8-year-old bratty noble. Except now she's not bratty anymore because her new focus is, how do I survive to live past my high school self who died by staying up too late and getting hit by a truck, I'm assuming, because everyone gets hit by a truck in one of these things. And just watching, then it turns into that thing of like, all the boys being like, "Oh, she's not like those other girls. She can climb trees and it's so strange and amazing." And she's completely oblivious too, because she's, as far as she's concerned, she's in the video game world and all these people are just characters. But if you're looking at the way the game actually shapes out, while she might be in that story, these people are kind of a little bit more third dimensional than she thinks of them as. And by becoming friends with everyone, she's definitely probably made it so none of them want to actually kill her at any point or would even have anything happen like that. But she keeps stealing their little events, which I really love, completely by accident, because she's just like, I like sweets. Oh, and she's over there suddenly, and then later she's like, oh right, that scene belonged to so and so, and I said all the things he said. Well, good for me. I don't have Doom things happening.
Yeah, this show, it's great because she comes across, in her mind, she has knowledge, right? Because she knows how the game is played out. But she's also just dumb in lovable ways. So she doesn't realize that all the characters around her have changed because of her positive influence, and also are all in love with her. She has no clue,
including the girls.
She has no clue that she is the main character in a harem anime. She just thinks that she's just like, so like, even though she's had all this time to prepare, she also is like only thinking about what happened in the game and doesn't realize that she's already won. Because even when like events trigger that are supposed to happen, they don't make sense because people are like, well, she couldn't have done that. There's no way she did that. What are you talking about?
I do like that in because technically one of the other girls, when she meets them, she's like, wait, she's also a rival who should technically have bad things happen to her, except she just ends up leaving in the good ending, and nothing bad really happens to her if she loses. Why do I have to be this main villain who basically instigates all the other bad things, which is, I mean, a good reason why none of the bad things are really happening in the way that they're supposed to. She's supposed to be the ringleader of all the bullying and stuff, and she's not doing that. And there's something really nice about watching her just be like, all right, cool, I can't notice for a single second that those two guys like me, but they keep hanging out with each other near me. They must be best friends. Time to go make some more snake toys to throw at the other guy, because it's the only weakness I could think of, and I will scare him with snakes when he's 16, and then he can't kill me.
Yeah, it would, if she was as knowledgeable as other characters are in other shows in that world. I don't think the show would work. It wouldn't be as charming. But yeah, because there's like, oh well, because she even's like, I can figure this out because he's only 8 and I'm a teenager, so I can take care of him. It's like, no, you're not equipped to outsmart anyone. but she has just like a great soul and a great energy, and everyone's just drawn to her. And then you're like, oh well, one character might not be in love with her because she wants her brother to be in love with her. Oh, nope. They all are. Okay, nope, they all are.
Every single one.
Every character is just like fully in love, from the not actually a brother but raised like a brother to the aloof guy who, my favorite is the guy in the corner there in the jacket, because he's supposed to be like a ladies' man heartthrob and a bad boy, but because he was friends with her, he isn't that at all. But his character doesn't know how to not. He's still drawn that way.
Her raised as a brother Keith character is supposed to be basically, originally she's supposed to end up bullying him for being not her real brother and this outcast thing. And so he gets super lonely, and then because of that he becomes a playboy, except she was just like, well, I'll give him lots of attention, and she does, and he doesn't get lonely. So he does the accidental thing where girls think he's really cute, but he's not the playboy character, but she still thinks he is. So constantly she's like, did you hit on that girl? You must have. Like, that's part of your character.
Yeah, instead he has a complex that she saved him. It's just different. It's just very cute. There's a second season. I'm excited about that. That's coming up at the time of viewing this as part of PAX Online. That is out, I believe.
I think so.
Yeah, go get caught up on that because it's real good. And there is a manga spin-off where she doesn't wake up until she's already in high school, and I haven't read it, but I love that. I love the idea of like, how would this show be different if she was suddenly like remembered that she's in a video game, but she didn't have the time to change everybody.
Oh.
So
let's reintegrate to society.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool idea, a cool way to play with it. All right, well, we have time to get through everything else of the show, but we're gonna pick up the pace a little bit. Ian, I am not trying to say don't talk a lot about this because I feel like you're probably gonna have to. Mind Game.
Thankfully, I don't have to say too much about it
Okay.
because I don't want to give everything away. I do want to say right off the bat that this is tied with Castle of Cagliostro as my favorite movie, period. Not just anime, not just animation. This is probably one of my 2-3 favorite movies. It's also directed by Masaaki Yuasa, who you probably will recognize from things like Kemono Zume, Adventure Time, and most recently Japan Sinks 2020. Science Saru. This was his first directorial debut. The story is about Nishi, an awkward young manga artist who has a long-standing crush on Myon. Unfortunately, Myon's got the hots for someone else, and there's a whole thing that happens inside their sister's yakitori restaurant where they meet up with some gangsters, and tragically, Nishi is killed. But he pulls a fast one on God, gets sent back to Earth, and then ends up after a car chase in the belly of a whale with his love interest, her sister, and a man who's there for some reason. And it's surprising how many twists and turns there are in this film. The film is extremely upbeat and incredibly funny for 99% of it. We'll get to that in a second. Every time I watch this film, I get that good feeling. I pick up on new details. There are characters from so many different sides, from gangsters to people in the past to this family, and their stories are woven together. Like, you can see the threads coming together in this movie over the course of it, and gives you a wonderful, sort of a ambiguous ending too, which is nice. And just a beautiful scene in the whale escape. The very fact that he pulls a fast one on God is a great line and a great thing that happens. It's actually got my favorite depiction of the afterlife and the concept of God I've ever seen in any form of visual representation. He meets God, and God just keeps changing. Like every 2 frames, he changes appearance into a different something, and it's fast and furious. And of course, God's a real asshole about everything. I got a date. I can't deal with you. You need to go to the afterlife. Get out of here. But it's beautiful film. The mixture of photocopied elements as part of animation at some times, and then just that Masaaki Uasa wacky style animation working together with it. It's a good time. It's a good film. There's just one scene you got to watch out for, because it contains some really, really graphic depictions of attempted sexual violence against women, graphic violence, and the murder of the main character by getting shot through the back of the buttocks.
Okay.
Yeah. But once you get out of that, the whole movie is incredibly positive, incredibly body positive, gender positive, just fun in general, and all about a sort of a coming of age self-discovery story by getting swallowed by a whale.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Ian. This has been on my list of movies to watch. I'm usually more inclined for TV rather than movies, but this has always been on my list, and yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that.
I can't give you a higher recommendation than Mind Game.
Well, thank you. Now we're going to do quick picks, which are literal 1 to 2 line explanations of why you think this should be something someone should check out. I'm going to go first. I'm going to rail through these real quick. Slime Diaries. if you've been watching that time I got reincarnated as a slime, and you were bummed that it's moved from a weird isekai to a more traditional modern isekai, and you wish it was more wacky like it used to be, watch the Slime Diaries. It's based on the spin-off manga. As you can see, it's more chibified versions, more like light versions of the characters, except for Geld for some reason is exactly the same. But it's just like wacky hijinks, like lots of parties, like we should have a Christmas. Well, what's Christmas? How do I explain what Christmas is to monsters? Well, it's a party and we all dress it like this. And they go, okay. It's light and breezy. And yeah, if you were like, oh, I wish that Rimmer wasn't a mass murderer, like, well, watch this version. Non Biori. I'm going to look, this is going to be spoiler, I'm going to talk about this at length at another Pat Bear's Anime Club. Nanon Biori is beautiful. It's Azumanga Daioh that's a little less wacky. In the country where there's 5 students at a school, they're all different grades, and they're all just trying to be kids, and it's weird. And Ren-chan is the most precocious girl in the world, which I usually don't like, but in anime, but in this case, I love it. And it's just weird and great. And the brother is in the background there, and he does not have a voice actor. 3 seasons in a movie, they never gave him a voice actor because he doesn't talk. And I love that they fucking kept with that.
Great to save cash.
Yes. It's a great show, and I'm definitely going to talk about it in more length. But Nanon Biori, they just wrapped up. It's over, so you can watch all of it. But yeah, Heather's picks. Heather, you picked Kaguya-sama Love is War.
Yes, because as generally gay anime puts me off because it's gags mean weird sexual things, but in this, and they're a little in here, but the concept is we've got 2 student council members who both like each other, refuse to admit that they like each other because they've decided that confessing your love to the other person shows that you're the submissive party and gives the other person too much power. And because they're the ones of a high-ranking family, they need to be the one who constantly has the power. So they're trying to trick each other into confessing to each other. At the same time, they clearly don't actually know that the other person likes each other. So in kind of a sub-level way, I really think they're more doing this to not have to feel like they might get rejected if they do end up being wrong and that person doesn't have that feeling towards them. There's a lot of background characters as well who are really great, who are a lot of fun, who help get in the way of their way over the top plans to try and trick the other person into confessing to them by figuring out their routes to school and other stuff. But it's a lot of fun and I really, really enjoy it.
And then also, I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level.
Yes, this is current as of recording this is still going on. But this is a isekai girl dies in her 20s by overworking, finds out that's how she died, and is like, heck, we're not doing that again. Is given sympathy by a goddess who's like, I can reincarnate you. You get 1 wish. And she's like, cool. I want immortality because I'm going to live the slow life forever and make up for what I did by overworking. And she's like, great. And the goddess is like, cool. Well, everything else is my preference, I guess. So you're going to be a witch and you're going to look cute and you're going to have a house. And she's like, great. And she gets into this world. She's just like, I want to do a little bit of work. So I'm going to kill 25 slimes a day. So I have enough money and I'm just going to enjoy life. And then 300 years later, and this is all really quick at the very beginning, but 300 years later, someone's like, hey, what are your stats at? And she's like, I don't know, let's take a look. Oh, wow, you maxed everything out over 300 years by doing just that tiny bit a day. Wow, your stats are really good. Please don't tell anybody. I don't want to have to fight people. Oh, people found out. Oh, fine. Okay, I guess I'll make friends, which is okay too. Yeah, I really love it because it really hits that concept of overworking is bad. Don't do it.
It's very cute. It's an incredibly cute isekai, full of very fun characters. Also, the voice actress for Azusa is also the voice actress of the spider in Soma Spider So What, which is also an isekai. And it's very weird because they're on the same time now. And it's very strange to jump from one to the other. Ian, let's get through your picks here. Not get through, but let's get to your picks, I should say.
Yeah,
Megalobox 2, Nomad.
Holy moly, Megalobox 2. No, Megalobox was my top anime of this year that it came out, which I think I'm going to call 2020 because it came in the tail of 2019. But yeah, it was my top. I did not expect there to be a Megalobox 2. Neither did the directors, apparently. It was a huge hit overseas, and so they were asked to do more. And boy, am I glad they did, because it's absolutely beautiful. They intentionally molested the look and the drawings to make it look like, and I quote, a rebroadcast anime from the past. They wanted to invoke that kind of feeling, and what I was reading an interview with the directors, and they specifically wanted to tackle issues of racism towards immigrants, which I find you don't honestly see a lot of social activism in anime, and I'm super glad to be seeing it in something that is this good. Because follow up, they also wanted to tackle the issues of toxic masculinity within found families and the cycles of toxicity, and I'm like, yes, do this all and wrap it together in great, memorable characters, just absolutely undescribably good music. It makes you want to watch Creed, and then you think about it just a second more, like, no, I'm going to go back and watch Megalobox again.
Hell yeah. Okay. And your final quick pick is Godzilla Singular Point.
Oh my gosh, that is definitely not the picture I would have associated with that.
No, I don't know. I haven't seen the show, so I didn't know what image to pick.
It's so cute, and
Okay.
Jet Jaguar is so good in this movie. If you like Godzilla stories the way I like Godzilla stories, which is to say you understand that these stories are actually about how humanity reacts to the existence and the consequences of living in a world with kaiju, and not just about big bad robot smash, that's what this story is. You're actually getting two parallel stories of an engineer, this kid engineer, who works with a group that built the Jet Jaguar robot, which is useful, and this super hyper intelligent teenage girl who has an AI that hops bodies, and from a tiny robot dog to a brick to in the cell phone. It's some of the best AI contemporary robot designs I've seen, but it's a beautiful story. It's going to be self-contained. You can see exactly where these two parallel stories are going to converge in a singular point. And it's a good time. Highly recommend.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you to Heather and Ian for joining me. We're going to get into the wrap up here. You can find them on Twitter and Twitch. Please check them out. And also, you can find me at /Pat Bear, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Patreon. I'm on all those places. This has been Pat Bear's Anime Club as part of PAX East Online, or PAX Online East, however they're calling it. I'm sorry. Camp PAX is the theme this year. And I want to thank you both for joining me. You can find this, it'll be on youtube.com/PatBear up after the Monday after this goes out here to PAX. You can find that there along with other things. There's a playlist of Pat Bear's Anime Club, the live shows I've done, as well as every other Monday I just put out an episode where I talk about themes. So recently I just put up one about the spring season, my thoughts on the spring season, and a preview of the summer season. And also the one right before that was queer anime, because it was June and Pride. And so I talked about a few maybe overlooked shows that are very cool in the world of queer spaces. Thank you all so much for being here and watching. Thank you to Ian and Heather, of course, for joining me. I hope that everybody enjoys PAX, and we'll see you again soon. And goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.
you know? The internet was invented in 1928 to help put global stock markets back on track. However, at its launch in 1929, a rounding error caused markets to suddenly and irreversibly crash, leaving the technology to be abandoned until its reutilization in the late 1980s as an entertainment and torture device. And that's a fact about the internet. Attention campers, to whoever ordered delivery to their cabin, you owe us $20. Next time, order the Vindaloo.
Did you know? The first portable computer was the Osborne, a 24-pound suitcase-sized device. Much less well regarded was the first portable Wi-Fi router. It was called the Godmother and had to be mounted onto the dorsal plate of a Japanese spider crab. And that's a fact about the internet.
I was a straight rat who'd lost her dog.
Will you at least allow me to call you Milady, Milady?
I am a keeper of charms.
An ancient warning of what lies beyond. We will live and wait until the realm needs us again.
A goblin. A goblin in the city.
Turn those old Dungeons & Dragons into dollars and dividends by owning your own adventuring franchise. From its humble beginnings as D&D Live Play, expanding to stage, podcast, and stream, with Acquisitions Incorporated, there's never been a better time to get the money.
Hey, it's Owen Dron, CEO of Acquisitions Incorporated. Imagine digging a hole, but instead of finding a body, you find real wealth. And a body. One you put there. Buy my book.
We partnered with Wizards of the Coast to bring the official Acquisitions Incorporated experience to your home campaign. Learn how to run your own franchise, how to staff it with new player options for specializations, spells, and equipment, stats for iconic characters and monsters, and put your franchisees to the test with an included campaign for levels 1 to 6. Obviators are standing by. With the official D&D Acquisitions Incorporated book,
you can do what you wanna do.
Ow! Well, hello everybody. My name is Rafael Bocamatzo, better known as Dr. B for long Italian name reasons. I am a doctor of clinical psychology and the clinical director at takethis.org, which when we were formed in 2012 was the very first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community exclusively. And in the nearly 10 years since, we have been at a lot of different places, including so many PAX events, running the AFK room. And I believe there's an AFK room online happening right now for PAX Online. Go check that out. But additionally, lectures like this, panels, studio workshops, all sorts of great stuff to educate people on mental health matters and basically destigmatize things. But one of the most fun things we get to do is work with companies directly to help them just improve representation of various things that contribute to mental health. And that includes direct representation of mental health, but also various issues which can boost the mental health of, viewers at home who are watching this stuff. And so in that vein, we wanted to put together this amazing panel with all of these amazing people who are just going to introduce themselves, and you're going to be blown away by how amazing these people are. And we want to talk about all the tropes in horror films, comics, video games, you name it, that just get so much wrong about so much that they punch down, basically. And we titled this, You Wake Up in an Asylum, largely after something that one of our panelists, Dr. Kelly Dunlap, likes to say of, when you hear those words, what do you think happens? And it's never in any movie, book, whatever, it's never, you wake up in an asylum. It's brightly lit. It's cheerful. A happy sing-song nurse enters carrying 3 types of fruit for you to choose from. She tells you there are activities in the rec room that you may choose. Group therapy is at 1 p.m. It's never like that. So we want to help you if you're a horror enthusiast, if you're a horror writer, if you're doing tabletop RPGs, if you're a game developer, avoid these tropes. So that's who we are, and make sure to check out takethis.org. Follow us, do all that good stuff. But let's start at the left side of the screen and go clockwise. And on the left side of my screen is Dr. Kelly Dunlap.
Oh, okay. Hello, my name is Dr. Kelly Dunlap. I'm a licensed and practicing clinical psychologist. In my off time, I also have a master's in game design, and I teach game design as an adjunct at American University. And I teach grad students courses like the psychology of video games, games research methods, and games history and society. So lots of cultural and psychological components. I am also the community manager for Take This. And so if you come by the AFK room online, I will be there and I will say hi. And I'm also the chair of the International Game Developer Association's Mental Health Special Interest Group. So yeah, I'm excited to be here.
Awesome, awesome. And next on in our clockwise rotation is Cassie.
Hi, I'm Cassie Walker. I am a licensed clinical social worker and certified trauma specialist in Illinois. I do psychotherapy, supervision, consultations. I work with businesses to help increase their awareness and actual practice and praxis of anti-racism and decolonizing our practices as mental health workers. I also am the founder and host and current GM of the Woke Mental Wellness podcast, as well as doing some activist work and stuff around the city of Chicago. So yeah, lots of things, and I'm very happy to be here so we can talk about making horror in a good way.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you. Next, B-Dave.
It is I, surprise twist. Hi, how is everybody? B-Dave Walters. I say words about things. You can find me all over the interwebs, wherever fine streaming content can be located. I'm the author of the Dungeons and Dragons: A Dark and Wish comic series, of the electropunk graphic novel. I'm a filmmaker, screenwriter for film and television, and do a lot of horror. And I'm the dungeon master of the Black Dice Society, which is an official D&D horror stream on Wizards D&D and Twitch at 4 p.m. Thursdays, Twitch and YouTube. And I'm the stunt Dr. B. I'm like the Shadow to his Peter Pan.
Yeah, but you dress better than I do. I still want to know where you got that purple velvet jacket. That thing is amazing.
Yeah, that's the sometimes look. That's the sometimes look. You have your conquered hats behind you there, the trophy case of awesomeness. You know, I can serve like a look. One. Yeah.
Oh, Jay.
But the quality of that serve. Quality, quantity, just saying. All right. Hi, I'm Jay Justice. I'm an editor, consultant, and developer. I work in comics, gaming, literature. I do sensitivity reads, which is specifically when you are editing a work for the content to actually be less ableist, racist, homophobic, transphobic, to help people unpack their own prejudices that they bring into the work they're creating. And so I have a lot to say about the topic at hand. You might have seen my work previously on the Adventure Zone, Here There Be Gerblins graphic novel, or if you've played Mass Effect Legendary Edition, I was on the council for that one. I just love the fact that you can create so many amazing stories without actually reinforcing negative stereotypes. And I'm really excited to talk to everyone on this extremely talented panel about how we're going to do that.
Oh, this is going to be fun. And one thing I forgot to mention that's poignant about my background for this panel is I'm very public about being autistic. And I'm going to have some things to say about autism in horror films as we go along. But first of all, there's a lot of tropes that we could probably think of in horror movies. Like what are some of the stereotypes that we just want to throw out there that we immediately think of?
That mental illness equals that you're going to be a violent person who can't control themselves and is obviously the killer all the time.
Right. Yeah, no. Violent psychopathy for everyone, even if it's just anxiety. What are some others?
Coming from anything other than a nuclear family with 2.3 children and a mother and a father and a white picket fence means that you are dangerously predatory and violent. And if you are not the killer, you are going to fight the killer and die fighting the killer. Yeah.
If you explore your gender whatsoever, you are very clearly going to be a mass murderer.
If you are a mental health professional, you are probably a mass murderer or aspiring or something even worse.
Oh, that's right. There's no good mental health professionals in horror movies, are there?
If you have a mental health condition, you are also, however, the murderer.
Yes.
If you're nonverbal for any reason, clearly you're hiding something.
I love the fact that those with developmental disabilities, autism, or any other one that you can name of, we have a special connection into the otherworldly, and we are usually some sort of psychic plot device or the killer. It depends on how you want to go,
or both.
Or both, yeah, maybe. No, split. We split. We have like dual personalities. There's the normal side, and the autistic side, and their conflict, and one of them is the killer. It's ridiculous.
But when
can we talk about how common it is that I'm so sorry. It's extremely common that people who are the most victimized in real life are always seen as the ones who are the perpetrators of crimes in horror. Sorry, Cassie, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Oh no, I was just going to be snarky. I was just going to say, if you can't locate your designated person of developmental disabilities, simply find the nearest magical Negro.
Oh, yeah. No. See, there's so many fantastic tropes that exist for the, regular people to use and survive in horror movies. And so what's the problem with doing that? What's the problem with portraying all this?
Because when you other marginalized people in ways that make them always default the
Oh, we did you? Uh-oh.
I hear you, Jay.
Technical.
Oh, okay. When you consistently, repeatedly other marginalized people in a way that encourages the audience, which is everyone watching the movie, to be afraid of them, to see them as a threat, you are reinforcing these negative stereotypes that cause abuse to people who are extremely vulnerable in real life. Like it is very easy to track, very easy to measure. It's consistent, and it's been a problem for decades.
And stereotypes are boring. I mean, I'll just throw that out there. Like, having if you're in horror and there is some killer or some existential threat to your safety, why are they doing this? Oh, it's because they're crazy, or it's because they had a bad childhood. There's always just these shortcuts, and they're lazy. Like, that's just fundamentally what it is. Like, there's a reason our favorite villains across genre are people who are like complex and rich characters and not one-dimensional tropes. So that doesn't mean that you can't use them, but like, come on, give me a little more. I want more from you. I believe in you and that you can do better.
Yeah, when done properly, the villain is the hero of their story, and the villain doesn't believe they're the villain. And the more that you go into a one-note interpretation, just in general, you can't make fun of or exploit a thing a person can't control. And so when that is your plot device, it is the same as saying everyone that fits this profile is the same as that, be it developmentally neurodivergent human, or being like everyone that is from this place is bad, everyone that is from this religion is bad. Anytime you're like everyone that is X is Y is bad. Honestly, even when it's a good thing, even if you're like everyone from this place is fantastic, you're like, but why though? It's all problematic.
And another issue to throw on top of that is, even if you have a problematic portrayal, it's not as problematic as if there are counter messages. So, for example, in terms of mental health, there's not a lot of really good examples out there of characters with mental illness, or even environments like Dr. B said at the beginning. You wake up in an asylum, and it's shorthand for something terrible is about to happen to you, and you should be afraid. And so if there were more good examples or positive examples, maybe you could even possibly argue that they balance out. But when you're dealing with a marginalized group, there are just so few representations at all. And if all of them are endorsing and supporting these really terrible and harmful stereotypes and stigmas, then all you are doing is actively promoting stereotypes and stigmas.
Cassie, I want to make sure you get an opportunity, because I know you're fiddling. You've had some technical issues there for a sec, but I want to make sure you had an opportunity to chime in on this.
Yeah, no, luckily we're back. My headset died. But no, I think you're spot on. It's the problem of when the people who are writing things for so long haven't been in any of these groups, and the people looking them over haven't either. Then what happens is media is so much more accessible than people are, right? Because all these studies are like, in the US, most people live, less than 15 miles from their childhood home. So the ability to meet a wide, diverse range of people and challenge the things you've seen in the movie just doesn't exist nearly as much as the next blockbuster, the next Split at, the movie theater. And so then you get, people grandstanding on the political stage based off of these tropes, whether it's fearing people of a certain race because of legacies of King Kong, or whether it's blaming folks with mental illness for violence.
Yeah, that's due to the magic of time travel. A couple weeks ago, we saw that in the New York mayoral race, that in one of the most harmful portrayals and one of the most harmful stereotypes, this us versus them mentality regarding mental health. But like when it comes to horror, tropes, which ones just pet peeve time? Which ones need to go away? Like, what never needs to never be used ever again?
If I never hear another actor or actress describe the actual disability that they use to inspire their portrayal of an otherworldly evil creature, it will be too soon.
What else?
If no horror movie ever again utilizes cross-dressing or trans identity as a reason why someone is dangerous or predatory, it will be far too soon.
The Worf effect, when the big guy, that's usually the black guy, has to get like massively just eradicated to prove how strong the bad guy is. Yeah.
Okay.
Up to and including Worf himself. Shout out to my homie. Yeah.
I would throw on there the trope of the homicidal maniac, that the main driver for someone's violent actions is the fact that there is some vague mental illness that is ill-defined and incredibly problematic as their entire underpinning for whatever villainy that they are doing.
That any woman that is not a virgin absolutely is going to die. Yeah. Yep.
I just want the asylum trope to go away, and the idea of the malevolent mental health provider. Like, I'm sure one or two exist out there, but I've never met anybody who didn't get into this field to actually try and help people. Certainly there are some ineffective ones, but malevolent Nurse Ratched is a different level.
Angus Bumby from the Alice Madness Returns series. Just in case you're not familiar, like all the trigger warnings. But he's a psychiatrist in charge of the orphanage for like abused and abandoned children, and he traffics them into sexual slavery.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah,
So,
it's bad.
that one. We need to, if a woman who has had sex is going to live, that she needs to be assaulted on screen. Also, can we get rid of that?
Yeah.
There's so many, because all of these things are just simply plot points. And I've heard you all talk so far around the idea that we're using these descriptors, we're using these identity as simply a one-dimensional plot point to move the story forward in a fairly lazy way. This is the very definition of othering. This is using somebody else's pain. This is using a one-dimensional perspective, one-dimensional portrayal of an experience with no more depth than that to move somebody else's plot forward. And I think it was Jay or Cassie who brought up the magical Negro trope. I mean, it's
yeah.
You are a plot point for that is a plot point for somebody else's betterment. And so how can people start to do better horror without these overly utilized tropes that we all want to see just go away?
I mean, there's so many ways to do horror that don't rely on these tropes. Like, that's almost like a how much time do you have question. Like,
well, at this point, 40 minutes.
Okay, I'll be as fast as I can, and we'll move on to the next person. But from where I'm sitting, the big thing about horror is the unknown and how your characters interact with the thing that is unknowable, that they don't know what is happening, and that the unknown does not have to be based on a known trope to be successful. So all you have to do is look outside your own prejudice and stop thinking that the shortcut to the unknown is a crazy person, or you know what I mean. Like, so yeah, think of a new concept for the unknown in your story and make sure that it's not a stereotype, and you're good. That's how I feel about it.
Okay.
Yeah, and just as an aside, if you're ever not sure, just talk to some people from that community. Talk to multiple people from that community, because one person might be like, "Nah, that doesn't bother me," and it's mad problematic. But the opposite is true. You also might get a person that might be very sensitive that has a problem with it, and the next three are like, "Nah, that's okay," because no group is a monolith. Like, not all Black people are the same, not all Asian people are the same, not all, queer people are the same. I mean, there is a spectrum of humanity. So be like, here's the thing that I'm thinking about doing. Here's why, and just kind of get a vibe check from some people if you're not sure. Because my career exists in large part to my very vocal criticism of Wizards of the Coast portrayal of Chult when Tomb of Annihilation came out. That, we finally had Black people in D&D. And in the 80s, Chult was mad racist. I mean, his bones to the nose pygmies. But I was like, all right, it's a product of its time. But then they redid it, and it was just kind of a lazy post-colonial. We used to kind of be cannibals, and now we're sort of wear masses' old clothing, even though they left. And it's like, this is a fantasy setting, y'all. You could have had all the Black people on the moon. You could have done anything. And it is obvious that this did not come from a place of maliciousness, but it is also obvious that you didn't ask anybody that didn't look just like you. And to WotC's eternal credit, they realized that was the case and have worked and diversified and brought in all sorts of people like me and lots of people that have become friends of mine. But to a point that was made previously, when you're just like, ooh, those people are different, and you haven't checked with at least some of those people, you're probably going the wrong way. And by probably, I mean definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the most important thing you can do when you're developing something like this is to come from a place of curiosity. As humans, we write and we create what we know. That's just what is forefront in our brains. That's why they say in game development, your first 100 games are crap. So make them real fast, get them out of the way so you can actually get to good content later. And so coming from this place of curiosity of, why was that my first choice? I think I'm now thinking about like every fanfic I've ever written. I'm like, there's a redheaded girl as the lead in every single one of those fanfic stories, whether or not redheads exist. And so that's okay. Like, that's okay. But then if you're wanting to put it out to a broader audience, you need to do some self-reflection. You need to check yourself, and you need to bring a sense of curiosity of, why is this my default? And if you can't come up with that answer, then, I mean, you should be doing this anyway, ideally, but send it to people that don't look like you or don't have your background or don't have your expertise. You know, I send a research article to someone who's not a psychologist and they can't read it, then guess what? That piece isn't good. All the information can be accurate, but if it's not accessible, if it doesn't resonate, if someone else isn't invested in it and seeing it as valuable, then there's something that you are missing as a creator that you're not connecting with your audience. And the best way to do that is to just have a bunch of people that are as diverse as possible from all different terms of that, all different means. I can't even talk. I'm so verklempt about this. Like, just, you know, I'm done. I'm gonna step back because, yeah, Cassie's got me.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of those things of, if you don't know research, if you're not willing to do the research, stick to what you know and probably keep it to yourself. Because there is so much just internalized undercurrent of the world we live in that is racist, sexist, ableist, transphobic, queerphobic, that if you are not willing to actively do the work and look into the things that you are putting in your stories, into your campaigns, into whatever kind of work you are doing, then in all honesty, it probably doesn't need to go past you and maybe your circle of friends, because it's been time. Like, we've been out here doing these things and saying these things. And in 2021, it's not difficult to start to do those small things. And we keep saying it. And at this point, it's just a good faith step. And without doing it, that in itself, right, you put yourself onto a side of horror that doesn't get talked about as much and is accidental. And you don't want to be that kind of cringe.
Well, it also oh, please.
One, I realized we're kind of past the, like, what do we not want to see, but one that just popped into me. PTSD made him do it. You know?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
my God, yes.
Yep.
Ooh,
That's
how
something
about
Dr. Kelly.
PTSD? I'd say PTSD is the hero's disorder. You know, like that's an okay one to have. If you have PTSD, then you can have like flashbacks and there's all the dramatic symptoms, and it's okay for the heroes to have that. But anxiety or depression, oh, there's something, you're weak, you're broken. Yeah.
Well, and I mean, even if we go so far as to do, you know, psychosis, I mean, that's clearly a moral defect. If you struggle with psychotic symptoms within these things.
Can we even, like, this is now we're hitting on my part, so now I'm going to be incoherent, but we really need to talk about the fact also that a lot of these quote unquote disorders and these problems and these manifestations and these things that we're seeing, like, we are able to see it better with gender and things, but even psychosis isn't always a mental health symptom. Right. And the things that we call psychosis, depending on the context and depending on who you're talking about, may not be psychosis. It may be spiritual experience. It may be trauma. It may be PTSD. It may not be, like, it depends on whether it's mental health realm or not. And I think that also reveals just kind of the laziness of these tropes and how ingrainedly white Western they are. Because when this is the other thing that you can do if you want to engage with stuff is, like, go outside of whatever your culture of origin is and start reading that and be like, oh wow, not everyone sees it this way. Okay, take a step back. Like, I think that's it. Take a step back and, like, reconsider everything you've been told.
Well, and just thinking about this, stepping back, and I'm going to be a little cynical here for a second and just apply a purely numbers game to this. It's creativity comes from differences. You know, Western fantasy, when it comes to like tabletop RPGs, Western fantasy's been done. Okay. We've got some great stuff coming out that expands beyond that. You know, a couple of us have friends who wrote the Islands of Sina Una, which focused on Filipino culture and mythos. There is the upcoming Wagadu Chronicles, which I believe is West African focused. B-Dave is having an absolutely rockin' Kickstarter right now with Into the Motherlands, an Afrocentric futuristic sci-fi. There are new stories to be told, and there are markets to be tapped if we want to bring this into a purely numbers game. That there's a lot of people who want to see themselves on screen.
Just
the problem is that some folks just hate other colors more than they love green.
True, but to piggyback off of what Cassie said, now this is what I do. I am lead developer of Into the Motherlands, but there's a number of fantastic people that are working on the project. I am but one of them. But for me, for my money, storytelling is what makes us human. Every single thing we do, some other creature does. In the fullness of time, when we finally understand what dolphins and crows and elephants are saying to each other, they might be telling stories too, but for the time being, we're the only ones that can sit around a fire and talk about Hercules and draw meaningful, actionable insight into ourselves and our lives from that and adjust accordingly. And everyone needs to see themselves reflected in their narrative. They need to see themselves reflected as both hero and villain, to have something to aspire towards or to turn away from. But that is what I want to be. That isn't what I want to be. On their own journey into individuation, which I know I shouldn't use that in the presence of such skillful mental health professionals here, but that's
you
my
get
armchair.
Jungian, all right? I know you love Jung. Get Jungian.
But within reason. But I mean, but that's why it matters. That is why diversity really matters, because everybody needs to have that. And even with what we're doing with Into the Motherlands, that was one of the guiding principles. When we first started talking to the contributors, I was like, hey, check this out. What I want is I want you to write the story that 10-year-old you needed. I want you to create the characters, you to create the land, you to create the place that young you would have dreamed about and eyes would have lit up about. Because if you've done that, we will have succeeded. That is why things like Black Panther were so important, why Wonder Woman was so important. Like, not a day goes by that I don't run into the grognards that are like, well, why is that important? Why can't the drow be midnight inky black anymore? Why do the orcs have to be different colors? And it's like, breh. That's why.
Yeah, it just goes into like, my guy, we've been there, and there's a reason Get Out resonates as a horror movie, and it's because it's true, right? There's a way to write truth. If you're and I hear this, right, of, oh, well, I want to address real stuff, so the killer has schizophrenia, and that way we can talk about the disenfranchisement. And I'm like, no, because you made them the killer, dude. Like, sweetie, no. It's about, if you want to have a commentary, stop being so lazy and actually have a commentary, because we're sick of the white commentary and we are interested in commentaries on how whiteness has affected everyone. And spoiler, it's not been good as a concept for anyone, including white people. And if you really want horror, and you really want, I love body horror, and you don't need to make it, oh my God, what if you lost your leg? Like, come on. No. How about we actually talk about the deep down fears that people are actually worried about when they say things like that? That is, oh my God, what if my body wasn't what I wanted it to be in these specific ways? And then build off of that and check yourself to make sure you're not being problematic to the people who do experience that every day.
And one thing I want to jump in is, I mentioned this at the start, that one of the things this has done within the game industry is consult with companies on mental health representation in their games. And I strongly suspect anyone and everyone here who has done this sort of work will agree with me on this. Bring us in from the start, okay? Do not bring us in the last 10% of your development, whether it's a movie, whether it's a book, whether it's anything, when there's things that can't be changed. because
that is such a frustrating experience of like, hey, I basically want a mental health sensitivity reader for my game. Like, hey, I do that. I have those qualifications. Hey, here's a well-documented list of all the things that I find problematic here, ranked in severity. And the answer being, oh, we don't have time to make any changes. We'll see what we can do with the next, update. And I'm like, well, then why am I just a token? Like, am I a badge?
They wanted the gold star, literally. Yeah. Behind you. That's what they wanted, for you to just be like, "You're awesome." Yeah.
Someone tried to hire me for a sensitivity read for a Black main character, and this was a white person from an area where there are not many POC. And there was also not a lot of time between the projected release date and when I was offered this position. They did not want to pay for a rush job. They wanted to pay half the actual rate for sensitivity read for a very lengthy tome. And I was like, even if I could read this many words in this amount of time and edit them for you, you don't have time to edit this book before the release date. What's the point of me taking this job?
That's a horror story.
It really was.
My heart is pounding. That was a horror story.
I do want to say something, because this comes up different times too, that it's like, well, if I'm not that, can I write about that? And the answer is, yeah, you can, but one, be sensitive to it. And two, I would always ask them why. You know what I mean? If you're like, well, I want a Black protagonist, I'm like, for what? Is it because he's edgy and urban? Then I'm like, I don't know, bro. Like, I mean, if you've got like my character, my graphic novel Electropunk is, we created a fictitious family for Nikola Tesla. So I'm telling a story about young Serbian teenagers in 1910, a boy and a girl. That's not me. That's not my life experience. But contextually, that's why they are that way. And I try to make it as authentic as possible. And I also talk to actual Serbian people that I was like, hey, here's this word that he calls them, that I think kind of means sweetheart or something. Is this true? Here's kind of, how they feel about this. Is this accurate? Just be sensitive to it, because we're getting this all the time with the Motherlands. It's a game that we've all, a team of POCs have created. People are like, well, I'm white. Can I play it? And I'm like, bro, if I'm not an elf and I play D&D, yeah, man. Yeah. Welcome aboard. Come on in. Yeah.
Are you okay? Dr. B?
Wow.
I just I
think we broke the moderator.
Yep. I can translate. We talked
Got
about
him.
anger translators before, which is, are you kidding me? And these are going to be the exact same people that say that representation doesn't matter, but then are going to act like they can't play a game because there's too much melanin in it. Absolutely not. Are we serious? Come on, folks. It's 2021. Let's go. Get on board or get out the way.
I love when folks say it's 2021 because the year has never really made a difference. The reason why B. Dave is getting these comments is because when they see Into the Motherlands or any other work that's all run by POCs, their immediate thought is, oh no, the coloreds are going to uprise against us, and then we will be the marginalized people ourselves. We will be the minorities. Are we going to be allowed?
We're almost there, and y'all are lucky we don't want revenge.
We don't want revenge. We just want equity. They're like, oh, so you mean I have to wear a saddle and crawl upon my limbs? No, we just want to be able to play.
So, okay, hold on. Oh my God.
Hang on. Wait, let me just say one thing.
Okay.
And I'm gonna give it to you, Dr. B. Again, this came up around Black Panther time when I had many well-meaning friends that were like, my white child wants to dress like the Black Panther, wants to dress like Shuri. Is that okay? And I'm like, yes, because little Black kids can dress like Superman and Captain America and Wonder Woman. Yes, let children dream. It's fine. Like, this is for all of us. Yeah.
But that's a false equivalency, because there's a point where you are a child and people will leave you alone. But it's like the minute you turn 11 or something, here come the white people. Oh, Wonder Woman wasn't Black. I'm like, so I feel like you can say that, but in their hearts, they don't believe you. They don't agree with you. They are like, oh no, but I would discriminate against your kid. So is my kid gonna be okay? That's literally what it feels like. I've seen the light go out in a child's eyes when they're told that they can't get to be an elf because elves don't come in brown. I've seen it. It's awful.
Well, and I mean, it becomes that double standard that, you know, it's okay. Like one of my a film director friend of mine and I share a love of the movie Last Dragon, and for very different reasons. He is both Black and Korean, and that is the only martial arts movie I think that exists where you have a Black Eastern Asian hero. And so this is his movie. But, you know, coming from a white normalcy, or specifically a cis hetero white male normacy, that's the standard, that it's okay if you emulate us, but we can't go the other way. We can't do that. That's weird. And
Or
that's what I'm
there's
hearing
the-
you all say.
There's the well-meaning white person who is trying really hard, and they're thinking about it, and that may be why they're checking in. But again, that's the idea of like, well, go do your own research, you know, like go read a couple books. There's some really great information out there. And if you have someone that you're lucky enough that you have that relationship with, where you can ask that question, then great. But, you know, don't let your own fear about, oh, yeah, I'm woke, I am with the thing, I am an ally. Don't let that get in the way of just being a good human being. And, you know, start there first.
So, what are some movie horror, especially within the horror genre, who does it well? Like, in terms of these tropes, avoiding these tropes and actually creating good stories that eschew the idea of gender, race, disability, mental health status, physical health status, that go outside of those othering tropes and does it well. We've already mentioned Get Out, and in the chat, Jay,
I say Jordan Peele. Yep.
So, what do we have any other examples of movies, books, tabletop RPGs that do it well?
Okay, so you guys know that Thai horror movies are like the pinnacle. My absolute favorite one is PMAC, which is like the best-selling Thai movie of all time. If you haven't seen it, it's so good. And I watched that movie and I was like, this is perfect. This is the perfect blend of like horror and comedy and romance. And I didn't feel like anything was really tropey about it outside of like the usual, like, you know, Thai movie tropes. And nothing was harmful. Nobody was punched down on. It was just kind of poking fun at their own culture and wanting to be polite and not let your homie know that his wife is dead because it might be awkward. Like, it was really good. It was so good. I love that movie so much.
Okay, so PMAC, Get Out. Any others?
For the video game side of things, I have to mention Hellblade.
Yeah.
Like, I have to. Partially because it's, I think, the only game that I can actually think of where the protagonist has a type of psychosis as as the mental illness, but like that's just a part of who they are. It shapes how they perceive the world. It does shape their narrative, but you know, Senua is not someone with psychosis. She's a whole person. She's a whole being. And this just happens to be something that she experiences based on her past trauma. And the reason that works is because that entire dev team talked with mental health professionals, so psychiatrists, psychologists, audio professionals to get the voice hearing right. But more importantly to me, they actually talked with people who had experienced voice hearing and visual disturbances and other forms of things that we would identify as psychoses and that they were in recovery for. And so when you play that game, you are getting, of course, abstracted because the game designers have to go and take real life experience and put it into the game in some way. But you're getting an experience that comes from a place of not othering, of like valuing this person's perspective, valuing this person's experience. At no point in the entire game is she ever called out as being mentally ill or having psychoses. It's just her game and her perspective and her view of the world. And really, who are you to judge? You know, if you're comparing that maybe to your experience, then it may seem weird or odd. But as you know, Cassie was talking about earlier, hearing things or seeing things that aren't there or other things that we typically are like, oh, that's schizophrenia or whatever we want to call it. That's not the same everywhere. And different cultures have different ways of experiencing these same things. And so, you know, obviously Hellblade is scary. I think it's scary. I'm a huge horror wimp.
It's scary. It's scary.
It's scary. And so I think it would be safe to say that she does, you know, struggle and there is distress. And so these symptoms are not just, you know, a religious experience, but rather something that does trouble her. So maybe you could tilt it into mental illness. But regardless, like she is a person and she's on a quest and she is doing this mission, and her experience is shaped by her past experiences, and that's how it manifests through voice hearing and visual hallucinations and different problem solving and pattern seeking behaviors that you do in the game. So well done to Ninja Theory for Hellblade.
And to also anchor it into something Cassie said, they really did a fantastic job of wrapping that up in cultural context as well. Being an 8th century Pict woman, she was, in my recollection, it's been a bit. It was just a thing. Just a thing. And what other who else does it well?
There's a Netflix movie that is I think it's I don't know who made it, if the makers were Sudanese, but they it's called His House, and it's a horror movie that basically is the journey of refugees from Sudan going to the UK. And it has the immigration workers and social and their versions of social workers and everything, and shows both the racism and how they're handling the trauma and how their guilt over the twist of the movie, which I won't give away because I encourage everyone to go watch this, how the horror ends up being around that eating at one of the main characters, as the people around them, around this couple who who are refugees in the UK, are then demonized and threatened with deportation and all of these things because they have to be the good ones. And that interplay of immigrant story, mental health, and how our social services fail people, but how the people in them are really trying, but also aren't being given what they needed. Like, there's a line in the movie where the social services workers are like, I don't know what you're complaining about. They gave you a house that's nicer than mine. I couldn't afford that, right? Which is bad on multiple ends and is real if you're a social worker, if you're mental health, you know this pain. But the movie is very well done. It's beautiful, it's scary, it's horror, but it doesn't punch down, and it's not like, ooh, they're bad because he's having a reaction to the horrible things he's experienced in his life. It's legitimately like, this is all horror, this is all horrible, and also here is this cultural story underneath, that is this folk tale that is beautifully wrapped into this horror story that tells a very earnest immigrant story. And oh God, I saw the movie for the first time and I was just floored. It was brilliant.
Okay, His House, huh? Gonna bear that one in mind. Add that to my Netflix queue.
Curveball. I'm going with a retro one. I haven't watched it in a while, so there might be something that now that I look at might be problematic, but I've seen it a bunch of times. I don't think so. The first Terminator and the first Aliens movies, both of which are horror movies, despite having an action component to them. I mean, obviously, a significant action component to it. Yep, both of those.
No, the first Alien movie, that's definitely a horror movie. And well, one of the things that strikes me is that a lot of the movies and stories that we're talking about, we're dealing with institutional horror, with the systemic forces that oppress people. In the case of Aliens, they're out in space. There's no one. Okay. In the case of His House, we're talking about bureaucracy, and bureaucracy is horrifying, especially if you have very little power. Anybody who's worked in mental health, especially in community-facing services, knows how powerless people can be even with well-meaning social workers, to have the weight of that bureaucracy against you. And Jay, you mentioned Get Out, where we saw a twist, and we saw ostensibly liberal, quote unquote, woke white people who would definitely vote for Obama a third time if they had that opportunity. And
like your girl in Central Park with the dog walking thing. I'm an Obama voter.
Right. And so it strikes me that one of the things everybody's getting to is, and I think B-Dave kind of hinted at this earlier, is get to the heart of the horror. Don't touch the surface. In the case of Hellblade, it's a descent into the underworld to save a lover while having visual and auditory hallucinatory experiences. And so all of these things are just getting to the heart of things. They're going past that trope. They're going into a deeper three-dimensional portrayal of an entire character and experience. Is that how people do it well?
Yeah, well, let me say two things. One, tropes do have a place in storytelling, especially, unfortunately, if it's something that you're looking to sell, because that's what genre is. That there's certain parameters by which I am here to experience certain things, and if I do not experience those certain things, I will be unfulfilled. So not all tropes are harmful. That's why we're talking about the harmful tropes. But when you look at something like Get Out, for instance, it is so culturally relevant, because what I have found, and obviously I cannot speak for everyone, but in talking to a lot of my non-Black friends, Get Out spooky. It's like Tales from the Crypt. Ooh, what a weird weekend that would be. Yo, for Black people, especially for Black males, I can only speak from my perspective. Get Out is terrifying. It is everything we are afraid of is in that movie. Like, I was watching the whole time, like, all the way down to, not to spoil it. It's been a minute, but if you haven't seen it,
it's been 5 years. I think the statute of limitations has expired on this movie.
I will just say all the way down to when those blue lights come on at the end. And that is the heart of the whole film. Because when those blue lights come on, everyone knows what that means. And then it goes where it goes, which, again, I will not take from you, dear viewer, if you have not seen it. But, that kind of thing has power. So if you're going to tell a story about a certain type of person, a certain kind of experience, get to the heart of that experience, set it up where the audience can feel it too, and hammer it home. And then you're doing it well.
I'm not even sure how to follow up on that. I mean, that was so impassionate and so fantastic. I was like, okay, good night, everybody. All right. No. Okay, so what are we got about 5 minutes left in this panel, and what are some resources out there? Because I know the idea of writing your own experience has been brought up multiple times, but if you choose for a very specific reason to include somebody else's experience within the context of your stories, what are some resources out there? Aside from consultants, and by the way, people watching this, you're looking at a bunch of consultants. Pay them. What are some resources out there if people want to just figure some things out?
I don't have a specific website, but I will say one thing. Everyone I know who's considers themselves to be a storyteller or a filmmaker has this is their lane that they stay into. And if you're gonna make your own content, you want to make your own story, definitely get out of there, go experience other types of storytelling so that you're not just a one-trick pony, especially if it's horror and you're only familiar with the type of horror that you like. Specifically, go watch other cultures' versions of horror so that you can actually get out of that and make more interesting stories. Because it's really bad when people, for comics, because I do a lot of comic editing, you can tell when an artist has only ever been a fan of one particular kind of art. You need to experience more so that you can create better stuff.
I will say Mystics of Bali is an experience if you haven't seen it and you are not used to that kind of horror.
Also, yeah, we talked about talking to different kinds of people, but, let's just say for whatever reason you're shy, you don't want to, whatever, zone of safety. One of the good things about Twitter, there are a number of bad things about Twitter, but one of the good things about Twitter, you can find anything on there. Like Black Twitter is amazing. You want to like see how people actually communicate and talk to themselves. And this exists for all kinds of cultures. You don't have to insert in the conversation, but just read what people are talking about. Read how they're expressing themselves. Read how they're talking to each other. Like I just had an experience yesterday talking to a friend about making new states, whether or not Puerto Rico should be a state. I'm like, yeah, give all the Black people the vote. Get Puerto Rico, DC, and Guam in here. Let's go. She's Puerto Rican. She's like, we don't want that. And I was like, oh, no. And she's like, no. And here's a number of reasons why. And I was like, oh, word? Because I had to be educated by someone who is actually living it, but I had to be open to that experience. So, fill your noodle with how the other half lives. And then when you actually create your things, don't treat them like the other half.
I think one of my original and still continues to be my most favorite places to go when I am trying to find inspiration for anything, but especially horror, fairy tales and folk tales from across the globe, because those are terrifying. The originals are horrifying. And every country that you go to and you read their fairy tales, their folk tales, their morality tales, you learn something about what people are afraid of. And that's why, there are some tropes that they're tropes, but they work. The creepy little kids, that works for a real reason, and it keeps working. And there's a reason why if you have a picturesque, beautiful, like cutesy little, whatever, and then, they're just saying really disturbing things like, I'm gonna cut your head off and it's gonna be amazing, and I can't wait to dismember you. There's a reason that is terrifying to people, and those juxtapositions, and you get pieces of that as you read through morality tales and fairy tales.
I was actually just about to use that exact same word. It's that juxtaposition of expectations that is the horror in that case, that this cutesy little girl that come play with us.
As the mother of a 4-year-old, that's real. That's not a horror movie. That's my daily life.
Come play with me, Mom.
I was gonna say, little kids are creepy in real life. One time, this little kid was like, to me, we're at the toy store where I worked at the time, so I couldn't escape the little buggers. Why is all your blood on the inside? I was like, I have to go. I'm going on a lunch break right now. Whose child is this? And there was no adults. I'm like, whose child? Where did she come from?
That is going to show up in a story now, Jay.
Yep.
Credit Jay Justice for that one.
Yes. To this day, I don't know where that child mother is at.
No one else does either.
Her blood's on the outside now. That's why.
I will say one resource that I have found tremendously helpful is writingtheother.com. It is a wonderful collection of people from a variety of cultural experiences who are kind enough to write about those experiences and give tips for how to go further than just reading one or two articles on the internet, because you got to do that if you choose to write about somebody else's experience, if you want to do it responsibly. Kelly, do you have anything to add to that, or we go lightning round?
No, let's go lightning round.
Okay, so lightning round. Everybody gets 30 seconds. All right. If there is one point you want people to walk away from this panel with, what do you want it to be, and where do they find you? Go.
Oh God. Okay. All right. So the one thing I want people to walk away from this panel is that Persons with mental illness are not inherently violent. Only 3% of all violent crime in the entire United States can be attributed to individuals with mental illness. And persons with a mental illness are 10 times more likely to be the victims of violence than people who do not have a mental illness. So the next time you decide you want to have a psychopathic killer who the entire reason that they're stabbing everything is because they are quote unquote crazy, you are doing a huge disservice to an enormous amount of people, because 1 in 2 people across their lifetime will be diagnosed or have the ability to be diagnosed with a mental illness. And so if you think you don't, this is a Dr. B quote, if you think you don't know somebody with a mental illness, you do. They're just not talking to you about it, probably because they don't feel safe doing it. So you want to talk about real horror, hiding who you are and what you are struggling with, because dealing with a mental illness is hard as heck. And I think that's 30 seconds.
That was about a minute,
Kelly
actually. But it was a good,
okay.
minute.
So signing off, you can find me at Kelly and Dunlap, Kelli, because my parents, like me, are white. Middle letter N, last name Dunlap, like the tire with an A instead of an O, which no one's going to get that. But thank you all so much, and that's my piece.
Okay. Cassie, what do you want people to walk away from this panel with, and where can people find you?
You can do terrible, horrible, horrifying things without punching down. So please just stop, reconsider, because the horror comes to you when you don't. You can find me at Mental Woke on Twitter and around the internet, various places, but Mental Woke on Twitter works.
Amazing. B. Dave.
Other people's life is not your plot device. Horror is the most universally applicable genre for a reason. Like, it translates the most to other cultures in regions, because humor and romance or comedy, all very contextual. Horror is universal, but if you're doing it well, again, if you're taking a detail about a human being's existence and that's your plot point, you're probably doing it wrong. If this is someone else's life, don't make it the reason why your monster's a monster, when cool things like unstoppable robot killers from the future are a thing. You can find me at B. Dave Walters all over the interwebs. My DMs are open. If you have any questions, you can hit me up. Don't say anything silly. I will rinse you. But beyond that, hit me up and we can talk.
He will. Jay.
All right, so horror can be the unknown. It doesn't mean the thing that you don't know about. It's a thing that no one in your story knows about. So if your story has nobody with a disability, a limb difference, facial difference, except for the killer, you did something wrong. So definitely work on that. Work on being more inclusive with your storytelling and not just using disability as the thing that is terrifying. And you can find me at that J Justice, ThatJayJus2ICE. I'm on Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and some video games and comic books on your shelf. Bye.
And very quickly, since I have about 30 seconds left, ask us, okay? If you're writing about somebody else's experience, ask them with humility and with an open mind, because there might be something about our experiences that's even more terrifying than you think. There are things that may surprise you about, like in my case, being autistic in the world. There's a lot that's going to surprise you. I am found at the Dr. B, TheeDoctor on all the social medias, and make sure to follow Take This at TakeThis.org on all the socials, and go check out our website at TakeThis.org for some fantastic mental health resources and how you can support our mental health mission. But from all of us, thank you for being here for this lively discussion, and we will see you soon at the next PAX.